ṣe wọ́n ṣe jáná ìyàwó. Kí ló ṣe mí ṣe wọ́n ṣe jáná ìyàwó. Abu bàbá ọkọ, abu màmá ọkọ. Bó bá ń bá kan sọ̀rọ̀, awú bí búrẹ́dì omi. Amọ́kọ lójú táyì, bẹ́ẹ̀ni kọ́kọ́ ò jẹ́ kọ́kọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanumọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanudé.
Oh And there it is right there, Agbado Ewa. So Agbado Ewa, rice and beans. So there it is right there, Agbado Ewa and all that. So there it is. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Actually, let me play you one more song. I need probably a micro minute to fully, to fully. I was going to say I needed a micro minute to fully calibrate, but you know what I mean. Anyway, I need a minute. So let me take that minute. Let me play you something that will last just about a minute. So there, pardon me. So there it is right there. Baba we know well it is shout let me look on. So whether he shouted let me look on or not, certainly there is no doubting now that it is his turn. He's in situation. So clearly it is his turn. So there it is. Baba we know well it is shout let me look on and all that. So good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? I hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading into yet another session. That bald-headed or you're laughing man, that's me, of course, from Afidjo local government in Akemori. That's where I come from. So that bald-headed or you're laughing man that talks in a peculiar voice, which is me. He is your host today again. So good to be in your company. All that. The protocol, click on the like button. Just as soon as you hear me make the invitation, please go on and do that. We need numbers going up. We always need numbers going up. So click on the like button. Not already subscribed, please correct that by clicking on the subscription button. So like and subscribe. Share the link as well as widely as you can. Put the links in your WhatsApp pages, your Facebook pages, you know those WhatsApp groups that you belong to, your old school, whatnot, where everybody hates you and you hate all of them. Put the link in there so that they can hate you some more and hate me even more. So share the love and share the hate. Spread the link as widely as you can. Make sure it's on your Instagram feed, your Facebook space, your WhatsApp groups, everywhere and anywhere. Bring them all in. Let them come hear what is going on here. So share the link. So share the link. So yes, like, share, subscribe. Share the link as widely as you can. If you want to come and join me on the screen, let me repost it. Pardon me. If you want to come and join me on the screen, this hyperlink. Yes, thank you, Sabo. Always you. So yes, yes, if you want to come and join me on the screen, that hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to ride. So click on it, come into the studio, come share thoughts, let's rub minds, let's hang out, let's gist, all that. So like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen, and of course, super chats towards the stream. A minimum of 5 super chats we anticipate for every single stream. So let's start hitting that now. I don't think that's too much of an ask. So like, share, subscribe, super chat and all that. So let's just get into it, shall we? Let's get into it, and we pick it up from where we left it off yesterday. We're still with Natasha Akpoti, and this thing now that she's pursuing, which will ultimately burn her, by the way, but she continues in that pursuit. Stay out of my allegations. Senator Akpoti Oduagan wants Akpabio's wife. So just to catch you up, Natasha stood up in the parliament, in the Senate. she stood up in the Senate to say whatever it is that she was intending to say. She wasn't in a designated seat, and she couldn't then get to speak, and then a whole manner of kerfuffle followed suit. So she's now let's fast forward it to where we are now. She's now come out in the media space to make allegations of sexual harassment against the Senate president. The women in the Senate, they've leapt to the defense of Akpabio, and of course, Akpabio's wife leaps to his defense as well. Natasha Akpoti has instituted a 100 billion naira lawsuit against Senator Akpabio, and to counter, Senator Akpabio's wife has now instituted a 250 billion naira lawsuit against Natasha. So that's the convolution that is going on there. But it shows no signs of abating. Stay out of my allegations. Senator Akpoti Uduaghan wants Akpabio's wife. So let's now see what the latest installment is. All the spouses are joining in, by the way, as Natasha Akpoti's husband joins in as well, and we'll get to that in a moment. But let's pick it up from here. Senator Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan, and hopefully I'm pronouncing that last name right, double-barreled name. It just shows the arrogance of it, by the way. I'm not sure if Akpoti is her maiden name, but Akpoti is not the husband's name. So she's hung on to her name and double-barreled his name. That is to tell you then that he had to make a big concession in order to marry her. Stay out of my allegations, Senator Akpoti Uduaghan wants Akpabio's wife. So why is the one incoming, and is there any potency to it? Pardon me. Oh, all right. Senator Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan, representing Kogi Central, has called on Mrs. Sorry, I'm very bad with names, as you all know. Let's pick it up again. Senator Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan, representing Kogi Central, has called on Mrs. Unoma Akpabio, wife of Senate President Godswill Akpabio, to refrain from involving herself in the ongoing sexual harassment and intimidation allegations against her husband. So that is the totality of a nonsensity. How can you tell a wife to stay out of a sexual allegation leveled against her husband? It doesn't even make sense. You know, what battle does a wife fight other than that very central battle that goes to the very heart of her home? You are led sexual harassment against her husband, and you are saying she should stay. Why on earth and how on earth can she or will she stay out of it? So, yes, Senator Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan, representing Kogi Central, has called on Mrs. Unoma Akpabio, wife of Senate President Godswill Akpabio, to refrain from involving herself in the ongoing sexual harassment and intimidation allegations against her husband. The dispute between the two parties has escalated in recent days, drawing national attention. The conflict began when Senator Akpoti refused to sit in a designated seat during a Senate session, citing Order 10 of the Senate Standing Order. What is actually that Order 10? We need to check that, because this seems to be central. Order 10 of the Nigerian Senate. What's that Order 10? What exactly? Because we kept on shouting Order 10, Order 10. So what exactly? I don't want to do a deep search. If anybody can find it, just send it to me. I want to know what that Order 10 is, because she kept laboring it. Order 10, Order 10. Oh, all right. Oh, okay, let's just leave that and carry on. All right, let's just leave that and carry on. Let's take it from the top again, actually. Yes, we go through our speed this time because there's so much to go through. Senator Natasha Akpoti, representing Kogi Central, has called on Mrs. Unoma Akpabio, wife of Senate President Godswill Akpabio, to refrain from involving herself in the ongoing sexual harassment and intimidation allegation against her husband. The dispute between the two parties has escalated in recent days, drawing national attention. The conflict began when Senator Akpoti refused to sit in a designated seat during the Senate session, citing Order 10 of the Senate Standing Order. Tension heightened after she appeared on Arise News last Friday, accusing Senate President Akpabio of blocking her motions, maligning her character, and intimidating her following her alleged rejection of his sexual advances. In response, Mrs. Akpabio held a press conference in Abuja dismissing the allegations as baseless. She emphasized the long-standing cordial relationship between their families, which predated Senator Akpoti's marriage. All right. In a letter dated March the 1st, 2025, addressed to Mrs. Akpabio through her lawyers, Victor Giwa, Senator Akpoti urged her to stay out of the matter. The letter, titled "Stay Away from Senator Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan's Sexual Harassment and Intimidation Allegation against Senate President Godswill Akpabio to safeguard your sanity and that of your family," stressed that the allegations were personal to the Senate President and that he should be left to defend himself. So you can tell that this woman is not suited to be married, because what sort of a marriage does a wife then abandon the husband to face a public opprobrium in the manner that Natasha is suggesting? She doesn't just know anything. She's you know, in the Western world, they will call her a dumb blonde. She'll probably have blonde hair if she was white, which is half white actually, half Russian, as you know. Maybe it's the Russian blood that is surging through her. Maybe it's the Russian blood that is surging through her being. I'll take it from top again, go at speed this time. Senator Natasha Akpoti, representing Kogi Central, has called on Mrs. Akpabio, wife of Senate President Godswill Akpabio, to refrain from involving herself in the ongoing sexual harassment and intimidation allegation against her husband. The dispute between the two parties has escalated in recent days, drawing national attention. The conflict began when Senator Akpoti refused to sit in a designated seat during a Senate session, citing Order 10 of the Senate Standing Rules. Tension heightened after she appeared on Arise TV last Friday, accusing the Senate President of blocking her motions, maligning her character, and intimidating her following her alleged rejection of his sexual advances. In response, Mrs. Akpabio held a press conference in Abuja dismissing the allegations as baseless. She emphasized the long-standing cordial relationship between their families, which predated Senator Akpoti's marriage. However, in a letter dated March the 1st, 2025, addressed to Mrs. Akpabio through her lawyer, Victor Giwa, Senator Akpoti urged her to stay out of the matter. The letter titled "Stay Away from Senator Natasha Akpoti's Sexual Harassment and Intimidation Allegation against Senate President Godswill Akpabio to safeguard your sanity and that of your family," stressed that the allegations were personal to the Senate President and that he should be left to defend himself. Akpoti stated that she had endured harassment from Akpabio, but was now compelled to speak out. The letter written part: "Our client is not desirous of calling you out into the unfortunate saga concerning her allegations against the Senate President and wishes that you restrain yourself from delving into the obscene circumstances. While she has tolerated all the harassment from the Senate President, she was constrained to reveal the unfortunate torture and victimization which she has been going through in the red chambers under the hand of the Senate President." The senator further asserted that she had concrete evidence. So this is where I was looking to land on, actually. Good to see you, Emmanuel. Good to have you here. I hope you are keeping well. That's Emmanuel right there. I've been speaking to Emmanuel off air. He's very busy. That's why he's not been joining us. So that's Emmy right there. Good to see you, Emmanuel. So this is where I was looking to land on. Our clients remain resolute. Hold on. Yes. This is where what I was looking to land on. Our client has concrete evidence to substantiate her allegation. So, now we have to pause for a moment and reflect on that. She has concrete evidence to substantiate her allegation. So, so what form can that evidence take? It can only take no more than 4 forms. It can only be in 4 different forms. It's either she has photographic evidence, that's 1. It's either she has an eyewitness, that's 2. It's either she has an oral evidence in terms of a captured video conversation or a captured conversation, that's 2, or that's 3, or she can have a text message, so that's 4. So it's very unlikely that she will have photographic evidence, because it did not say that he groped her or put his hand on her in any way. So photographs of them having a conversation is not anything pertinent today, so we can disregard that. So it is also unlikely that she will, it is also unlikely that she will have an eyewitness, because the closest she hinted to an eyewitness was that her husband was in the background on one of those occasions, but he was not party to whatever conversation, so he cannot verify anything. So the eyewitness unlikely. So it leaves 2 spaces then. It's either she has recorded a telephone conversation with Akpabio, or there are text messages. So those 2 spaces. So so the text message first, let's address that. If she can present text messages that damns convincingly Godswill Akpabio, then it should be damned. If it's stupid enough to be sending lewd or suggestive text messages to somebody else's wife, even if you're toasting her or not, if it's stupid enough to have done that, then it deserves anything that comes his way. So very doubtful that there will be any text message. So that then leaves an audio recording. So if she's able to either present one of those 2 things, then that damns Akpabio, but I suspect that she may not be able to do those. Our client, so those are the only spaces that, by the way, that can constitute any form of evidence, concrete or not. Our client has concrete evidence to substantiate her allegations. We will suggest that you leave the defense of the allegations to the Senate President to maintain your sanity and that of your family, the letter added. Akpabio reaffirmed her commitment to defending Nigerian women and upholding family values. So who died and appointed Natasha Akpoti as the champion of Nigerian women? So this is where we have, this is what we are. Man, the lowest of the low. A woman of dubious character is the defender. When I say she's of dubious character, she has form outside of what's going on with Akpabio now. Her history is as murky and is full of so many scandalous behaviors as Akpabio's. So it's a case of a plague on both their houses, really. There are no winners here. There are no heroes in this. It's the two deplorables, essentially 2 deplorables fighting it out in the gutters. Our client has concrete evidence to substantiate her allegations. We will suggest that you leave the defense of the allegations to the Senate President to maintain your sanity and that of your family. Akpoti reaffirmed her commitment to defending Nigerian women and upholding family values. Our client remains resolute in the defense of Nigerian women, and as a family woman, she will continue to maintain our common heritage and family values. So that's Natasha Akpoti right there. Taking the fight then to Mrs. Akpabio. So as Natasha Akpoti takes the fight to Mrs. Akpabio, so as Natasha Akpoti takes the fight to Mrs. Akpabio, Mr. Akpoti or Mr. Uduagan, who is her latest husband, I think this is about her 3rd or 4th husband, if memory serves, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this will be about her 4th or 5th husband. Who knows how many husbands she's had? But her latest husband now, who is in the eye of the storm, so he now goes after Godswill Akpabio. So We pick it up from here. Breaking: Senator Natasha's husband breaks silence on allegations against Akpabio. So the story starts to get a lot more complex. Emmanuel Eduagan, husband of Senator Natasha Akpoti Eduagan, has commented on the allegations of sexual harassment that his wife leveled against Senate President Godswill Akpabio, the Alima of Wadi Kingdom. So that's his chieftaincy title. So it's an Edo boy. So yes, let's take it from the top again. Emmanuel Eduagan, husband of Senator Natasha Akpoti Eduagan, has commented on the allegations of sexual harassment that his wife leveled against Senate President Godswill Akpabio, the Alima of Wadi Kingdom. In a statement sent to correspondents, maintained that he had once approached Akpabio on the allegation with maturity after his wife told him, and they all agreed to settle the matter amicably and as a family matter. So I'm not quite sure why punches are not being thrown. Your wife tells you that somebody is trying to make a move on her, and then you go and approach the person with maturity. So I think dollars are being. However, despite his interference, Uduagan said Senator Natasha had continued to express concerns about the level of harassment she allegedly experienced from the Senate President. Uduagan further stated that his wife has always been truthful, loyal, and family-oriented. So I'm not quite sure that any of those things apply. That's not the reputation that Natasha has. She doesn't have a reputation for being truthful. This is, like I said, her third marriage, so the loyalty very much in question, and certainly not family-oriented when she cannot even take your last name. So he's issued out a statement. So the statement reads in part: My wife has confided in me about her interactions with the Senate President, whom I considered a family friend. In response, I approached the matter with the utmost maturity and responsibility, as it is my duty as a traditional leader who has immense respect for constituted authority and upholds core family values, fosters peace and harmony. So he has respect for constituted authority, as the constituted authority that is looking to, the colloquialism on the streets, is looking to knock his wife. So you have respect for constituted authority that wants to undress your wife. So that's his flow. My wife has confided in me about her interactions with the Senate President, whom I consider a family friend. In response, I approached the matter with the utmost maturity and responsibility, as it is my duty as a traditional leader who has immense respect for constituted authority and upholds core family values, fosters peace and harmony. I personally met with the Senate President and respectfully urged him to extend the courtesy and respect my wife deserves, whilst also honoring the friendship between us. So he has no regard for you. If somebody is trying to move on your wife, and you are, does this even sound like anything? Somebody is trying to move on your wife, and you are telling him to respectfully, courteously, you are not landing him a slap and you are wrestling him to the ground. Somebody moving on your wife. I personally met with the Senate President and respectfully urged him to extend the courtesy and respect my wife deserves, whilst also honoring the friendship between us. We reached an understanding and agreed to resolve the issue amicably. However, despite the agreement, my wife continues to express concerns about the harassment she has endured from the Senate President. So that's Natasha. This is Natasha's last hand, by the way. She's never going to get to play this hand again. But this is not the first time she's played this hand, but this will be the last time she'll be playing it. When Natasha accused Akpabio Natasha, in a television interview on Friday, February the 28th, raised the allegation against the Senate president, stating that her refusal for sexual advances from Akpabio was the beginning of her dilemma at the Senate. In one of the issues raised, the senator recalled that Akpabio once told her to give him enjoyment so that her bill will be passed. So I doubt that very much. That I find that difficult. Not that it will be out of character for Akpabio. Akpabio is a literal. We all know his checkered history. The story of the NDDC woman resurfaces and all that. So, but it just doesn't ring right that come and pull up your skirt in my office so that your bill can pass. There's a lack of coherence to that. It doesn't jive. It doesn't jive at all. There's no jive to it. It doesn't fit. It doesn't work. Natasha, in the television interview on Friday, February the 28th, raised the allegation against the Senate president, stating that her refusal for sexual advances from Akpabio was the beginning of a dilemma at the Senate. In one of the issues raised, the senator recalls that Akpabio once told her to give him enjoyment so that her bill can be passed. So why would that even be a thing? So the bill is not her personal bill. It's a bill for the betterment, hopefully, of the Nigerian state. So what sort of interest, why would she want to give up her body to pass a bill? You know, it's not like there's a financial favor or a personal favor or there's no financial or personal gain. It's for the greater good. So why would anybody need to lift their skirt to pass a bill? The senator earlier had a confrontation with Akpabio where she alleged that she had been tactically silenced by the Akpabio-led leadership of the Senate following her first encounter at plenary. During the outburst, the senator alleged that she was being silenced because of her earlier argument against the Senate president and that she would no longer tolerate being silenced anymore. I wonder then what happens at the next plenary. Is she going to turn up at the next plenary? Is she going to attempt to speak? What will be the interaction between? She has to be suspended pending. There's no other way now. There has to be a period of apart for the two of them for these matters to be addressed. Senate committee to interrogate Natasha. Following the argument, the senator was then referred to the Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges, and Public Petitions for a disciplinary action to be taken against her. The committee was chaired by Edo South Senator Neda Emasue of the Labour Party. They have been given a 2-week ultimatum to report back on their findings. Senator Natasha was referred to the Senate committee after the matter was put to a voice vote following the lawmakers' visit to the controversy surrounding the issues. The lawmaker had filed a 100 billion fundamental human rights suit against the Senate president. Anet Saraki speaks on that. Of course, they are all circling now to see what pound of flesh can be gotten from that. So that's Natasha and the excesses of that space. You know, the women in parliament, they all find this embarrassing. I'm going to play you a clip in a moment, but let me bring Reno Omokri in quickly. This is a short read. Leave me out of Natasha Akpoti's affairs. Omokri breaks Nigerians. A former presidential aide, Reno Omokri, has urged Nigerians to leave him out of the controversy surrounding Senator Natasha Akpoti's recent allegations against Senate President Godswill Akpabio. Senator Akpoti, we know what she alleged. Following her allegation, some Nigerians recalled an incident involving Akpoti and Omokri in 2014, drawing parallels between the two cases. So we played a clip on that in yesterday's session. She almost verbatim the exact same allegation she leveled against Reno in 2014, the exact same word for word. Only that when she was saying when she was saying Reno Omokri was sexually propositioning her, Reno Omokri was not even in the country, or never mind being at the event. So she has form. She's a notorious liar. Right. Senator Akpoti had, following her allegation, some Nigerians recall an incident involving Akpoti and Omokri in 2014, drawing parallels between the two cases. Addressing the matter in a statement posted on his X page on Saturday, Omokri clarified his past encounter with Akpoti and pleaded to be left out of the current issue. I have been inundated with calls from almost all major media outlets in Nigeria, seeking my reaction to Senator Natasha Akpoti's accusations against the Senate President. Many referred past allegations she made against me, which was similar to her current claims against Akpabio. Omokri wrote. He expressed frustration over being drawn into the controversy and stated that he preferred to put the matter to rest for the sake of his family. Omokri, I need some water. Hold on. Pardon me. Omokri explained that his altercation with Akpoti stemmed from a social media incident where he rejected the woman's advance, declaring his loyalty to his wife. So he is then going on to tell us all manners of shit. So that's Reno Omokri right there. So let me play you now this clip. Like I said, the women are recoiling from Akpoti, especially the parliamentarians. They are recoiling from Akpoti because they just find it so ludicrous. We played Ireti Kingibe's response just as early as yesterday. So now let's not play you a more senior voice within the Senate also responding to the narrative.
First, let me reiterate that I took over from him as a minority leader. And so I kind of know him, know his wife very well. I know that he jokes a lot.
Akpabio, right?
Yes. He's fond of making little fun out of everything.
Or would you call it unguarded statements?
Not unguarded, but he loves to make everything light. And you see, when you do that, you become very vulnerable. So it makes him very vulnerable. I saw what they all went through as men when I was there. They were all victimized by people from outside. And I had to rescue them all of the time.
What do you mean victimized?
You see, it's difficult to explain what they go through there. And so they make light of every issue. Most of the men there go through a lot themselves. It's not as easy as you see it. They also internalize a lot of things. You find people calling them from outside, putting their wives on the spot and making different issues out of nothing. And so they also go through that. And I've had to support some of them to even go home to say, no, this can't be true. So they are all very vulnerable.
Okay. Now, we don't have all the time, very limited time, but I want to put these two questions across to you. You can manage it in 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes. What's your take on the 103 billion naira suit filed by Akpoti against the Senate President and others? And then secondly, the bill on female gender and sexual violence against women was eventually passed. It eventually passed secondly, but initially it was rejected by some women in the Senate. Talk to us about it.
The case in court, I want to appeal to her to please take the case out of court. Because you see, we don't want women to look like they're emotionally unstable. We need to also be strong enough to face the men.
And that's the point right there. It's a real disservice to womanhood, what Natasha Akpoti is doing now. So it is very feeble, very faint of very faint of heart, very it just doesn't look good. It's a very easy go to what she's doing. For things not to go your, it's a bit like saying, oh, is it because I'm black? That's essentially what it is, isn't it? Running to the most obvious spaces to try and escape responsibility for your actions. It's not a good advert for more women in politics. This is what Natasha is doing. So what Natasha is doing to what Ken Okonkwo is doing, anywhere Beleface politics, we're back to that. Nigeria's situation needs cooperation, Kenneth Okonkwo says, as a meets article. So he's now shopping around now, having now left the Labour Party. Weeks after dumping the Labour Party, lawyer and Nollywood actor Kenneth Okonkwo has announced that Nigeria's situation is one that needs cooperation of key stakeholders for a desired change. Okonkwo made this assertion following a meeting with Atiku Abubakar, a former vice president of Nigeria and the 2023 presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP). In a post made on his verified X account, Okonkwo announced that he met with Atiku at his residence. He said the meeting with the former vice president focused on discussing the best approach to chart a new course for Nigeria. He wrote, "It is a privilege," and I thought they told us that these people were the lowest of the low. Was that not association of corruption? Was that not the narrative they were using in 2023 elections? The stinkies. They used to call them the stinkies back in those days. Now they are the ones smelling of. They've been deodorized, to use our sort of language. They've now been deodorized. Once they were smelling of shit, now they are smelling of roses. Look at that, the rank hypocrisy of it. This picture right here tells you all you need to know about Nigerian politics. It's a cesspool of iniquity, just the lowest of the low are in that space. Sorry, I just had the thought. It's just unbearable. This was the same guy that was lampooning this man now, that is showing all his 32 teeth, grinning from ear to ear like a Cheshire cat. The same guy that he was lampooning barely 2 years ago, that is the worst of everything, is now the one that is seeking cooperation with. So there it is right there. There's Kenneth Okonkwo in search of his next meal ticket. So that's Kenneth Okonkwo then in search of his next meal ticket. We go from that to this. Naira shows biggest sign of stability for 2025 after holding firm in February. So now a lot of people have been monitoring the Naira, and it held very strong December and November going on into December, and a lot of people, a lot of the counter argument was that it was that diasporic inflow of money that usually comes for the festive season. But now we're entering where the final end of the first quarter of this year, and the Naira is still holding strong. That is to tell you then that the Naira then has established a ceiling, and now it's now starting for its new value, its true value. So it did not really breach that $2,000 to the Naira. It never breached the ceiling, and now it's starting to play. It's not plateauing even. It's resisting at a certain level, and is now strengthening against the international currency space to find its true value. I've always said it. I continue to maintain it. The Naira value is between 600 to 800 Naira to the dollar. That's the Naira value. And when the economy stabilizes, it will stabilize to that space. Naira shows strongest sign of stability for 2025 after holding firm in February. I'm not saying anything like a super chat, by the way. What's going on? Can somebody super chat, please? And if you're not super chatting, at least like and subscribe. Both equally as good. Super chat or like and subscribe, or be a real champion and do all three. The Nigerian Naira showed its biggest sign of stability in February, despite closing the month 1.6% weaker in the official market. So the other thing also that we're monitoring is the chasm between the official market, which is the CBN rate, and the parallel market, which we call the black market. So that chasm shouldn't be more than a 2-3% to show them that resistance to establish the true value. The Nigerian Naira showed its biggest sign of stability in February, despite closing the month 1.6% weaker in the official market. In contrast, the parallel market saw a sharp appreciation of 6%, indicating improving liquidity in the retail forex sector or segment. The official exchange rate on the Nigerian foreign exchange market ended the month weaker, but analysts believe that the overall trend suggests growing stability. So, this is all lining up for 2027, by the way. The recalibration is all lining up for 2027. The Naira has now recorded a 2.3% year-to-date depreciation, a far cry from the extreme volatility witnessed in the previous months. Despite a $4 billion decline in Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves, the exchange rate has remained largely stable, attributed to improved transparency in the Central Bank of Nigeria's forex policy and the new forex trading framework introduced late last year. Also, despite the Naira's slight depreciation in the official market, there are signs of increased foreign investor confidence. Sources have informed correspondents that the foreign portfolio investors are showing growing interest in Nigeria's fixed income market, particularly in treasury bills and bonds. So there it is. It's still all magic money. It's not based around manufacturing or any, the real money that counts is export-import. You export more than you import, and your trade balance is surpluses in your favor. That's the only metric that counts. So all of this now are nonsense. So now, let me take you to this space. Yes, let me take you to this space. I'm taking you to the international space only really because it chimes with what is going on in our country at the moment. So this tweet that you're looking at, there's a video clip to go with it, but this tweet you are looking at on your screen here is coming out of the UK. It's not Nigeria, but you can transmute it into Nigeria. It reads like a Nigerian narrative. It says, this is how you take a nation over by soft jihad. So we're not actually having a soft jihad in Nigeria, but we're not having a hard jihad in Nigeria as well. We're having a lukewarm jihad. They are cutting us in little bits. That's what they're doing. But this is going on in the UK. This is coming out of the UK. This is how you take over a nation by soft jihad. The mayor of London, a Muslim. The mayor of Birmingham, a Muslim. The mayor of Leeds, a Muslim. The mayor of Blackburn, guess what he is? Is a Muslim. The mayor of Sheffield is a Muslim. The mayor of Oxford, a Muslim. The mayor of Luton, a Muslim. The mayor of Oldham, a Muslim. The mayor of Rochdale, a Muslim. All this is achieved by only 4 million Muslims out of 66 million people in England. So that is to tell you then that what is going on in Nigeria is equally going on internationally. Today, there are over 1,800 mosques in England. There are over, and by the way, listen to this now. Listen to this one. Today, there are over 1,800 mosques in England. But listen to this one now. This could well be coming out of your state. There are over 80 Sharia courts, not in Saudi Arabia or not in Oman, not in Indonesia, but in England. There are over 80 Sharia courts in England. There are more than 50 Sharia councils. We're talking about England, or Queen's England, King's England. 78% of Muslim women do not work, receive state support, and free accommodation. And this free loading, of course, something that echoes within the Nigerian space as well. I think the conversation in the after hours was essentially about that. This free loading theme that the Muslims have. 78% of Muslim women do not work, receive state support, and free accommodation. A large percentage of Muslims do not work and receive state support and free housing. State-supported Muslim families with an average of 3 to 8 children receive free accommodation. So this is these are data coming out of the UK, and I've got a video clip that goes with it as well. The video clip I'm about to play you will shock you. It will shock you. And by the way, people, please like and subscribe. Numbers look reasonably okay, but please like and subscribe. That's the meat and drink of the YouTube space. So please like and subscribe. If you've not clicked on like it, please do. Now, every school in the UK is required to take lessons from Islam. So apparently it's part of the religious studies there. But let me now play you this clip. When I saw this clip, I wasn't quite sure that it's ominous. That's the only way that I can describe it. It is ominous. Watch this. It's only 20 seconds, but it will jar you.
3, 2, 1. Happy Ramadan! Assalamu alaikum!
We feel loved and wanted in London.
Right. There it is right there. So you see that, you see the two images on the screen right there. That's a mocked up picture. I'm sure you all know that. That's a mocked up picture. But to the left of your screen, that's Sir Keir Starmer or Starmer. That's Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. The man to his left, the man to his right, rather, of course, the unmistakable face of King Charles, the King of Great Britain, and whichever other protectorate, including Canada, Australia, and everywhere else. So now, this man here, the King Charles, his title is meant to be Defender of the Faith. Defender of the Faith. And England is a Church of England country, a Christian country. So a Christian country once upon a time, but that man now that you saw in that clip, that was Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, and is now declaring Ramadan as a London-wide celebration, going to some, maybe that was Bond Street or Trafalgar Square or something, lighting up the whole space and declaring Ramadan in the UK. So that's where we are now. That's the journey that the world is on. So it's not just Nigeria. Why I rejoined APC, this is Shehu Sani, who makes his way back home, and now that Tinubu is in charge. Former Kaduna Central Senatorial District lawmaker Shehu Sani has explained his decision to leave the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and rejoin the All Progressive Congress (APC). Speaking on Hard Copy, a Channels television program on Friday, Sani attributed his return to the ruling party to the efforts of Kaduna State Governor Uba Sani, who initiated reconciliation talks across the state. Sani originally, that's Shehu Sani, of course, everybody in Kaduna State are called Sani. So they said the governor called Sani, but this senator now, Shehu Sani. Sani originally resigned from the APC in October 2018 following controversies surrounding the party's primaries. He later joined the PDP and secured its senatorial ticket, but lost the 2019 election to Sani, the current governor. After years in opposition, he formally rejoined the APC on February the 16th, alongside other members from the PDP and the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP. During an interview, Sani emphasized that he was a founding member of the APC in Kaduna and played a significant role in establishing its structures. He also revealed that his departure in 2018 was due to political and personal differences with former Kaduna State Governor, of course, Nasir El-Rufai. A circumstance led to our mass exit from APC sometime in 2018, and that circumstance has changed. So the circumstance, I think that's the new name now for El-Rufai. His new name now, circumstance. His new name is now circumstance. First of all, I was a founding member of the APC, particularly in Kaduna State. We established structures and we did the campaigns and won the 2015 elections, both at the senatorial and governorship levels. Somewhere along the way, we parted ways with the governor. So that's Shehu Sani there. So that Shehu Sani, the arch nemesis, arch rival, even arch enemy of El-Rufai. Let's get a little substance of him in that interview. Watch this.
Now, he also made claims of bringing Oba Sani, the governor of Kaduna State, to office. Now, also, let's look at the figures. The candidate of the PDP, Isa Ashuru, got about 719,000 votes, and Oba Sani got 730,000 votes. So the difference was 11,000. And the point is that the people of Kaduna didn't vote for Oba because of Nasiru, but Oba lost votes because of Nasiru. And this was a man who, at one hand, would be campaigning for Oba Sani, and at the other hand, publicly ridiculing him. It is there on the record, it's there on the internet. The videos are there where he won Oba, when he won the people of Kaduna State against voting for Oba Sani. And this is the person you are campaigning for.
You didn't answer the second part of my question,
what was the second part?
Which actually had to do with the reconciliation, bringing him, because he's a member of the All Progressives Congress. He hasn't dropped his card yet. Rotimi Amechi is still a member of the All Progressives Congress. We haven't heard them say that they've left the party. Don't you see this becoming a problem?
Rotimi Amechi, El-Rufai, they are members of the APC. With friends like that, who needs enemies? That's just it. With friends like that, who needs enemies? So now this next headline is something that I have been hankering after and looking forward to and wondering why that's not the case. I've always wondered why Nigeria has not consumed certainly all the satellite African countries around us, and really the whole of the African continent, with our weight, our size, our finances, our acuity, which will be consuming and dominating everything that goes on in those countries. So this headline speaks to that. Nigerian giants taking over Africa, meet the companies expanding across the continent. So all the bankings in certainly countries like Benin Republic, Togo, Ghana, Cameroon, Niger Republic, all of those countries, all of their finances should be dominated by Nigerian big weights, by the Nigerian financial space, Nigerian banks. That's always been my thought. Nigerian giants taking over Africa meets the companies expanding across the continent. I hope this is not a long read. I'm not in the mood for a long read now. Maybe we just do a name check. We do 2-3 paragraphs and then we do a name check and then we move on. The Dangote Group is founded and owned by. Hold on. Am I taking it from the top? Yes. Right. As one of the largest economies in Africa, Nigeria has given rise to numerous multinational companies that have expanded their footprint across the continent. These Nigerian giants have not only contributed significantly to the country's economy, but have also positioned themselves as key players in Africa's business landscape. From oil and gas to telecommunications and banking, the South Africans used to do this back in the day when they will they were bringing all of their shit, all their companies into Nigeria. ShopRite, is it MTN and all of that? So Nigeria now are doing the same thing essentially. These Nigerian giants have not only contributed significantly to the country's economy, but have also positioned themselves as key players in Africa's business landscape. From oil and gas to telecommunications and banking, Nigerian firms are making their mark, influencing markets, creating jobs, and contributing to economic development in various African countries. In this article, we take a closer look at some of the Nigerian multinational companies with the most substantial presence across Africa. These companies have built strong brands, established extensive networks, and adapted to diverse markets, further establishing Nigeria's role as a business hub in Africa. Here is a glimpse into Nigeria's multinationals leading the charge in Africa's business world. So, of course, without any surprise, leading the way the Dangote Group, and then Zenith Bank as well. So I want to see a lot of banking within that space. Guaranteed Trust Holding Company. What do? Guaranteed Trust Holding Company has established itself as a cornerstone of financial services. So that's a financial service space right there. Sahara Group, what do? Sahara Group is a global energy and infrastructure powerhouse founded in 1996 by Tonye Patrick Cole and Temitope Shonobi. The company operates across 42 countries in Africa, Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. So United Bank of Africa, UBA. So yes, this is what I was expecting. First Bank of Nigeria, Flutterwave. This now is a new phenomenon coming out of that tech space. You know, Nigeria, of course, going to be the tech hub of Africa. Shall I tell you, within the next 3 to 5 years, the tech hub of Africa, do you know where it's going to be? It's going to be in Yaba, because they already started landscaping it as far back as 3 years ago. It should be ready now. The tech hub of Africa is going to be in Yaba, Lagos, as will everything of any significance in Africa be in Lagos. So Flutterwave, one of Africa's fastest growing fintech companies, so they're expanding as well. Access Bank, they're expanding. Glocom. So yes, I'm glad to see that actually, to reciprocate that MTN thing. InterSwitch, what do? InterSwitch is a leading African digital payment and commerce platform. InterSwitch, a leading African digital payments and commerce platform, has played a pivotal role in modernizing financial transactions across the continent since its founding in 2002. IHS Towers, so they look like a telecom as well. Airpeace, of course, good to see Airpeace there. Taliveras Group, prominent energy and services company with extensive operation and investment in the midstream, downstream, and power sector of the global energy industry. So they are both in oil and gas and electricity. O&O, that is the Wale Tinubu oil conglomerate. So yes, happy to say that. Very much delighted to say that. Let me play you this. This is the Lagos State Assembly. Let me give you the caption before I give you the. It says, "We reject him. Lagos lawmakers kick against ousted Speaker Mudashiru Obasa's return to the complex." So let's hear them. They sound like a bunch of Agboros, by the way. I'd listened to it previously. Oh, I'm not even sharing it.
We reject him.
We reject him.
Thank you very much.
We reject him.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you and appreciate the rest.
All right. Let me actually let you listen to them a little bit. They sound barely literate, these people.
For doing your duty, despite all the intimidation for being here, to still see us. This is Lagos, and this is Lagos State House of Assembly. We are approached by our leaders that we should remain calm and take things easy until the approach. But we are shocked to see what is happening today. And we are still expecting them to come and tell us.
All right. So that's the goings on in Lagos. Then no way back for Basa. Let me give you this little vignette from Obasanjo.
Said it. Now, well, these people, let them give you chapter.
Hold on. I'm restarting it. Yeah.
To answer, but alphabet. But the charge of vindictiveness, what do you say to that? People have said it more than once. You know, Alami Eseka has said it, Ibori had said it. Now, well, these people, let them give you chapter and verse. If Ibori has said it, I hope he has not, but if you say he has said it, what happened to Ibori? EFCC investigated Ibori, and they found Ibori has misappropriated about $200 million. And they brought the report to me. And I said, Ibori, come, look at the report. Okay, assuming you have wasted 50 million, go and give EFCC $150 million. Then he came back and said, okay, where should we put it? I said, look, it's not your money, it's the state, your state's money. Give it to your state. He said, how do I do that? Open a central bank account for me, which I did. And then he came back and said, oh, if he just put money in a central bank account belonging to Delta, I should open central bank account for all states. I did. Then he thought he was being clever. He took $15 million cash to Ribado. And as Ribado came, I said, put it in their account in central bank. And then we still pursued it. So it was pursued up to London, where he went to prison. So if that is vindictiveness, I will say, let Nigeria have more of such vindictiveness.
So there it is. That's Obasanjo recounting the Ibori narrative. I should have downloaded that actually. It sounded somewhat a bit skittish. Let me now play you the rest of the clips that I have. I'll send the link again. If you want the conversation, I say this every day now. If you want the conversation, you have to hop on. If not, then don't. So let me play you this one. For all of the criticism, the current administration is working. If you want to contrast what you are about to hear from this clip here to what obtained 2 years ago, then you see just how far the country has progressed positively. Watch this.
Nigerian High Commission in London. How? The Immigration Services. How? I had an appointment on the 25th of February. I got there late because I had an earlier appointment. I got there at 11. As at 12:14, I was done and going home. I did not believe it. And today being 27th of February, my passport has been delivered. How? In fact, whatever there's this overhauling or whatever that has happened to the Nigerian Immigration Services, this is what we want. You people should continue like this. I can't believe what I'm saying. 25th appointment, 27th, my passport is here. See, if you live outside London or if you came from another part of UK, yeah, if you want to go and kill early hours of the morning, go ahead and do it. But if you live in London, there is no need for you to lose sleep. Oh, go there from 10, 11. 1 hour max.
They are done with you. I can't believe. And 2 days later, my passport is here. I don't want to believe what I'm saying. Please, we want to say thank you to Nigerian Immigration Services.
So this is how it should be, actually. This is just a standardized service that a lot of people don't even think about in so many countries. But we've been so brutalized in that country that something as mundane as applying for your passport and getting it is now, it seems like a godlike event within the Nigerian space. Here is Wole Soyinka speaking to matters Yoruba and religion. Watch this.
One of the few religions in the world which has never gone to war on its own behalf, on its own basis, for the promotion of its ideas. Neither a crusade, nor a jihad, nor the equivalent anywhere would you find in religions. It's a very tolerant religion, the religion of the Orisha. And despite that, despite its reticence, it actually successfully crossed the Atlantic in the hearts of the slaves to the Caribbean, to Latin America, Brazil, Cuba, Colombia, Dominica, Puerto Rico, name it. Anywhere the slaves went, their religion survived in spite of very harsh reprisals from the slave owners. Not only that, this religion was so infectious that it's syncretized with Roman Catholic religion.
Imagine if the Yorubas actually had expansionist fervor. Imagine if they were built for expansionism. Imagine how far, without being expansionist. Do you know that Yoruba studies is the most studied African culture globally? Not even Nigerian culture is the most studied African culture globally. Yoruba studies. So imagine if they actually put an effort in to be expansionist in their way. So that's our Wole Soyinka then, a chest beating on a tribal sort of note. Still going back then, a little pit stop with the Natasha Akpoti narrative and Godswill Akpabio. So the clansmen of Godswill Akpabio, they've come out and this is their message to Natasha. Watch this. All right. I wondered why they felt the need to do that. I didn't think that. I think that's actually counterintuitive. Whoever did that, hopefully that wasn't sponsored by Godswill Akpabio himself. But I think that's rather counterintuitive for them to roll out market women to start to do that sort of a rented crowd sort of thing that they do. I don't think quite is in that space yet, and I think Natasha will feed off that. So that might well prove to be counterintuitive. So now, this is the last clip. This is a throwback clip coming from the Oba of Lagos. The infamous words. I came across this, and I'll keep it for future references. I do remember this.
If any one of you, I swear in the name of God Almighty Allah, goes against my good that Ambode, inshallah, will be the next governor of Lagos State. The person is going to die inside this place. I'm not ready to beg, appeal to anybody. And that's why Kajadu and the governor said, that is your own. Even the two of them, they cannot disobey me. But nobody knew how I pick somebody. Jimmy is my blood relation. And I told him in the plain language, he can never be governor in Lagos for now. Kingdom belongs to God. I'm not begging anybody to go, but you must not. I repeat, what you people cannot do in Onitsha, what you cannot do in Aba or anywhere. If you do what I want, Lagos will continue to be prosperous for you. If you go against this, You will perish in the water.
Yeah, so that was that old classic, wasn't it? When the Oba of Lagos was threatening to throw the Igbos into the sea if they don't vote for Ambode. I wonder what he'll do for the next cycle, 2027. Maybe just throw Chinedu Rose River into the sea, and that will solve everything. Let's play the K guys. I'll send the link again if you want the conversation. Hop on.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido.
Hapa o naido.
Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dù o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. Ikuko Nirua, which may that have nothing to do with us. So joining us, a really bespoke panel for the connoisseur. Baba, of course, a bespoke gentleman. That's enigmatic Honde right there, the elegant man. To Niger, of course, a man of words. And the American guy. It's changed his name back to Prince Daddy. I wonder if he's falling out with Trump already. Tunaja, you wanted to say?
Greetings, one man. Greetings, one man. Please let me speak first. Please let me speak first.
You want to come and attack me? You want to come and attack me? You want to come and attack me on the
I object, one man. I want to go before Baba before it starts going on. He's not going to let me talk.
Vehemently.
Yeah, of course you object vehemently. I'm just asking to speak because I do have a show that I have to attend to be fair.
All right, Baba objects, so it's down to Baba. If Baba says yes, then
Baba, come on now, Baba.
How many minutes do you want to use? How many minutes are you using?
5 minutes or so. The normal time.
Okay, have your 10 minutes. No problem, but not beyond 10 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, tonight the floor is yours. You wanted to disagree with me, I'm sure.
Yeah. Quite a lot of stuff is coming up, but I guess I have to start from the most important one, which is the economic policies of the government that I've been talking about. Most of my predictions are beginning to come to fruition in terms of appreciation of the Naira beyond the December so-called dollar rush and the effect that Dangote is having on the currency. The fact is that the government is hardly doing anything to grow the economy apart from what Dangote has done, and I really hope people appreciate that when all
the economic policies being rolled out by CBN is not having any effect. It means nothing.
The only area I would thank the government, the CBN policies are the ones that damage the economy needlessly. The only area I would praise the government for is at least they didn't totally sabotage the effect of what Dangote is doing to the economy. Because they could have said no credit swap, no oil, crude oil for so swap and just carried on having those people import petrol into Nigeria without any care for Dangote at all. But I guess they knew that the Nigerian people would never accept that. If they had tried that, I think they would be out of office by now. And so if you look at their own policies, really, is it what is changing the country? The only areas that they've moved on are the areas I've been complaining about. The areas they pretend as if they don't know how to control it, like controlling the use of foreign currency. Now they put a tariff, just last week again, they put tariff on goods that they consider not useful to the Nigerian economy. Can you believe that? I've been arguing that here for a long time. People were biting me and fighting me all over the place, discouraging the use of foreign currency in Nigeria. They started doing it too, something they should have started from the very beginning. And now they are also looking at the money that they are borrowing to defend the so-called Naira that they are supposed to be floated. That too is having an effect. But the greatest effect in the appreciation of the Nairas today is because of the effect Dangote is having on it. Remember, Dangote is doing manufacturing too. It's not only like he's just supplying Nigeria crude oil. He's also exporting it. It's increasing Nigeria's export. If you look at the greatest Nigeria export, if you actually check the numbers, you'll find that it's probably from Dangote, not necessarily from all the other smaller things. How many stuff are the others exporting to the date? It's Dangote refinery that is doing the exporting, which is value-added manufacturing that Nigeria has been looking for. So far, if one is grading the government, politically, they will win the credit for it. But in reality, the policies that they pursue themselves have not really benefited the Nigerian state. Till today, they are still allowing people to import petrol into Nigeria, even when they know Dangote can supply the entire nation petrol. Why? The Nigerian currency should be appreciating even more, but they are not doing much on that front. But I said, I believe that maybe, just maybe, in time, they will fall in line and do the right thing.
How are they stopping Dangote from supplying petrol?
Because they are still giving people money, licenses to go and import, even when the rules say that if you have a local. This is a good point, a key point.
No, it's exactly that point you're about to make. The Petroleum Industry Act, it tells us then that that oil should not be imported except there is a shortfall in the market. So
exactly,
and Dangote is not able to supply. Is not supplying more than.
But Dangote has just reported that he can supply the entire Nigerian market.
So what's stopping him? There are no restrictions on. He can glut the market if he chooses.
He can't force them to buy. He can't force them to buy. Those groups they form their groups. He can't force that or those organizations to buy completely from him. They are even telling him to increase the price of petrol. That's the way we are now.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. It's a free market economy, isn't it? If he wants that monopoly, which you are agitating for, then he has to price manipulate to the point that he will be the go-to space. I mean,
monopoly is in the sense of monopoly for me is just I don't necessarily sympathize with people that argue for monopoly when there's no other producer of the same goods to compete with. So those who are not producing, if they were producing it to the benefit of Nigeria, that's a different thing. They're just importing it and damaging the economy. That's economic sabotage. I don't even understand why people would
I don't know why you always
no, but it's sabotage. I
know highfalutin words.
No, it's not highfalutin. It's a fact of the situation. They are increasing the demand for the dollar.
It's not a fact of the situation. Hold on, that oil importation can easily be stopped if Dangote prices if he prices his product in a way that they cannot compete with, and it floods the market with it. So
you are the reason why he cannot do that is because they have organizations that they form. It's not like the petrol people that own petrol station individually can just walk to Dangote refinery and buy petrol. That's not how it works. They work through organizations. Those organizations have their own interests. I think I've had one of them come.
Their interest is profit. Yes.
Exactly. So, and their interest is if they feel like the Nigerian Dangote is not going to make them much money, they will support the ones that are importing it. And they are still importing. The federal government is supposed by rule to stop those people from importing. If you have a local producer that can supply the Nigerian market, the rule says that you should stop importing petrol. But I'll watch this space because what I've seen this government do, which I cannot totally just throw them under the bus, is that in time they tend to fall in line. with what is beneficial to
I think
the
you may
country.
be I think you may be misreading it, but you know, it's your fault. So
How?
carry on.
I don't know if I'm misreading it.
Yes, we're running a free market economy, we're running an open economy, and they're saying if there is a shortfall in demand, then then importation can take place. So that's what the law says.
Yeah,
So
but there's no
now,
shortfall in demand.
yeah. So if Dangote can satiate the demand, then he can just flood the market.
Yeah, but he's not being allowed to.
What's stopping him?
Because, like I said, somebody has to come and buy it. He's not going to force it. He doesn't have petrol stations. Somebody has to come and buy it. But the federal government is still allowing those people to use the license when the local producer has it up.
No. And what's stopping those people from coming to buy it? Is it not profit?
Because they don't make. I don't personally. If you ask me, you should ask them that question because I'm not an expert. But what I can tell you regarding that, because if I want to, if I'm looking at it from the outside, I see these people are people that feel like if they import petrol from overseas, their margins increase because they can blend it. The quality that they have to produce is not as much, and if they buy from Dangote, they have to make do with the margins, normal profit that petrol suppliers are supposed to make. But the Nigerian petrol suppliers have been making a killing, selling us at the price of a premium petroleum, while they are actually giving us even substandard below the unleaded petrol quality. So this is what we are dealing with in the country. So I'm not going to litigate that issue at the moment, but I just believe that in terms of the economy improving, the foreign currency improving, 6% is nothing compared to where it should be if this government was accelerating the integration of Dangote refinery and other local refineries too, by the way, into the Nigerian space, instead of having these people keep importing petroleum into the country and increasing the demand for the dollar. The Nigerian economy should be appreciated on that front. So that is the most important aspect. However, regarding that mayoral business, that one, UK has so many minor mayors. Most of the ones he listed there, 6 of them, or just about almost all of them, is minor ones. It's only the London one that is a major mayor that he listed there. So that he was being mischievous. They're trying to talk about the takeover of the UK when most of the mayors are totally more than 30 of other religions. So that said, regarding
and the 80 Sharia courts in the UK,
Sharia, they have 80 Sharia courts in the UK. I don't know.
Yes.
Maybe I don't know if they did. Then it's the UK problem now, isn't it? So I don't think they should be doing that in a country like the UK. No traditional courts are supposed to be allowed. I don't know how that could have happened. I will check that out. Regarding Akpoti's issue with the Akpabio seems to have a history with women, opposing him. I think that he should have allowed her to have a say. Then, as a Senate head, he also has the power to say, you know what, I've heard you now, but you still have to step out. You see what I mean? That is the rule. The rule says if somebody calls I think order 15 or something, you're meant to hear them out.
10.
Is it order 10? Okay, you're meant to hear them out. And after you hear them out, then you can still decide, hey, bye-bye, because that's your right to, as a Senate head, to still do the same thing. And the reasons why she did that, and I can also understand, the day before that day, she said she got a call from the Dangote, this in Akpabio side, saying something about, whether they are going to target him. He's the most hated man in Nigeria, that they will target the protesters, the good governance protesters may attack him. This is how scared these people are, to the point whereby they feel like even a protest in Abuja could lead to them being physically attacked. That's how frightened they are. So, and she was upset that he was insinuating that she may be responsible for why he's the most disliked politician in Nigeria. I don't know how that connection could have been made. But the idea is that when she came to work the next day, she got paranoid and felt like something is up, apart from all the other history she's already had with Akpabio. She even told Kingibe that Akpabio said they needed to meet in some kind of hotel or something like that. And Kingibe, let me show my respect to them, because they are not individuals anymore. They are office holders, senators. I will just qualify all these names I'm mentioning as senators. That's what they are. She Kingibe mentioned that that Akpoti mentioned that she was to meet Akpabio at a hotel or something, and
in his guest house.
Yes, in the guest house, and she advised Akpoti against it, which is the right advice to do, and that is evidence to an extent. And I don't know why Senator Kingibe came on live on television to say there's no evidence of anything. That is a form of evidence. And she just completely disregarded it and said she was representing 2 women when there were about 4 women, including her, which means she's representing 3 women. The way she handled it just didn't seem right. And the entire thing didn't look good. And for me, the most consequential part is the part that a lot of people are not talking about. One, the Ajakuta steel issue that she tried to raise. And Akpoti has been known to be a champion of that industry. And she's, especially the Ajakuta one, she wants the Ajakuta steel to go online because it's strategically important. One of the most important things, just like Dangote has done. If that industry comes online, you will see Nigeria's power start emerging. And such an important thing, Akpabio postponed it 5 times or so. Or the 5th time was when he actually allowed it through. God knows how far it has gone. How is it that they need to convince you to put that thing on the this thing? What is more important than that? How many things in Nigeria is more important than that Ajakuta still be coming online? There are not that many. So the fact that he kept putting it off, either for political reasons because he doesn't like her, or even for whatever other reason, is a sabotage to the nation. You are not supposed to be behaving like that. That's something they should be questioning him on. Why are you doing this type of thing at all? Because you are damaging the country. Secondly, she also revealed something about the way they spend money. That if they don't spend the money, then they go on to share the money. It's like, isn't that a conflict of interest there? If you give somebody money to go and spend for the benefit of a certain group of people, then you tell the person at the same time, if you don't spend the money, you get to share it. Is that not an incentive for them not to spend the money? So they were asking her that they needed to share the money, and she disagreed with that. And she said,
to Nigeria, I think you are getting all of this wrong. As regards what you just said now, that is the office expenses, 980,000 every month for the chairman of each committee, and a clerk is assigned to that. So it's the conversation between herself and the clerk that she was talking about, not the Halo Chamber discussion. It has nothing to do with the Halo Chamber. 2, Natasha Akpoti, before coming into the Senate, was on retainership of Ajaokuta Steel Mill. She represented them in courts. So, Karen, I just want to put
that's
in
a very good thing, isn't it? I think it's a very good thing that, you see, being a representative of Ajaokuta Steel is not something to be ashamed about. I wish I could be, and I will fight tooth and nail to make sure that industry comes alive. That is what we need. We don't need people to be a consultant for JP Morgan or whatever else they go and be consultant for. You want somebody to represent an industry that is critical to Nigeria in Nigeria's well-being. If somebody wants to be supporter of or representative of Dangote, am I going to be against them? No, I'm not going to stand in their way. This Naira that is coming, that is appreciating, is not an enemy of mine. I prefer it that way. Let the Naira keep appreciating, because it makes it easier for us to buy things overseas. That said, that's a different point. Regarding what you mentioned about the expenditure, what I heard her say was that if they don't spend the money, they get to share it. So
it's the clerk who told her that. In this case, a lady.
Yes.
But she said, we bought photocopy machine once from the funds. I saved the rest. I left there when it was about 13,000. But when I left and I checked the account again, they've depleted it.
Yes, it was when she left, I think it was in millions. I think over 100 or 50 something million or so. That
no, I don't know. It said 13 million. No, it's office expenses now.
Okay. Let's say 13 million was in the account, but by the time she left, within a couple of God knows how long, it was around remaining 100,000. They've spent the money. So the point I'm making is that if you have an incentive to share the money, if you don't spend it, that is
on what authority is she saying that they shared the money?
She brought evidence for she brought the bank statement. She brought the bank statement. If you want to have evidence, that's
if she could buy a photocopier with it, they could have learned from her, and maybe they bought a lot of things, including spare tire.
No,
I'm just joking. Anyway,
what she said was that they didn't have any need to buy anything because she was in the same office, and she saw that they wanted her to share the money, and she disagreed with that.
Sorry, is she talking about her office or the Senate?
No, the committee she's heading.
Her own office, the committee she's heading. So that's what she's talking about. And she said, why should we share the money when this money belongs to the people? We should save it in case we need it later on. And she went on to actually get this in a photocopier from it, and even said that they needed to hire more, or even she was looking for more qualified people to represent her office instead of them hiring consultants, because they keep telling her to hire people from the outside all the time. So the way she has carried herself in politics, even against all the odds, we know all the stuff. I've been watching her progress even before she became a senator, and all the kind of thing that has been said about her, and she still carried on trying to do the right thing by the people. I'm not really seeing anything she's done wrong. If anybody has seen anything that she's done wrong by the Nigerian people, they can highlight it. I've not, and I don't understand why some people just come and start criticizing her compared to Akpabio, criticizing her. If you cannot have somebody like Senator Akpoti in politics as somebody you can hold up, who else do we have?
What would you know? She has a history of telling lies and making allegations. You know that.
I don't know whether she has a history of that. If you have any evidence of her lying about somebody, you can produce it.
She lied about Reno Omokri. We played the evidence here yesterday.
What did she lie about?
This same allegation.
Okay, if she said Omokri did that, do you have evidence that Omokri didn't do it?
Yes.
Hello, woman. Hello.
What is the evidence that Omokri didn't do it?
Sorry, enigmatic. She alleged that.
Yes, I was just testing my mic.
Yes.
Testing my mic. Testing my mic.
Yeah. You come after.
Enigmatic, don't go. You come after to Niger. I'll come after you. Okay.
Yes.
You are satisfied. All right.
Yeah. She said that Reno Omokri sexually approached her at a banquet event that was being hosted by Good Dog Jonathan 2014. That banquet event was for the Kenyan president, Kenyatta, Uhuru Kenyatta. But Reno Omokri, he was actually out of the country then, to the point that Reno Omokri had to present his passport when he was stamped out of the country and when he was stamped back in. And those dates, they did not cohere with what Natasha Akpoti alleged, that he sexually approached her at an event that he wasn't even at. And the same thing with her husband as well. There's all sorts of. She's a very shady woman.
Okay,
very shady.
no, hold on. So based on stamps in a passport, is that how we ascertain whether Reno Omokri is guilty or not?
No, to Niger. She deleted all those posts, and she compensated monetarily for her faux pas.
In court?
No, she settled out of court.
Out of court settlement.
But how do we know that?
They are all documented stuff now. So what are you even doing?
But we don't know that. We don't know.
We do know that.
Evidence of it.
I
would like to see evidence of it because I don't know.
Send it to.
Well, hold on. Go and watch
send it to Niger.
Let him go and check it
himself.
I would like to see evidence.
You
don't just malign somebody without evidence. If you want, because you were able to play other evidence here.
Hold on. I presented it yesterday. It's not in dispute. She's not even disputing it, so don't dispute it on her behalf. And they are all chasing Reno Omokri.
Okay, just in settled people doesn't mean he's guilty. Just because doesn't mean you're guilty.
How do you quickly resolve that Akpabio is guilty then?
I never said anything about Akpabio being guilty.
But
actually
you
said
you are
that
talking towards a point. You were leaning towards
the point
towards
I
a
was
side.
making, you notice
should
that
be in
the point
middle.
I made was Akpabio has a history. I never said whether he's
Okay,
So
when you are
also
talking of
Natasha
history,
has history.
so also it's Natasha.
okay,
That's what I'm telling
yeah,
you.
but I'm not. See, I never said who is
It
guilty.
takes two to tango.
Then go and do your
I
go and
never
do your
said who is
findings.
guilty here. The one I'm
Do your findings.
highlighting
Don't
is
just
the
be
areas that
a
truly
talking
concern.
head. Don't just be a talking
Hold on,
head. Do your
calm
findings.
down. I never said who is guilty. The area I'm highlighting is the Ajekuta Steel issue and the conflict of interest in committee members.
Even that Ajakuta issue, self, right? Go back to the history of it and how things have muddled up. And look, this woman, no, probably when you done talking,
Let him finish so you can have your
just
flow.
go ahead and let me.
Yeah, I don't. For the lack of
Tinaja, please. Tinaja, before you go ahead, when it comes to Natasha Akpoti, our promiscuousness is nothing to write home about. She was once married to Alade Rani. We know how she left Alade Rani just for £5,000 Becky back at Heathrow Airport. Led to a divorce straight up. I can tell you.
Let me
I only
say
had
this.
my own.
Hold on.
Hold on now. Hold on.
Go ahead.
2021. Hold on now.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Hold on. I'll tell you. This is my name. I'll tell you my name. 2021. I don't want to say it anyway. Let's forget it. One man over. I want to talk about. From my PA to I mean their crew. So all to Habib, Saraki, they are all my babes as in friends. So forget about that woman. She has nothing to write home about.
So promiscuity is not guilt. You know that, don't you? Promiscuity is allowed. It's not against the law.
No, that is not promiscuity though. She has actually made these allegations against other notable names all through her history. And it's well known. So it's not
okay.
It's not
so
even.
if
It's not
that
even
is
anything controversial. So
okay, let's say is he said, she said, and Akpabio himself have been accused of similar stuff.
Yeah, so that's why people are saying a plague on both their houses. So you
he
cannot
said,
hold
she
up,
said.
yeah.
Why do you think I spend more time? Why do you
yeah.
think I spend more time on the other two issues that she revealed? Because I actually think those two issues are more consequential to us in terms of the conflict of interest in the way they share money and the conflict of the issues why Akpabio was not willing to allow an issue as important as Ajekuta Steel to be discussed in the House of Senate. That is more serious than the accusation. If you think about it now, it's even less. This accusation of sexual harassment is even less important now, because if you look at the two of them have a history of. If you are saying two of them have a history of he said, she said, then what is really important in what was revealed is sharing of money and people not talking about things that are very critical to the nation's well-being because of this pettiness in the House of Senate. Because personally, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of Nigerians getting things wrong all the time. You want to go the next 10 years, we don't have light. We Dangote that is functioning goes belly up. We have to, all these things you have to build on it, keep building on it until it's unassailable. The Nigeria's progress will keep rising and rising until we all start returning back home and eating akara every morning and enjoying ourselves. That is how it's supposed to be. And people like Akpoti, if they represent an element of that solution, we are supposed to be backing them, because clearly, I don't see what Akpabio is doing that is bettering the nation. I don't see what that man is doing. I've not seen one major thing that man has done. I can say, you know what? Maybe we should give him a benefit of the doubt. But Akpoti, I've seen stuff that she's done. Let's face it. If you compare both of them, she's done some things that you can say is beneficial to the nation.
Have you been to Akwa Ibom before?
The things she pushes for, the things she's pushing for, I actually support those things. What is Akpabio pushing for that I want to support?
Have you been to Akwa Ibom State before? Akwa Ibom State. Have you been there before?
Yeah. Akwa Ibom is there to Port Harcourt. I grew up in Port Harcourt.
Akpabio try for Akwa Ibom.
If you say Akpabio has tried for Akwa Ibom,
they have the best roads,
the
best stadium,
Akwa Ibom has
the
been
best
like
hospital.
that forever. See,
no,
all this is why do we always say that one person changes? See, no nation, no state in Nigeria is world class. Don't even close. We are not where we need to be.
We are
and
not
Akpabio is at the front. Sorry.
Compare Akwa Ibom with your state.
Why are you trying to compare mediocrity? I'm not here for mediocrity.
All right. Start to bring it home.
I'm not here for mediocrity. Why should I be worrying about?
To Niger, you have to understand that there's some gaps in your knowledge of the Nigerian space. You know, because you're very she's an attractive woman anyway. Maybe that seduced you a little bit. But you're very quick to leap to her defense, but she's not done anything.
This is the thing I just admonished Nigerians for earlier on. Nigerian men talking about her looks all the time is very, very demeaning to.
Is that not what seduced you to leap to her defense?
No. Not even close. You think I care? Her looks is not my my favorite aspect. What my favorite aspect is some of the stuff she stood for. There are not how many politicians speak up about Ajekuta still. You guys should be supporting her. This is life and
she has vested interest too. Don't put that aside. So it's conflict.
Let's say she has a vested interest.
She's a consultant to the Russians who are looking to get it again.
See, even if she's a consultant to devil himself,
and she's Russian as well.
Let me finish now. Calm down.
Russian.
Yes. Even if she's a consultant to the devil, that is going to get Ajekuta still working. I don't care. Because the others are not doing anything to get it working, are they? So, and she's the only one talking about it. This is, if something is important to your people, what do you care about where it's coming from?
Niger, please just let me interject for 15 seconds. Fine, your points about that, fine. She's taking up the matter. Well, as a member of the Hallowed Chamber, there are ways to do these things. It is called LOBBY. She has to lobby. Even in United States Congress, it's all about lobbying. You go through the appropriation committee if you want your bills passed, if you need money. You don't have to beat it on people's head and force it down the throat of the other senators.
But how
it's about limited money.
But the people that you are saying that you should lobby against are the same people. This same Akpabio is the one that rushed a foreign woman's national anthem through the assembly and passed it. Now our people have to be singing to a British woman's national anthem. That same Akpabio is the one that rushed it through. But when it comes to
that was a presidential bill.
Plan, yeah. Head of state can stop it if he wants to.
Oh, sure.
Head of state can postpone it if he wants to.
Do you even know how politics works? Even in America,
no, I don't know how politics works.
A member of Congress, go and find out. Just last week, a member of Congress, Congressman Frost from Florida, he was kicked out through the sergeant of arms kicked him out from deliberation. So there are rules. There are rules to everything. Even at where you work, right? There are standard operating, techniques. There are rules that you have to follow.
What if the rules are a rule of perpetual poverty?
All right, two more minutes to Niger.
Yeah, thank you, one man. What if the rules are the rules of perpetual poverty for people that refuse to talk about things that matter to your nation? They don't want to do anything. Why do you think your nation is insecure today? Because some leaders like that refuse to do the right thing based on their rules right now. Somebody has to shake up that rule so that they will go and do the right thing by the people. And maybe she's doing them a favor even, to reveal some of all these things, these weaknesses that they have, this fear that they have all the time. Look at what he was calling her, telling her something about whether they are going to attack him. Who is going to attack you when you have not done anything wrong? If you don't have not done anything wrong, why are you worried? If you are not busy rejecting Ajekuta still this bill, God knows how many other bills that they reject. This is a man that was reading the currency, this in the amount in the the budget, and he was like, this money is too big for me. It's like, why? What kind of mediocrity is this? I don't care whether who sleeps with who and who didn't sleep with who. That is something that will be arbitrated by both of them in court if they want to deal with that one in court. It's about the rules of the Senate, and it's about the way we are being governed. If the rule says that if somebody uses order 10, you're supposed to hear them out, then you should have just heard that out and disagreed, period. Then send that out.
You have to use all that 10 when you are sitting on your proper seat.
Let him land so that we can go.
You can decide. No, they say you have to hear them. It doesn't matter where they are. You have to hear them out.
No. She misinterpreted it.
The point, you don't have to be sitting on your chair before you make the order 10. The idea is that
108 out of 109 said that is it. You have to be on your assigned seat before you apply order 10. only
not
one of
necessarily.
the 109th person is the only dissenting voice, which is Natasha Akpoti Idua.
No, see the other. See, they said if there is an infringement that is that is thought to have been done, then because she didn't know that they were changing seat, nobody informed her.
She did know. The sergeant of arms told her.
That's when she walked in. If I'm not mistaken.
She insisted on sitting on where she came into Kosro. She was told that she has been reassigned, but she insisted on sitting on the space that she usually sits on.
Yeah, I heard. No, they told her after. They didn't let her know before, like the day. Because if you want to reassign seats, you know, it's not something that happens just immediately. It's something that can happen the day before, 2 days before. They would have informed her that, okay, you know what, this is the process that is going to be coming in. She came in that day paranoid from the night before of the call that they called her. Then on the day she noticed that they are moving her seats.
Yeah, you're making a lot of assumptions on her behalf. You know?
Exactly.
I'm basing it on what she said at the interview. Not assumption, it's what she said. I'm just trying to put you in her own frame of mind too. You come to your office.
I listened to that interview. Your time is up, though. But the buzz was on the in the corridor that same morning. That's where she picked it up, according to her. I listened to that interview and I paid due attention.
In the end, anyway, my summary before I stop is that we should focus on the things that truly matter, the way we are being governed, and why some of these key bills are not being looked into more closely so that our nation can move forward. And I also noticed that even Aero 5 made some comment recently that is quite pertinent. You know, there was one thing he said in that long interview he gave that I don't know whether a lot of people missed it, when he said when they wanted to take over, they were like, you either give us power or we die. That was the approach that they took it to this. That was the amount of force that was required to dislodge PDP from power. And if anybody is going to hope to dislodge this government from power, they have to be prepared for a strong battle. And personally, based on what I see on the ground, they are not ready. Thank you.
Why would they want to dislodge the government anyway when they are? Let's go
next person, please.
Let's go to Enigmatic who joins us. So Enigmatic, you're up next. The conversation, your contribution. We're talking about Natasha.
One man, I beg you for 1 minute, just 1 minute indulgence before I disappear. I forgot to mention about it because this one is not very serious. I know people like Kolata will get their bunches in a twist and all the rest about this Yoruba thing that we keep talking about. You played where Wole saying, I don't know what this movement is about. If you look at the South American culture, it's mixed up between the Central Africa and that of Africa, that's Nigeria. In terms of Yoruba being the most studied African, man, that if you say Nigeria, maybe. But even then,
you will ask anything to him, or I think
they say all kinds of stuff that doesn't add up. There is Nubian civilization. There is the Kush one. There is Songa Empire, Mali Empire, the Nok culture. Yes, those ones they created many documentaries are made of them. So for some people to just be saying, "Oh, Yoruba is the most studied culture in Africa," it's like, come on, man, let's not.
If you go to all of the African studies departments in all of the tertiary institutions globally, I think you'll find that Yoruba studies is the most studied. You know,
I can tell you why. One man.
Agree with that. How many documentaries have been made?
Even
answer the question. It's not Yoruba studies. It's IFA studies, but they're hiding under Yoruba.
Is Yoruba
yeah. But how many documentaries
IFA studies? One man. It's not Yoruba. It's not Yoruba study.
Have you watched the documentary Bigger Than Africa? Have you watched Bigger Than Africa?
Gentlemen, one voice. I was just going to say, if you go to the West in the 60s, the 70s, up the way to is Yoruba culture, Dashiki, adopting Yoruba names, all of these things.
Dasiki is not Yoruba. Dasiki is not Yoruba culture, one man.
All right, let's just all right. Let's just
Okay, it's okay. Let's bring
how
it
can I
down.
name a documentary? How can I name a documentary in the
Then
middle
why
of
do
a
you say
stream?
that is the most studied when there are documentaries of other civilizations in Africa?
Because it's a universal fact. That's why I stated
Oh, look at that! Look at that! It's all good. I appreciate the tolerance and giving me the extra 1 minute. And thank you, Baba. I appreciate
You're
you giving
welcome.
me the pass. I appreciate it. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, thank you to Nigeria. It's never a tolerance, always a delight anytime you're here. So, equally delightful, enigmatic, Hondi, enigmatic. You're up next.
Yeah, thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Ramadan don't start.
Ami alaikum salam.
Yeah. So, I have maybe I'll crave your indulgence before I move. I want to discuss this Natasha Akpabio thing. One, I want to touch briefly on the Rivers and Fubara thing, and then I think that would be it. Maybe. So, but first of all, I'll be as pellucid as possible, and I'll be as succinct as possible as well. And I will very, very, very factual. I don't have a dog in their fight. Akpabio and Natasha, they have a history, and people should be very, very cautious and very, very, they need to find a mid section when they are making some of these conversation, particularly when it comes to serious allegation like this. Sexual harassment is a weighty allegation that people should not just be political about. When we are looking at sexual harassment on the professional side of it, there are several things and several components that you must consider. We all understand the fact that nobody should actually pick a victim out of that, but rather we should be looking at a common ground, and the common ground should always be seeking justice to that. So sexual harassment, as we all know, right? You have to basically focus on certain elements, like 6 elements or factors or components. But the major one out of those components which is more or less like a sine qua non, is the evidence, the part of the evidence of it, right? And those evidential proof that you can leverage your point when you are alleging, sexual harassment. One of them is maybe like emails. It could be emails like paper trails, and then messages. It could be audio. It could be otherwise. It could be WhatsApp, all those stuff. Recordings as well, right? So those are those, and then you look at the witness statements and the patterns. So in this instance, if any of them is able to provide the emails or the correspondence, right? Or probably any of them can actually provide anything that has to do with messaging, text messages, calls, and via WhatsApp or any other social media platform. Recordings, which could be audio or otherwise, and then witness statement. In this case so far, the 2 witnesses that we've actually identified by virtue of what we've learned so far from those 2 angles, Akpabio's wife is a witness, and Akpoti's husband is a witness. Akpoti's husband being a witness to Akpoti, Akpabio's wife being a witness to Akpabio. So other witnesses, for now, we are not aware until the case is actually deliberated in a court of competent jurisdiction. And then let's speak about the pattern. The 2 of them, they both have pattern. So far, so good from what this is my own personal opinion now. So on the issue of the pattern now, Akpabio, either allegedly proven or otherwise, we've heard that he had issue at the time with the former MD or thereabout of NDDC who had similar allegation of sexual harassment against Akpabio, right? I don't know if there are others, but if that is clear, even if it is a scintilla of of allegation. That is just an allegation out there, and that can be categorized and defined as a pattern on the part of Akpabio. On the part of Natasha Akpoti, she does equally have pattern of sexual allegation and accusation against individuals. She has actually in the past, had allegation of sexual harassment against the ex-governor of Kogi State, Yaya Bello. He has had the same thing with Fayemi, the ex-governor of Ekiti State and the former minister of mineral resources. He has had the same allegation against Dino Melaye, against Reno Omokri, now Akpabio, right? And even our current husband, right? I will send you maybe the thing later on, man. You can share with people, they can read the content of the lawsuit she filed against her current husband now. So you will see the content of that, and you will even question yourself as a man, why did this dude actually proceed to eventually marry this lady? Because that allegation happened 2 years prior to their marriage eventually. Give me a second, please. Sorry, just a second.
All right, you know this narrative around Natasha. It's still very much it's still
Okay,
the vestiges of all right, carry on.
Yeah. So now, when you read this allegation quite succinctly, you understand that any man going forward that will be dealing with this woman will have to be very careful, particularly if you are within the professional circle or you are a politician. And I believe right now I believe they will be very careful with her, because now they know the type of person she is. Right or wrong, there are patterns already. So speaking of those patterns now, in 2014 or thereabout, she Akpoti, right? Because the strawman argument or the strawman analysis that Naija was making the other time. Now, Akpoti seems, there's a claim that Akpoti and the Akpabios, they have family friendship going on. They have some relationship behind the scene beyond the political landscape, right? Maybe through the husband, the chief Uduahan, or through herself, but something is happening between the two families. So what could have actually degenerated to the point that they are bringing themselves to the public, particularly within the Senate hallowed chamber? Number two, this woman was one of the beneficiaries of the NDDC, one of the major contractors, or so to speak, that had one of the major contracts in NDDC. I think a contract of 7 billion or thereabout. Go back to the record, the same time, the same period, the same year that she got that contract. Who was the minister of NDDC? It was Akpabio. This same Akpabio. So when you go back to this thing, you will see that it's like they had something going on in the past, and something has gone wrong between them. Nobody can say. So that's why I always, when it comes to situation like this, people should actually take a mid-road approach, and just pick the one you see and let them go and figure it out in the court. Particularly when they are having, then on the part of the rule of the Senate, that is a clear different ball game. If she wants to come to the Senate to be an aluta person, Senate is not a place where you can be an aluta. You cannot have an Olmoyele or somebody like that in the Senate without having issues on a daily basis. He's not going to conform with the rules of the Senate. So the conventional rules that actually guides and then the Senate, she seems to be so deference to that for now, and she will have to understand that she's a senator representing a region in Nigeria. Even on the day of that situation, you could see it's not possible to the point that you don't have anybody at all standing on your corner. Even the women, your colleagues, the female colleagues who should be on your corner, at least one of them, none of them is standing by you. The ex-deputy governor of Rivers State, Senator Ipalibo, right? The deputy governor to Wike, she was one of those first people that went to approach her, regardless of the situation. Just calm your nerves, right? And then just they spoke to her. Those people. She's not. Those people are older than her. Let's not even talk about the age. But she wouldn't listen to nobody. Eventually, she had to do what she needed to do, and then she knows. I believe she knows how to turn on the mobs to use the media, to use the social media against the Senate, and that's another thing they will probably have to deal with in the ethics hearing when they get to that level. But the fact remains that there are rules that you cannot circumvent. The Senate leader, Okoyemi Bamidele, was trying to come into the situation. She accused the Senate leader again, Okoyemi Bamidele, of threatening her. She has threatened to even to file a lawsuit against Okoyemi Bamidele, and Okoyemi Bamidele told her, by the grace of God, go ahead with your lawsuit, and I will be waiting for you. So you are filing lawsuits against the Senate president, against the Senate leader, against the minority leader, and Senator Ireti Kingibe, who was on your side at a point, who was supposed to even be like a mother figure to you. At a point now, everybody is trying to hold their breath and see what actually are you doing. So people can hate Akpabio, which is right, and people can hate APC, which is right. But the fact remains that the critical elements of filing or probably making allegation of sexual harassment, I just read them out to you. The two of them, they have patterns, so they can go and trash everything out in the court. And the thing that I told you about what even she filed against her husband now, right? One man, if you were that bro and you still go ahead to marry this woman with that type of allegation, demanded 10 billion naira for damages for the husband you actually wanted to marry and you eventually married 2 years after, right? With series of allegations, I will still look at you like you must be a simp or you are such a person is very stupid. That is by the way. Then on the part of River State, when this issue of River State started, right? A couple of us came over here to deliberate on what could be the end and what could actually be the light of the light at the end of the tunnel. But most of the time, it's quite monotonous when we come over here sometimes, with a clear mind to see things the way it is. But most of the time, we always get to see ourselves, having to deliberate with people with this, which becomes like a travesty, to engage in most of the fallacious syllogism with individuals that resort to straw man debate or straw man argument, right? Trying to continue to wallow in this ineptitude of it could be this, it could be that. But law is very, very sacrosanct and it does not lie. So just the way I'm not supporting the nonsense that Obasa is doing in Lagos State, I wouldn't have supported the nonsense that a state governor is trying to run a state with 3 members of House of Assembly, right? And then you are appropriating budget to yourself and then doing everything. Now there's a pronouncement from the Supreme Court. So regardless of what has happened in the past, because at the point, remember one man, they were trying to have a political solution that would have actually provided Fubara or given Fubara a soft landing, right? It would have been a win-win situation for both Fubara and Nyesom Wike. But because of the silliness of the elders in that place, they muddled everything up. And we said it over here that if that thing goes through the constitutional means, it's going to be a lose-lose, right? Either hand is going to be a beating hand for Fubara. This is what has happened. Because when they go through the political solution, they could have a compromise, right? They could have a compromise and there will be some, give and take at the end of the day. And then they will work something out. But now the only thing that Fubara can actually control is the executive branch that he has, right? The Senate, the pronouncement from the Supreme Court has given Nyesom Wike's camp now, right, the control of the House of Assembly. He has given Nyesom Wike's camp the control of the entire local government administration. So, and then in furtherance to that, the Supreme Court also made a very significant pronouncement that the Accountant General of the Federation and the CBN must not make remittances to River State until the River State governor has done the needful. What is that needful? Going to the constitutionally recognized member of the House of Assembly, right, in their real quorum, to present the budget in the real sense that it should be. So it means there is a possibility that even Fubara holding the executive will be running the executive flying blind with no budget, right? So now, where is the way forward? How would I advise Wike? If I have the power to advise Wike today, I will say, Wike, look, take it or leave it. You've won this guy hands down. He's a small boy, and it has shown in all his politicking. You've taken your win. Go away with your win. Run away with that win.
Wike
Don't
was
try to
talking
put it in
about
water.
it was talking about impeachment in one of the headlines that I glimpsed a few days ago. It was talking about it was saying what Fubara did is impeachable, which is to say, then now that he has that power, he may well use it.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything Fubara have done so far, quite impeachable offenses, gross impeachable offenses. Even from when you see the text from the Supreme Court, they even actually lampooned him for his activity trying to by pulling down the House of Assembly complex because you had a whiff that you are going to be impeached or stuff like that. So even beyond that, one man, like I said, yes, under the law, everything he has done has been quite ultra-virus to the provisions of the ground norm of the Constitution. He has done everything wrong. He has given power for a major impeachment that nobody will blink at the way he will be impeached easily. But if I have to advise Wike, I will say, Wike, look, just let him run his 2 years out, right? You take your win, control the local government, have the control of the House of Assembly. You have the power of the House of Assembly. You are not going to then the Supreme Court has even buttered your bread, sweetened your tea now that no funds will be coming to Rivers State through the Accountant General of the Federation. It means you don't even have to bother about passing any budget for him. So whatever he brings to the House of Assembly, appointments and everything, you stifle him for the next 4 years, for the next 2 years. Let him run the course of the next 2 years. Frustration and everything will set in, and then you guys can get ready for the next election. If he's still on the ballot, you come up with your own camp and have a candidate that will counter him in the major election, and whoever wins, then you take it and move with it. So that is what I will advise Wike. But I know that is not going to work because Rivers State, naturally, we know the type of people they are. We know who they are. One man. It's like they do not have any venture in that state than politics. So there's never been any governor from at least 1999 that we've not had issues, particularly in Rivers State. And the major issue in Rivers State that I don't really see, the common sense in, they have elders. They have both political elders and social elders and traditional elders. They've tried the political solution. It failed. The constitutional solution has just been tried, and then there are some wins on that. But that constitutional solution, they won't take it. Now let's look at the societal solution, where the elders will come in, where the political elders and all the supposed elder statesmen will come in and deliberate and talk to these individuals. They are two sons of the soil. But instead of the elders taking a liberal, right, a liberal, unbiased position, they've already taken positions here and there. So it means you don't even have good elders in that place. So every strata of a solution will fail, and everything will come to anarchy. Where do they want to go from there? So at this point, from the pronouncement of the Supreme Court, if anything goes forward to cause anarchy or chaos, then people should be looking forward to maybe a state of emergency in Rivers State. But I will advise Wike's camp, take that win, control the House of Assembly, control this local government. Your local government chairman, they will be getting their direct allocation from FEC.
Would you not suggest that Wike strikes and just gets rid of, because this guy is clearly a present and imminent danger to at least James and Wike. And not that he's doing anything in Rivers State. We're not hearing any projects being commissioned. All we hear is him fighting Wike. It's going on 2 years now. Should you not just remove him immediately and then just get rid of him? Why not just get rid of him? I mean, what's the consequence of that?
The consequence of that is that Rivers State is too polarized. One man is too, and I don't want. If we have maybe a northern president, I don't mind, right? Then I know those ones, but we have somebody from the southwest. I don't want a situation whereby Rivers State will degenerate, and then South it will become because it's southwest person is APC. But the fact remains that even if they threaten that, oh, we are going to make Nigeria suffer, that is not going to work eventually, because Nigeria, we've had regions, we have people who say Nigeria, they will make Nigeria suffer. At the end of the day, it is their region that is suffering. Every other region is moving on. So if Rivers people are wise enough, they should call their two sons and iron this thing out. Like I said, one man again, if I have to speak to Wike, I will say, Wike, look, you have the control of the local government, right? Consolidate on what you have. There's FG autonomy already in the local LG autonomy now. So the guy is not going to have any impact, any say on who gets worse to the local government. You have the entire local government, you have the entire House of Assembly, and the entire House of Assembly, they do have the constitutional power to impeach this guy, even the first thing on Monday morning, because he has committed several series of impeachable offenses. One man, right? So if politically, I would have wished they could do that. That on Monday morning, the first thing we hear in the news is that Fubara has been impeached. That would be a very good news for me, right? But on the other hand, I don't want that to happen. I feel a little pity for that guy, because he's a victim of himself. He's a victim of his ignorance, and he's a victim of his political Lilliputian mind. He was pushed around by political failures and enemies of Wike. And this is the reason, as a politician, do not adopt the enemies of your enemy. Do your own thing and craft your own strategy. There's no way you get into power within less than a year. You are trying to inherit political enemies of Wike for 8 years. Wike has been there for 8 years. He has consolidated powers. He has done everything for good 8 years. Even if you want to fight this man, wait until you are done with your first term, where you can galvanize, coalesce, and consolidate power for 4 years, not less than a year. That you don't even have control. You don't even have control of any of the strata of the government. You don't have the control of the legislative arm of government. You don't have control of the local government. You don't have the control of the party structure. You don't have control of no structure. The only people you have behind you and are the disgruntled elements who are political enemies of your godfather. And you do not have a track record of being a political strategy, or you have not actually immersed, you have not actually leveraged yourself learning the rope of politics. And that was the reason Wike brought you in. Wike brought you in to govern as a technocrat. Why? It shields you as that political guy who can wield away all these political hyenas around you. But eventually, what did you do? You took yourself to those political hyenas who are hungry. Those guys have been hungry for solid 8 years from River State funds, from federal funds. All of a sudden, they see a mumu like you. Of course, they will perch around you. And look at the situation now. So if I were Wike, for the pity of that is the pity of the pitiable side of me, because of Ramadan. Let him do these 2 years and get his nonsense and get away, because he has even not done anything so far. But on the hardcore of me, the politics side of me, I will say the first thing on Monday morning, I want to see everywhere Governor has been impeached by the House of Assembly. That would be a good news. So that is how I will state that, one man. But at the end of the day, I think people will listen. Hello, can you hear me?
We all can carry on. I think you have been we can hear you. I thought we were being interrupted by a conversation where you are.
No, I thought my stuff. But that's just the way I would say it. So the House of Assembly, they should on Monday send him a notice. Mr. Governor, we give you 2 weeks. Come and represent the budget of the House, and then they should start making paper trails on him. If the 2 weeks elapses and he fails to actually show up, then document that against him. Right? That is an impeachable offense. So they can start from scratch and be friendly, or start from scratch and get rid of him easily if he still wants to be, a dickhead that he is already. So either hands is a losing out already for him, but he needs to be very careful. The likes of Celestino Meyer, all those politicians that you rely on, they cannot save you. If Atiku cannot save himself, how will Atiku save you? the Bauchi governor cannot save himself, how look at all the people around him that are telling him to do the craziness he's doing. How do you want to fight, an entrenched political figure for solid 8 years, less than a year in office, when the only thing you think you have the money? Now the money is being stripped off you now. This is not federal government pronunciation now. This is Supreme Court, the highest court in the land. They've said no money for you until you do this. So you should eat the humble pie and respect, the sanctity of that office of the speaker, and do the needful. Go through the 2 years. And in politics, one man, in politics, nothing is impossible. He can still play his way back, to find friendliness and get back to the house. But at the end of the day, I know even if he comes to them, they won't give him the second term ticket. Just hit your humble pie, right through the 2 years, and move on. If they don't give you a ticket, if you are still good to them, they can maybe give you a ticket to the Senate. That or probably land you softly, rather than you being impeached. So, and then in Lagos State, Obasa, which is crazy.
All right, start to bring it home, enigmatic, so we can hear from Baba.
Yeah. In Lagos State, Obasa, which is craziness. I don't know what is happening there. The member of the GAC, they need to step up. Tinubu is not going to babysit them forever in Lagos State. Tinubu is in Abuja doing his national work, right? And like I said, Baba, you are hearing me now. If you have people you can talk to within the GAC, right? This is an absolute disgrace to the APC family in Lagos.
What we're even advocating is we scrap GAC. It's no more a useful instrument.
Now, there's so much chaos and incompetence right after Tinubu's movement to Abuja. Tinubu is getting to that level where he is. You see, I wish he just stay away from them. Let them either fix their problem, let them sink or fix themselves. Because it cannot continue to do the job for them. And this is particularly important because we know in this country that when things go wrong in Lagos State, everybody is quick to blame Tinubu for it. But when Lagos flourishes, when Lagos develops, suddenly the credit goes to the phantom figures and the revisionist history of Lord Lugard, right? Since 1999, they won't say anything. But let's face the fact. Like I said again, I'm putting it to you now, Baba. They need to self-govern themselves. Tinubu, he has carried them for too long, and they need to understand the fact that this is quite pathetic, right? The house of cards in that APC, they need to get themselves together. Obasao and Sanwo-Olu, whatever the nonsense is going on between the two of them, they need to come together and show themselves not to be weaklings who will squander, Lagos political dominance, and enough of these excuses for all of them trying to be relevant. Tinubu should leave them alone. If you want to sink, let them sink. That's what
I agree with you, enigmatic. There is no time actually this fight wouldn't come on. The only prayer I have is that Lagos State, beyond 2027, needs just 2 more cycles of election, a 2-term governor that will take us into 2035 for Lagos to become stabilized, that even a goat can be brought in to rule Lagos and the foundation will not shake because the controlling institutions will have been seated properly. That's the only thing. But this thing is too early. That's why it has to be nipped in the bud very quickly so that it doesn't escalate. Thank you, enigmatic. Carry on, enigmatic.
Omar, thank you. Let me go and get ready for the Lord's work. We'll talk again.
All right. What's the greeting for Salah? What should we be saying to you?
Ramadan Kareem.
Ramadan Kareem. Yes, yeah. I know you are a very steadfast guy. Anyway, so I know you'll survive it. I cannot imagine myself fasting.
Okay,
and I don't even eat that much. But the idea of denying myself something, it propels me to want to do it. I don't have the discipline, I don't think.
Don't worry. God, Almighty Allah will give you the discipline. It's easy.
I mean,
all right, well done. I remember also your are we allowed people to say that? Remember also your prayers.
Yeah, no problem. I will remember all of you. No worry.
All right, well done. So, all right, of course, that's one of the founding members of the platform, Enigmatic on Day. So that was Enigmatic. So thank you, Enigmatic. From Enigmatic onto Baba Link in the comment section. Anybody that wants to hop on. Baba, floor yours.
Yeah, quickly, let me go into the meat of the matter. I think the popular topic today is this Natasha issue. But I want to
sorry, Baba. Anybody not yet subscribed, please do. If you have not clicked on the like button, please do as well. We need numbers up. Sorry, Baba, carry on.
Yeah, thank you. I think I will come from a different perspective and build up my point. All men should listen to me carefully because I think we've been very careless and we don't take things seriously. And I now classified us as endangered species. We are endangered species. In the last 50 years, we have seen the rise of women in all spheres of life, politics, economy, domestic, and all the rest. Women have risen and they've taken this space. Rightfully so. They are no more the weaker vessel. They control things because the hands that rock the cradle rules the world. I want us to pay attention in the sense that, look, a woman or women generally, as we speak, they have the upper hand. And if you think you want to deride Akpabio for whatever your reasons may be, admittedly is notorious. No doubt about that. He has history about women, correct? But then this also could happen to you. False accusation. I'm not saying her accusation against Akpabio is false. But of course, she has it in her history of making false allegations. And it could happen to you in your office, on the street you live, in the restaurant you eat, in your family even. And until it happens to you, you will not know the devastation it can cause. Men have been driven to suicide for false allegation. Take, for instance, why I say we are endangered species. As you are, like me, I'm a grandfather. I have, out of my grandchildren, I have 3 teenagers already. In the heydays, my granddaughter could walk in, even as teenager, Lagbaja, bye, come, give me a kiss, sit on my lap, and things like that. All you feely, touchy thing, showing emotions. I can't do that now. It's not possible. But somebody somewhere will be looking at you and say, this lecherous old man, how dare you put a teenager on your lap? Yes, that is happening now. But it's nothing in those days. As I say now, I cannot take a grandchild of 4 years old, female, and give her a bath. I cannot. But my wife can take a 4-year-old grandson and give him a bath. No problem. Are you catching my drift? My wife can carry a grandson on her lap.
Yeah, I was actually reflecting on that, what you're saying now. I was reflecting on it just the other day.
Yeah, look, I have, here in America, I have 2 daughters who are in their 20s already. It is my house. I do everything, but I have to go to their door and knock and ask, can I come in? My daughter.
The one you used to bathe the other day.
Exactly. Now, all I do now, because I feel embarrassed, I'm self-conscious that what has this world turned into? So I have to call them, even from the dining, a short distance, to call with phone. Thank God for WhatsApp. Lagbaja, please come. I want to see you in the same house, because I don't want to face the embarrassment of knocking my own daughter's door in my own house. That can I come in? But my wife, when she is going to my son's room, she just opens the door and flow in. Society permits that. She's a woman. She goes to the daughter's rooms. You just open the door and enter, which I can't do. That's why I say we are endangered, especially. We have to be conscious of this. There are laws you don't even know. Nigeria is one of the few that don't have that law they call marital or spousal rape. Yes. Marital or spousal rape. Even in this West Africa, there are a lot of countries who have that laws. I can tell you a story of a married woman who have a commissioner of police, not in Nigeria, as a boyfriend. And then the two connive together because the Nigerian husband is propertied. And she filed that the husband raped her. And he lost so many things. But he doesn't belong there. He's assumed to be a foreigner. Even in the West, a lot of men have been sent into the cold, just with the shirt hanging on their back. So we are in the century of the women. So we all have to be careful. Some of you are even getting heady about this lady. I see in the comment section, you blowing kiss to women there and things. They can file a suit against you for sexualizing them. It is an offense. If she reports, you don't know you are committing an offense. Hey, darling, you don't darling a woman. That is the law now. That is the danger we face. A lot of you don't know. In the comment section here, you come out and ya on Akpabio. You committing the same offense. The thing here is, look, Akpabio is notorious. This lady also is notorious. They both have history. And even Ima Idoanga is guilty, complicit. I will not open my mouth and speak anyhow. But I want you to take it from my inference. MKO, Ologundudu, when he was alive, because of his deep pockets, lots of Yoruba, or let me say some prominent Yoruba Obas, will send their pretty wives to him under one guise or excuse or the other. And because they know he's notorious, he has weakness for women. They want money. And these women will go bring back the money truly. And some of them now started behind the back and accusing him of sleeping with their wives. And he has big mouth and he knows how to use it. He came out here, oh, then if you don't want me to sleep with your wife, why did you send her to me to beg for money? Yeah, MKO said that. And that quieting them. He shut up their mouth. Akpabio asked her, from who did she get the money to run for Guba and to run for a senatorial seat? who delivered money to her. At least 60-70% of the money she used to contest elections in Kogi State come from Akpabio. I speak with all my mouth. Even Unoma, that Enugu woman Akpabio married, delivered some in her boots for this lady. They have history. Read her husband's statement, read between the lines. He did not accuse Akpabio directly. I came to you, I appeal to you. Please treat my wife now with some respect and dignity. Does that sound like a man whose wife is being used? They are a tag team. Ima Iduaga and Natasha Akpoti Iduaga. They are a tag team. They know what they are doing. Akpabio is notorious, but then don't forget, but they've no one has come out to say he is a groper that is grabbing women. Some of men are doing it. They grab the women, but he's not a groper. No, talk about real physical manhandling. Said he used the words. That's maybe sexualizing them. Thank God for that. He has not graduated into being a groper. Because there are different levels of offenses. So American judicial history is replete with that, more so in the last 5 years. So the thing here is, we just look, if you read the Reno statement, Reno said, listen carefully, folks, a friend of Natasha hit on him when he was presidential spokesperson. Listen, a friend of Natasha hit on him, he turned him down. Natasha picked up the challenge to avenge her friend and accuse falsely Omokri. Luckily for Omokri, the day she chose, time and place she chose, Omokri was not in the country, not on the continent of Africa. Omokri said he proved it, and of course was going to court to sue her. Then she sent to Ishekiri, because the husband, they are not married then, but they were dating. Ima is Urobo / Shekiri. So two Shekiri and Reno is Ishekiri. So two prominent Shekiri chiefs prevailed on Omokri not to go ahead with his suit. So they settled out of court. They paid him, Reno Omokri, some money. They paid him money. They paid Omokri some money. So she has a pattern. And according to things I've read here, with Dino Melai, with Yahaya Bello, with every other person, she has traveled with Akpabio before, or not even 1 or 2 occasions, abroad on Senate business. She didn't say he harassed her then. I mean, the best opportunity for a man who wants to lay you is when you are out of the jurisdiction or airshot. You stay in an hotel. He stays. Everybody that in the delegation will go to sleep. You can arrange yourself. But she chose another time. So are we being fooled here? If your spouse can accuse you of spousal grape, an ex-sleeping partner, can't that person also accuse you? Because knowing well that no gentleman will come out and say, I've done this, I've slept with you before. No gentleman will say that. So it's easy for a woman to say you are hitting on me. Then do you think I will now open up and say, you and I they do this for? How come this? You can say that as a man because there are consequences. Maybe you have wife or wives at home. So you can't come out and openly because that's confession. This is where we are endangered species. Because I listened to Senator Olujimi today, full interview on her rice. And she blamed her in the same light Ireti Kingibe blamed her. Like Enigmatic said, the Halo Chamber is not for activism. No, it's a respected chamber. It's an institute grounded in rules and order. If she can't conform, she should take a bow. It's a place of tradition, Mr. President, distinguished senator, this, that. That's how they respect themselves. It's a tradition. It could be new for us, but it dates back over 200 years in the Congress of America. So if she doesn't have respect for herself, she should have respect for that institution. It's not about Akpabio now. That's what Saraki is saying. That's what Olujimi is saying. It's not about the two of them. It's about the institution, the hallowed institution of the Senate, of Nigeria's National Assembly. She should respect that. It's not a place for activism. It's not a place for a looter. If you know you are sexually harassed, you can go to the ethics committee to make your reports. But now you're talking about you want TV camera and things like that. Where are you coming from? Hello? Are you out of this planet?
Actually, Baba, she was requesting that TV camera. It was before this sexual allegation came on board. So she was actually requesting those TV cameras for the disciplinary committee for her not going to the seat that they allocated her. So she was wanting cameras to come and broadcast the process that they told her to sit in a designated seat or not, and that should be transmitted live. You know, this is somebody that just, she has too generous an opinion of herself, I suspect.
Exactly. Let's also remember, there are two cases here. We should not mix them together. Two cases. She has to face the first case, disciplinary committee. Then she can't escape that. Two, she and Akpabio matter is another thing again entirely. It has to go to the ethics committee. No doubt about that. And she now, you can see her naivety asking Unoma Akpabio to stay off the case. Who is more hot here? Is it Akpabio or the children of Akpabio and the spouse, Unoma? Unoma is more hot. You are trying to destroy the house she has been building because of an irresponsible husband. And she's on the side of her husband, like Barbara Streisand sang, "Stand by your man." She's standing by her man. And she has slammed you with a suit. And she has to prove this. She may be Facebook queen. She may be anything. Even, I don't want to go too far. A man, you said, took you into their house with your husband into, holding your hands. Please, gentlemen, look at that scenario well. Somebody that will hold my wife in my presence and walk with her while I'm in tow behind must be somebody very close to my heart. Somebody useful to me and my wife. somebody to whom I defer. Because all of you here, there is no way a stranger can hold the hands of your wife in your presence and be walking with her, and you are just a few steps behind. So there is a history there. For any discerning person, work out the mathematics. Something is amiss. Both Akpabio, Natasha, Ima, the husband, they should stop disturbing us. There is something there. There is something there. For want of time or lack thereof, let me yield one man so that other people can come in. Their patience may be thinning out.
All right. Stay with us, Baba. Still other topics to go through. I'm especially excited that the Naira is holding firm and is starting to gain strength.
I am too.
Yes, and Kenneth Okonkwo, this meeting with Atiku, it tells you them.
I have a funny perspective to that, which I will come back into.
It tells you then that it's as we always knew he was anywhere Bele face. Reno Omokri acting coy for the first time in his life, so all those things. And these Nigerian companies now consuming then the African space, now expanding beyond our shores, all that money. So that's always good. And the senators coming out, line astride, reject, not the senators, or the assembly members coming out line astride, rejecting Obasa. So still a lot of conversations to be had, but like you said, let's move it around a bit and then we bring it around some more. Not that many of us so far. But Prince, you're up next, but I suspect Prince might well be at the basketball game or something. Prince Daddy. I knew it. We have to be charging Prince hotel bill, so he just comes here for a sleep. Fatai.
No, not for a sleep. I've been listening all along, one man.
All right. I was about to start slamming you.
But you're right. I mean, I was at a basketball game just yesterday, actually. So.
How is it going? How is our girl doing? Is she sparking up the space?
Well, that was the last game for the season. They made the playoffs, so let's see what happens.
Brilliant. So what are you looking at in politics? Even Zelensky versus did he just drop now? Oh, look at that! After all that wait, he then lost. So then we defer to Fatai. Fatai, you're up next. Oh no, Prince is back. So Prince, you were saying your connection dipped for a moment. So what are you looking at in the political space? We're talking about Natasha. We're talking about the economy, all those stuff. Or we could even talk about America versus Ukraine. That Trump, as we expected him to be, now he is. On mute, Prince.
Yeah, one minute. Yeah, I got a few minutes. Probably the best condition right now to speak a long time. But what you were reading about your country, Great Britain, right? You guys are under siege, and your economy, I don't think is the best. Your technology is Chinese based. The foundation of your technology, I'm not really sure what you guys have going on. But for some reason, then Keir Starmer wants to continue the war in Ukraine. I don't get it. Are you guys that bloodthirsty? Is that what is going on? After all, your king is bound down to the Islamists. What is going on in that country? I mean, you guys, trying to meet with the Europeans to encourage them to continue to fund the war in Ukraine, to whose benefit? At the end of the day, we all know
they can't just abandon it like that now after all these years. But
really, one man, is it not better to cut your loss at this point in time? What are you talking about? Listen, it's quite clear. No matter what the Europeans, the British and the French do,
the UK has a history of allowing genocide to take place, and funding
well, there you go.
And there you go. And cheering for it. They enjoy
and
it.
Mike Trump already said, Ukraine is not joining NATO. And that's the reason why they kind of went to war. So if Ukraine is not going to join NATO, why do you continue the war? To whose benefit?
UK is enjoying the bloodshed. They love it. They love watching people die, and and they will fund it. Those are UK is a evil country now. You're supposed to know that.
I mean, at this point in time, it has to be evil. I mean, what is going? I mean, I'm like confused. Like, what is going on? What is the benefit of this? Why do the Europeans want to keep these Russians and Ukrainians fighting? So whose benefit? I don't even get it anymore. The beginning of the war was senseless. We all know that. But at this point in time, what is the gain? He's not going to join NATO. And Trump already said it. And even the land they lost to Russia, they may not get nothing back. And trust me, Trump is fine with it. So what are you fighting for is the question. One man is crazy. I don't know what is going on. You need to talk to your prime minister. You guys say Kevin Badenoch is crazy. Maybe she's not that crazy. Maybe she's not. Because this guy is Turmer. He looks like a crazy guy.
Madness from UK now. That's where she picked it from. He's a UK character.
It has to be. Now, all of a sudden, Keir Starmer has become the leader of the free world, calling all the Europeans together with Ukraine. I mean, Trump dismissed Zelensky right away. Invited him to Downing Street to come and do what? I mean, so are they all going to go together and fight Russia while America stays on the sideline? And after all the weapons they're using.
What did you make of that argument, Prince? A lot of people felt it was unseemly. That's the first one, and a lot of people also they felt that sort of diplomacy was somewhat broken with J.D. Vance addressing President so frontally, because he's subordinate to him, and whether it's American or not, in the hierarchy of things, Zelensky is the decision maker in Ukraine, and J.D. Vance is a subordinate of Donald Trump.
Well, man, stop that. That's not the way it works. It's like saying Tinubu or any other African leader is subordinate to rather Vance is subordinate to any African leader. It doesn't work that way. Ukraine, you can't be a beggar. So this is the most crazy thing about it. You can't be a beggar and you come to the owner's house and be talking like you're the boss, like you're the shot caller, I mean, this guy Zelensky, it seems like a little girl is used to getting his way with these European leaders, and that's why he's acting the way he's acting, like a petulant child. He was supposed to come in, be nice, be thankful and grateful, but he wasn't. I mean, he wants to sign a deal but continue the war. So which benefit again? I keep asking. This guy's crazy. And I'm very disappointed in this European guy, you British people. I don't get it. Why do you want to keep killing young Ukrainians? I mean, their country is devastated, and many of the young people, the women are a refugee across Europe, and they keep killing them. And they keep gaslighting us that, they're winning the war. Really? Oh, man. See, one quick thing. Before the Queen died,
it's just handed an easy victory to Putin, though. I wonder if he that guy, he could sell that war, Trump. Maybe he collected money, who knows?
Stop. Let's not get into this. Not even conspiracy theory, just like ridiculous stuff. Sell the war for what? See, this is when people have been abused, they can't tell they're victimizer from others. I mean, we all know Trump's a businessman. At the end of the day, he wants to make business that benefit the country, America. And my understand, I heard somebody say that, look, even the mineral, the rare earth minerals that we're talking about is not something that's like immediate. It's going to take some time, I understand. So who knows? By the time Trump leaves the presidency, America would not have gained anything from it because it takes some time to process these minerals. But at the end of the day, the media keeps twisting it and making it sound like Trump is trying to game Ukraine, but rather you crafty, crooked British people are the ones gaming the system. You give Zelensky money as loans and whatever because you're gonna get your money back, and there goes America, fucking up the funds for like up to $350 billion, and most of that money cannot be accounted for according to Zelensky. Now, listen. At this point in time, one man, you have a weak monarchy. There's no doubt about that. In the person of King Charles, before the Queen passed away, uh, she had a miraculous encounter with a man named Neville Johnson rather, and the guy is an Australian. He told the Queen when he came to the Queen's bedroom. By the time the Queen could reach out to call the guards, he was able to get the Queen's attention and told the Queen, "Look, uh, pretty much telling the Queen, no, you're going to be passing away pretty soon, and don't give the kingship to Charles. Perhaps you want to give it to Williams, as the heir to the throne." But I guess the Queen didn't listen. That's why we have King Charles. And King Charles, look at what he's doing, bowing down to the to Islamists, and turning the whole country. I couldn't believe what you read. Actually,
That's a mocked up photo. That if you are referring to that photo, is a mocked up photo. It's
well,
not a real one.
well, if it's not real, but guess what? Unless the narrative or the article you read about having Sharia laws and this and that in your country, is that a mocked up? Also, is that not true?
No, we have 80 Sharia courts. I didn't even know that. That caught me. Well, I have to double check that actually because we are just taking it off one guy's Twitter. But no, that's quite shocking actually.
Listen, I think I cannot believe that. Not because I knew the numbers are true or were true, but a lot of things I heard about your country. Your country is, I mean, the same Keir Starmer pretends that he didn't know that there were abuses of little children going on in your country in the Muslim community. It was trying to sweep it under the carpet like it wasn't happening. See, your country is like literally upside down. You guys are super woke. I think it's more woke than the freaking Americans actually. You guys are woke over there. You cower to the Islamists. I mean, you want to continue to fight war in Ukraine. You don't. Your technology and your pretty much your entire economy is probably Chinese based, and you depend on the pound sterling.
If by woke you mean civilized, then I will agree. Then of course, the United Kingdom is more civilized than America, of course.
Yeah, that's a funny one, man. Yeah, civilized as in stabbing people on the street,
Well,
right?
why is
And gripping little girls, and gripping little girls. Is that what you call civilized? You guys are quite barbaric, actually. I mean, what
the
you
United
guys?
Kingdom actually civilized America now. The American system is predicated upon the British system. That's the
Sure.
now. That of course.
I don't disagree with that. Well, we know that, but here's the thing, though. See, I've always talked about when institutions go bankrupt morally and otherwise, or when they break down. I can tell you from your monarchy, highly respected monarchy in the early days of the Queen, is crumbled or is crumbling at this point in time. Nobody respects your monarchy anymore. Certainly not in America. I mean, it used to be something of pride and it's something that people looked up to. I mean, there's some people that are still crazy about it, but for the most part, it's like a comedy right now, a comedy skit, a show that goes on with freaking Harry here in America and Prince Charles doing his shenanigans, and his younger brother Andrew, gripping little girls, engaging in sex ring of little. I mean, the monarchy is a sham. It's a sham. It's shambles right now. I mean, it's crazy.
All right. I think we can now.
Yeah.
Maybe a call came in.
Yeah, it's yeah. No, you guys, you need to talk to each other, man. Talk to yourself. It's crazy down there in England. You guys are too woke. And a lot of people with bad money, Kevin Badenoch. I don't know much about her, but at the end of the day, and I think the reason why Aroa hates her and other people is because she's conservative. I think that's the reason why. If she was on the other side, I don't think guys would hate her that much. But who knows? A minute or two on this lady called Natasha Akpoti, right? I don't know much about her. Maybe this guy, the former governor, yeah, Billy should have done the right thing to her, if you know what I mean. I'm just kidding. But this guy Akpabio, okay, he's not a saint. I guess as much as maybe Enigmatic would like to defend him, he's not a saint. And from what I've heard from you, one man, regarding Reno Omokri and her and some other people, I don't know. Maybe she has her own problem, but nor is Akpabio a saint. So they can both duke it out, you know. But we have to be fair on both sides. Okay, we don't have to make it look like a really bad person. Whereas, you know, Akpabio himself is not the nicest person when it comes to this kind of things. But anyways.
All right, brilliant. What else are you looking at in the news? Is there anything else? You don't pay that much attention to the Nigerian space, really, do you, Prince?
I mean, I try to. I mean, I used to a lot, you know, back in the days of Arise and after the election. But now we have, you know, it's same old thing over and over again. It's not exciting. There's more exciting stuff in the U.S. than you know. What are you going to talk about? Peter B. Let's talk about what party Peter B is going. Is Shure messing up right now? Is he abusing people now? I heard Okonkwo is now back to PDP. I mean, the same thing goes around. There's nothing fresh, nothing new. To me, it's like whatever. I mean,
I don't think you'll be short of excitement anyway with Trump in situation now. I think maybe even we will be doing a bit more Trump now. You know, as much as you try to ignore him, it will. I think that was the first in the history of the White House, wasn't it? For a president to come in and then you start throwing hands and wrestling to the ground.
Yeah, I guess, you know, yeah, we got so much stuff going on. Yeah, there's more exciting stuff going on. Yeah, the Naira is getting stronger, great for the country, but you know, I guess stronger to keep buying more foreign goods. I mean, I'm not sure how the manufacturing is in Nigeria right now. If it's getting better, same old. But guess what, though? Unlike Kolata and the rest of the guys, I said it before from the onset that Tinubu needs at least 4 years, 6 years ideally for any strategy or plans he has right now from to germinate and start bearing fruits in the near future. Not just 1 year or 2 years. You guys want him to do magic. There's nothing to do right now that will actually take roots or a good foundation till about a few years from now. And we can only see the benefit or reap the benefit of it in the second term. So it'd be nice for him to have the second term. But right now, I think he's doing well. He's been bold enough to take certain decisions, which I think are quite laudable. Maybe he doesn't have right now the best of candidates in all the positions and ministerial positions and whatnot. And that's what a leader is. I like Tinubu. Why? Because I think, like Trump, if he finds out that there's something wrong or he needs to make adjustment, I think he would do the right thing. I think he wants to do the right thing by the people. I'll be, you know, I don't believe that Tinubu is there to continue to rip the country and steal Nigerians' money. I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I think in his heart of heart, he's got enough money. He wants to do right for the country, and I think it needs more time for all the implement all his plans to really, you know, start rolling and gaining momentum into the second term, and hopefully we're gonna have a Nigeria that we're proud of. Thanks, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the majestic Prince. So thank you, Prince. We go from Prince to Fatai, who also joins us. We're seeing more and more Fatai these days, so much to our delight. So Fatai, floor is yours. Take to the conversation as you will, Fatai.
Hello, man.
Ogagwa.
This one.
Ṣé àtàlọ́ lo bedroom voice kò sí tọ́pẹ́ bí kò sí Dupsy lójú ọba, so you don't have to put on bedroom voice, just our boys sorry, carry on.
Oh man, you won't put Igbo for my pocket. Oh man, don't put Igbo for my pocket.
Balogun. Let's everyone here.
Fatah na mojeje. The thing when I deal with for Nigeria, I never reach. Fatah na mojeje. You know, no, I was saying that your introduction these days, I don't really follow things a lot these days. You know, So, so I'm not really sure about the introduction about more and more, but we'll see. We just give it a try. Actually, even today, I was on and off, but I saw a video. Actually, it just actually piqued my interest. There was this this channel's TV. Was it hard copy? This one you today, the lady that was hosting, I think it was the same girl. Sorry, I said girl. The same lady is the same lady. I was trying to. I messed up with her name. I said because I didn't know her name. I don't know how I think I tried to find it or something. Some point it was I don't even know how I came about Anike something whatever. But I think that is a whole an elderly woman. It's not. I think her name is Kayla Megua or something like that. She was the one that was talking about like in the channels television they have HR and they would give prior notification and stuff like that. And she was making some point. She sounds like an interesting presenter, So actually, so I it was like totally, I just messed up with the name. So when I saw it, I was like, oh, okay, nice. Kela Megua. So I don't really I don't capture very well what's going on around. It seems there's a lot going on in Nigeria. What my plan is, there's a lot going on in Nigeria now. Hello, man. Hello.
So sorry, I was speaking muted. There's always a lot going on in Nigeria, Fatai. And what's going on now is this Natasha Akpoti who wants to burn the House of Senate down.
Well, for
do you believe her for starters? Do you believe her? I mean, because it's a matter of trust, isn't it? This narrative now very difficult to prove. So it's either you believe one or the other. So do you actually believe her?
Well, for people that you don't really know or something, and you give opinion on their matter that's going on, I think for me, I've said the last time the things I said. I mean, that was I don't want to, only I think you understand what this one they are doing. Like I said the last time, the cost to do whatever management of it at that time. Which one is costlier now? Or whatever it is that is going on, however messy it gets. So which one is costlier? So they didn't need to just cut it. At the time it was still seat arrangement and I said she was very smart to say, hey, you remember that clubbing you said? That's I mean, as a street guy, she wants to take it personal. So that was why she was very smart. They already warned you, so don't take it. But they are the ones that went ahead and start saying I heard, I mean, I didn't really know. I heard that you were saying, oh, she's dressing transparent. She's doing it. They just cut it. Or then the Akpabio went to the Senate the next day. I was saying midstreamer, all those kinds. You don't need all this. You're a big man. You're an elderly person. Just let it go. Carry it in, close it. If you're gonna give her a seat, give it to her. If you're gonna negotiate a middle seat, whatever it is, just close it. Because you're not. If you what is it? Was it going to win?
I think it's the way she was raising her voice and the way she behaved. She didn't really leave him.
Elderly man, they let some things go. Elderly man, they let some things go. You could just let it go. Okay, is it cost? Was it?
She was trying to undermine his authority now, so you have to assert it.
Assert authority on sitting arrangement. That's not the biggest problem of the country, where people sit down. At that time, it was just sitting arrangement. So all these ones are now offspring of the sitting. Even that day, you remember we were just laughing. We were even like, it was still like sweet story at that time. But this now, it's a little bit messy. It's a little bit messy now.
It's going to get darker still, though.
You could go anywhere.
Because she says she has proof, you know. I wonder how you're able to prove any of that, but she says she has proof.
Usually the thing with this situation is not so much about even the proof, you know, because I think I think a lot of people also are jumping the gun, you know. It's not really sexual harassment yet. It's at this point it's still what do they call it? When you are using your authority, you know, to pressurize for sexual favor or something like that. So it's still like, it's not like there's no, I haven't heard accusation that maybe he touched her like sexually, apart from like they held hands, which was in the front of her husband. So I wouldn't think that would be the sexual harassment claim. Except if the language, if she's considering the language as sexual harassment, you know, so that would be a strong, a big claim as sexual harassment, because Akpabio could easily deflect it like it was a joke or something like that. But the continuation of it, you know, but at any rate, the problem is about this is not about the proof. Okay, it's about associating Akpabio with a certain thing now. Sure, yeah. So it's about reputation. Even if nothing comes out of it, you understand? It's blown up. You understand?
The damage is already done, Abi.
Well, I didn't need it. That's what I was saying at that time. Like, oh, this is no big deal. Leave it. Sit. What's because it's the same argument both ways. You are saying it doesn't matter. Shebi just sit. Okay, if you just sit, okay, leave her there. If you just sit, why does he have to move? Why does she have to move to the back? Okay, leave her there, or you know, if you want to find a way to just negotiate it around. And you have even a lot of people also said that like family friends, it's not something they couldn't resolve. They could have resolved it at that stage. At this stage, it's kind of really messy. They are taking lawyers. Everybody is going to spend money. Okay, you could have solved it without spending any Naira. Okay, money is not their problem. They are billionaires. But at least the cost. You know, there is financial cost, reputational cost, political cost. Look at Kingibe got into it. She's going to suffer from the obedience. That's political cost. Even who knows, you could splash her anywhere around. You know, so things like this, there's nothing like a man, you know, because it says indeed. I mean, it's not even, people say like in today's world, it's very difficult because sexual.
Who gets the blame? Who gets the blame?
Who gets the blame? Usually the person, the man, in this, certainly in the world today, the man in the position of authority. So if you're in the position of authority,
I would say Natasha gets the blame, you know. She has created all this whole kerfuffle unnecessarily.
Yeah, what is the question is now.
They tell you to go and sit there, so just go and sit there. It's not your house. They said that's your designated.
The question is the nature. The issue is the nature of the blame. So if everybody gets injured, okay, but what injury does she get compared to what he's going to get? So you can blame her that she's a little bit petty or does this. Okay, all right, fine. She's happy to take that.
You know, they're digging up her history now, and she's lived quite a checkered past. So she will get she will suffer reputational damage. So she already has suffered reputational damage.
Everybody's going to get injured, but Akpabio has a chance to get more injured because he's in a position of authority. You understand? So he's like using your position of authority to, you know, it's like that now. When minority situation is not so much, but it's about the person on top, you know, knocking down the person down. So it's always like that, you know. If it's some, because today's world, it is indeed a serious problem, you know. I'm not talking to this specific, I'm talking generally. So all sorts of things, sexual harassment is a very big problem, but it's not really today's world. It's been forever, you know. I'm sure even if nobody know, even if you're not a Christian, but Everybody's known the story
You know
of the
what
Bible.
actually constitutes sexual harassment is the question now. You know, because it's such a gray area. If the woman is amenable to it, it can go under flirting. You know, and then in a previous age and time, it will go under banter. But now,
One man, you know what is
now
the
even
key
if you
issue?
breathe the same air as a woman now, you can end up in jail. You know, it's just like
One
Baba
man,
was just explaining.
those are not the key issues. The key issue, because they are all adults, you understand? So adults, all of those things go under morality. The key issue is when you say stop. The key issue that women hold on to is, it doesn't matter. A woman can even be kissing you, and you take, and then in the middle of it, she says stop. And you can't say, no, she's kissing me. So, boy, she's still. So this is the way. This is the angle when it comes to the women. Is when they say stop. So that's why the point about that was saying, let's just cut it. Let them just fix it and cut it, because it's going to be a question of when she says stop. If you had when she says stop and he didn't stop, okay, so that means, you know, she's going for it against her will at that point, you know. So the level of the sexual allegation is what is at question. Is it something that arises to like physical sexual harassment, or is it there is another name they say, I don't remember all these things. So, but it has different layers, you understand? It's not, you know, it has different layers, sexual harassment, you know. But whatever it is, Akpabio is not going to come out like Angel Gabriel. So, and that's the problem, okay? What adults do in their life, adults do crazy things as far as it's consensual. You understand? So it's a lot of crazy things adults do, as far as it's not forced and it's consensual, all those things. So what she's going to get hit with, fine, she's going to get hit with some things, but compared to what he's going to get hit with, is that the question? Now, his family is involved. This one's family, it's too much cost. That was my point. It's too much cost. It's too much, because indeed a lot of people suffer serious sexual harassment in this world, and a lot of also men also suffer serious false accusation. Okay, and in these situations, and when it happens, like it just happens on somebody's lap, it's like accident. It's like you deal with it as much as you can deal with it, you know, and you know. But this is something you could see coming. You know, and then that was the point I was making that day. Like he said, hey, you remember that day with clubbing? You see it coming. I mean, if you didn't spot it, I mean, I would be very surprised. You see it coming, you could avoid it. So that's the point. You could have avoided it. The best solution for them is if she's willing, if they can fix it, if he's willing. I mean, it's going to cost more than that time, but if they can fix it, because you know, but I think the women, like the women in the society, you know, I think they probably will rally around to make it. I mean, from a little bit here and there again, to rally around it to make a case for women empowerment. You understand? You know, so that's good. I mean, personally, I like that. You know, so but. They could and are we funny telleri agba ijakadi ni. Are we funny when person to be one is to be hand. If somebody says stop, somebody
Agba ìjàkadì.
Baba,
Ká tó dání. Agba ìjàkadì.
agba ìjàkadì. Ẹ ṣé gan bàbá. Ẹ má bínú mi padà dá
No.
mo tún pàwé. Ẹ má gba ìkí mi bàbá. Ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ máa ń káyàn lára ń gbà mí.
Kò sígbà kan tí Fatai débi tí ò pa òwe, but owó yẹn is always off the mark. Ajẹbọ́tà tó ń pòwe àtúntò ajẹbọ́tà tó ń pè wá.
Ọlọ́run ló ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú Èkó ni. Wọ travels gbogbo ẹ̀ akọ̀kọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ papọ̀ náà ni. Ọlọ́run ló ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, you know. So Yeah, they saw it coming. They could have stopped. They could still cut it, They could, but it's got into court situation now. Are they going to withdraw the cases? Are they going to keep going? It is sue, counter sue. It's all of these things are too costly. You understand? So, I wish them good luck. I don't really know what to say. I sometimes it's good at the stage it's kind of funny, like see, like they hire fine girl or whether fine girl or no whatever, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. That one was funny now, but now it's kind of messy. What are you going to say now? Whatever you say, is a dangerous, there is pain to step on, however you go. There is serious problem in the world today in regard to that, in regard to both sides, in regard to sexual harassment, in regard to sexual accusation against men. So you never really want to get into these things, So if you could see it coming, just avoid it, and that's what I thought they should have done. But I don't even know how they let it. I don't know how they let it get this far. I don't know how they let it get this far, But I really wanted to correct getting somebody's name wrong, so wrong.
Whose name was gotten? Oh, you mean that? People don't even pay attention much to those things.
I'm very bad with names,
But are you following the Kenneth Okonkwo? Are you following him at all? This now felicitation, this now budding up with Atiku Abubakar. It's just so these people have no shame actually. It's so predictable. There he is now with Atiku Abubakar. Now his new best friend having abandoned Obi. It will end up in APC ultimately, but what are you making of this photograph on the screen?
Well, you never might know. Boala don't go Tinubu now, so somebody has to go to Atiku now. So you probably won't end up the spokesperson. Spokesperson is a serious industry now. People want to be a spokesperson for people now.
Now they're money now.
Now there are rich people that enjoy spokesperson privilege now.
Look at spokesperson that Reno Omokri did for Goodluck Jonathan 2 decades ago. He's still traveling first class around the world off the money he stole.
They see this. The luckiest human being, Nigeria. You don't even see Dangote. They don't give a free spokesperson. You don't see people just even the way they talk. I don't even think they even know. I don't even think the guy even know them or care about them. But first person in a serious industry now, and if you catch eye, it's good now. Maybe you go make money now. So I wouldn't.
The best spokesperson actually was that Ajuri Ngalale, because he had punch and he had power and he had knowledge and he had language. Not a lot of them have all of those.
Ajuri Ngalale's number one problem was he was not able to separate himself from the Buhari administration. Every time he wants to talk, he wants to make connection back and forth. No, but you have a new job. You understand? You have to concentrate, So that was the number one problem. The other problem is he doesn't smile a lot. Like his face is so straight. Hardly do you see spokespeople.
It took a long time it took a long time for me to be convinced, that guy is a Nigerian. When I first saw him, I thought it was Arab or something. I thought it was Arab.
And also is there now. Carry that Nigerian vibe.
Yes, and the accent doesn't even. It wasn't quite American accent. It's just.
What did they call it? Who is this picky of colonial master? I want to tell me about Nigeria. I better come up for screen. That kind of vibe. Now you get now. I better come up for your job.
Would you like to see that though for Nigeria to be multiracial?
Nigeria to be multiracial. Nigeria is multiracial. All these men we don't go born everywhere for the whole world.
Not multi-ethnic, but multiracial.
That's what I mean. Now, a lot of Nigerian have whites, like have there's a lot of them. Now, it's just that they don't enter. They come now. The mama know they don't come now. Well, I don't think it's something that whether somebody wishes is human behavior, human movement. If it happens, it happens.
Just as an aside, I think there was what was it, Joss or something? There was a Dutch guy that was contending to be the governor of a state. I think it's somewhere in the north. In maybe it was 2015 thereabout. Dutch,
Why are you people not supporting on
white
our own?
guy.
Why are you people not supporting on our own? Now? You people are not supporting Kemi Badenoch now. You have for one man now. You people should support.
Kemi Badenoch na joke now.
They are punching our well.
Yeah.
Everybody in our husband now. Everybody in our husband. She's husband now.
It's just the way she's playing the politics,
Yeah, you are. Well, I think but I think that that prime minister hit on her. Is a little bit, has a little bit, not so much, but if she played it well, she could kick him. It has a little bit of racial stuff there. Oh, you want to be the defender of the Western civilization? Actually,
it's because of the politics she's playing, isn't it? So
yeah.
She invited that comment.
No. Actually, that's a point. Should I? Whatever. The leader of the conservative before her, what's her name? The other lady.
Is it Liz Truss?
Liz Truss. She actually wrote a book titled "Saving the West" or something, or "Saving Western Civilization." So, okay, why is Badenoch now taking the label?
It doesn't quite ring right for somebody of Yoruba stock to be championing Western civilization in the manner that Kemi Badenoch is.
The problem.
She shouldn't have played racial like Richie Sunak. He didn't play that racial. She's just playing it wrong, which is a shame.
The problem she has is that the Conservative Party they have a problem because this party by Nigel Farage is cutting a lot into them. You understand? So they need to take a little bit. They need to the politics they played for the exit, for the Brexit. You understand? They've drawn a lot of voters from the Conservative Party. So it's a little bit of a issue with them to move a little bit. It's Nigel Farage that is dragging the Conservative Party, and she seemed like a nice face for this racial whatever. So these white people cannot say what she's saying. They will not be in the job, But they need to say things more conservative. So she could take the blow. She had a little bit of a buffer to take the blow. That's why she's doing it. I think people also said that.
Yeah, but she's being used somewhat, would you say?
No, I think when she was going too far was her last thing that I think she was trying to rewrite the British passport requirement and okay, that one you go lose every foreigner. Okay, that was too much. Like she could keep it, she could leave it just at the rhetoric, but when she's taking it to say, this one is like, okay, if he loses every foreign, the one thing about foreigners, they usually identify with the hustler spirit of fellow foreigners. You understand? But when you come to, when they eat your pocket now, because they will be this one now, But I think if she keeps it, sometimes this thing is management and strategy. You have to on the line. You have to be on the line. You don't want to go off the line. I think she was stepping a little bit off the line with too much of it. But the underlying thing is that rope, that tug of war between the Farage party and the Conservative, because they're going to take away their vote. I think they are gaining a lot of ground. A lot of arguments are like Farage argument between Farage and Trump. A lot of arguments are from there. So, but he doesn't need to take it. She doesn't. I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to go too much into, other people's politics doesn't really bother me that much, But just because she be our own now, we will support her small now.
Now the only thing we did there be that, that's the only thing. She's broken through a glass ceiling, and I was saying in a previous session that that's the furthest that a Black African woman has yet traveled to. It's a big thing though that she has achieved, though, a very big thing. But then she's now landed there. Now she's getting a rush of blood to the head, getting all giddy.
No, I don't think that is her personally. I tell you, that's not really her personally. The thing she's saying, there's nobody. Tell me one white guy that will say all those in this modern age that will say those things she's saying. They can't. You understand? They can't be too much. Even
but commentaries about Nigeria, they're her personally now. The UK has no interest in Nigeria outside of
that one. She's trying to give legitimacy to what she's saying. So if you say like because you see our campaign is like, this campaign was very fit and fine at the time of the Brexit. It's like Armageddon. Armageddon is coming. Okay, but now it's not Armageddon. It's like we're trying to find our feet. Okay, that time was very nice, and the Farage party, they used it very well. You understand? That would have been very nice at that time, but now it's a little bit not as much. Armageddon is still there, but it's not like the top. It's not like the thing striking everybody in the face. But she's stuck with that one. But it's because of the pull from the Farage party. You understand? But these white guys, they have to be careful. They work on eggshells to speak. So speak too loudly against migration, they have to. But if you were, can you say it? Yeah, I can say it. Okay, say it. They are very happy for us to be saying it, because whatever it is, she's still like one of us. The Nigerian part, she's just throwing jabs. I don't think in her heart she really means. Maybe she doesn't mind to punch. What is the VP? What is the vice president? What's his name? Shetima. Maybe she doesn't mind to punch him. Yeah. That's all right. I don't care. But I don't think in her heart she really intends to punch him. She's hustling. That's my bottom line. The way I see that, she's hustling. Everybody in hustling now. You go calculate now. She might get her calculations wrong, but when you look at it, really, she's hustling. Everybody deserves to hustle. Everybody hustling a part of life now. I would support her. I would support her.
All right, let's bring Zita into the conversation, who also joins us. So Zita, we were still talking about the, and by the way, everybody free flow. I think there are just about 5 of us here, so free flow as you will. But Zita, we were talking about the not Kemi Bednoko, the Natasha Akpoti situation, which has now transmuted into sexual harassment allegations. And we're talking about Kenneth Okonkwo shopping around for a party for him to go to, the Naira maintaining its strength against international currencies, and Nigerian companies spreading their wings outside of the country. So we're just having a general chart around the Nigerian situation. Zita.
Madam Zita, how you doing now?
Zita now, she's like one of those wind-up radios. You have to wind it out. Yeah, you have to take a bit of winding before she gets going. Zita, put that brandy down and talk to us now, Zita.
You like say, I don't agree. You're not putting anything down, man. Yeah.
No.
How you sure? Why you say she's brandy now? How do you know say she's drinking brandy now, man?
No. I know she drinks brandy now. She says it openly now. She says it.
Oh yeah,
but highly expensive one. So not your not the you're not the. Well, what are you making of those Onisha blend something, the fake drugs and the fake alcohols that they are busting at the moment? Are you following that?
Yeah, not so much. I think I just saw it briefly, but not so much. I think Soludo, I think Soludo is involved or something like that.
No, Soludo is not involved. It's the NAFDAC. They're the agency in charge of that thing. So they're going really heavy on that space. And Peter Obi is defending them that they have the right to be selling us fake drugs. And then, it's just all messy anyway.
Yeah, I think Ekene, I think I listened a little bit Ekene one time. Ekene obedient now. I think he was trying to saying that Peter Obi's argument was that that he wasn't saying that the market shouldn't that it should be a targeted something, not the entire market. I think it's something like that he was saying.
I think Obi's argument was that
I don't have a good view. I don't have a good
yeah,
view.
no, I think Obi's argument, Fatai, was that they should not shut down the entire market just because of the misdeeds of a few shop owners. Yeah,
a few people. Yeah. I think that's what the point Kenneth was making. I think that's about how much I understand about the debate. But I think I don't think there is any. I don't think anybody is disagreeing whether the NAFDAC, is it NAFDAC? They should do their job. I don't think anybody is. I'm not sure. I don't think anybody is stopping them from doing their job. I think it was just argument about whether it should be targeted rather than closing the market. I don't know so much about their job. I hope they are doing well. I hope they are doing well. So Atiku is getting ready now, Abi.
No, Atiku is trying to build like a strong coalition team. And then he's then going to have to make the decision if he's going to run again or not. I think Atiku's primary objective is for Tinubu not to get a second term because I think it's personal between the two of them. So if desperately wants to be...
I think this generation, they should just fix it now and let them... Well, however they're going to run it. The way I see this thing, they should just run it as they want, let them go so that the new generation we can see, they should just run as they will run it now. And the whole thing is too lengthy now.
Yes, but we don't have a breakthrough.
And leave the rest for the next people now.
We don't have a breakthrough personality in the next generation. That's the thing.
They say 24 hours is a long time in politics. You understand? They just need to work. They just need to work on.
Outside of the old guard, can you think of one name that is suitable to be president? Not that the old guard are suitable, but if you look at the new generation of politicians, there is no. Is it Showore or Prince Adebayo maybe? But there's nobody. Who is there?
It would be very unfair to pick on a name. They will all fight. They're all fighting. They will all fight. But I just think that these old guards, actually, it's a very nice expression. These old guards, they're running the structure, okay. And these new incomers, they don't seem to. They are not holding down structures. They are not holding down the financial power.
They don't have believability. No, they don't have believability. That's why I think.
So, but it's still. I think this is the shadow of these old guys. These old guys are overshadowing them. I think.
But Fatai, what I'm saying is, they don't have believability. If there was a strong look at Donald Trump, is a good example actually. Just through force of personality. And confidence and believability, he was able to force himself on America twice. But we don't.
Trump has
he has charisma. That's true. Now nobody has charisma in amongst the upcoming generation.
They will work on it now.
Outside of Prince Adebayo, I don't see anybody.
Prince Adebayo, I think if you ask me about Prince Adebayo, because I've met him a few times, I'm not his consultant. If I was, I will. If he's very targeted, you understand, it will be very nice, Because I do the way my own external perception is that it's not very targeted. You understand?
It's not playing it for real. He's just playing it intellectually. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not. What are you telling me? You understand? So if you even the devil, even if not for everybody, at least for some people, even the devil wants to feed people. You understand? So there is you're not gonna. So if it's like, okay, because Prince Adebayo's strong point is, I think, a section in the Constitution that says the welfare and the security and the welfare of the people must be the main job of the government. Okay, but the question is, how do you interpret this? Okay, if you say this, are you saying Tinubu also can say that he's following those two down? Then you now become the debate. You will just get into debate. You understand? So it's a very general. It's an umbrella kind of a thing. So it's not very targeted. That is so that is a strong point. It's good as feelings campaign, but when you get down to it, it's not targeted. But I think is capable to work it out. You understand? So I've gone to speak with him a few times because when somebody's talking, sometimes I don't know, maybe it's a vibe thing, say, okay, you want to talk, let's talk now, I don't know, talk with somebody, but I don't know, I some things are unconscious, so I don't know. Sometimes I just want to. So I've met him a few times. I hope he doesn't feel that I'm looking for him. I'm not looking for him. Not looking for anybody. He just vibes.
No, he's a politician now, so he has to present himself to be interrogated by the electorate. So yeah.
No, even and actually, if I don't like somebody, I don't talk to them. Like actually, I don't go to find somebody I don't give a shit about. If I don't give a shit about somebody, I don't get involved in that conversation. So yeah, and also I don't have any. Of course, I will never hate people I don't know. I don't know them. I don't hate. Even Dangote sometimes that was talking wrong. Why would I don't hate somebody hustling their way through things, But it's just like, just listen to all of these, some of these people is people on television, it's just they are doing the disservice to him. You can't listen to these guys, and if you have a little bit of a clue, you will your head of maybe even if you don't care, you're indifferent, the hate will go up. You understand? Like, who are these people now? What are you trying to say to me? Are you you think I'm a baby? You're trying to tell me all this, But I think he himself can run his thing. He doesn't need all these guys are just running. Just go on television saying, they would even tell you, because of Dangote, that Naira is climbing up. What is Dangote?
Did you hear that by two Niger?
Mama,
what did you make of it? What are you attributing to the strengthening of the Naira? What's your attribution? What's your reading of that space?
No, look, the Naira is a complicated conversation, so it's not a one sentence conversation. This is the big problem about the Naira, and also is the big problem. Like, sometimes it's good to avoid the discussion, because people muddled up the conversation, so even when you listen, so I don't like to get involved in something that people are meddling up.
No, you must have thought in that direction, Fatai, and it's a very important. It's central to everything. The strength of the Naira is essentially what defines where the country is headed. So it's central to everything. And like I always say, I feel that the value of the naira is 700-800 to the dollar, and I think it's headed in that direction as well. But what is propelling it? Yes, we are maintaining somewhat status in oil production now, and it's increasing, so that counts towards it. Our foreign reserves is neither here nor there, but and we're not doing big leaps in export. So it's speculative international space really that are holding that. What is responsible for the naira strengthening against foreign currencies? What's your perception?
That's something. Look, this cover is it depends on if you want to go. If you want to talk about the theoretical, from the theoretical framework, of the.
And by the way, sorry, Fatai. Any and everybody can come into the conversation. Baba, Prince Daddy, Zita when she's ready. So we just start talking now. We're not calling people because I think the room. I think we cycled everybody. So any and everybody can come in. Fatai, yes, carry on.
Yeah, so that is where I'm holding back in getting into. But if you want to speak plastic, like concrete, what is going on there in Nigeria, the only noticeable thing that's going on there is what they're having in news about. Bloomberg is not really I personally is not my go-to outlet. But at any rate, they are in how can I say it? They are together with Bloomberg platform in some stuff like that. So from the way it is reported, it looks like some kind of a blockchain kind of a thing, in principle at least, so everything is visible, everything is transparent. So maybe there is some confidence improvement there, and that's probably like the physical thing attributable at this point to whatever. I think there is something with also the because they said that on our governance, our biggest entry into the black market purchase of the dollar, and I think there is a little bit of a issue with the federation account. If NNPC is not putting money, maybe they are not distributing to the governors or something like that. So whether they're not distributing at all or they are cutting down on it, so you could account for some behavior out of there. You could account from the what an operational thing to this Bloomberg situation. Not my kind of a thing, but it's all right. But I think they're already they are doing stuff with them. So yeah, those are some of the obvious things that probably are responsible for the Naira. The importation of petrol is not today. They are importing not today. So when they want to import NNPC, if NNPC want to sign a contract to import petrol today, it's not be today they go collect dollar from CBN. Maybe NNPC has even more dollar than everybody, and even Nigeria itself. Who knows? They are the ones selling the crude now. So whether they do the cut importation, they don't cut importation, that doesn't have any immediate effect on any Naira. So this is what you're saying. So on the one hand, these guys that go on television evangelizing Dangote, on the one hand they are saying, oh, hey, they are importing. At the same time, they want to tell you Dangote is the savings, dollar savings is what is responsible for Naira stability. Okay, but if you say they are importing, your argument is conflicting. You don't even know what is going on. Whether they are importing is not an immediate effect on the dollar rate, because NNPC or whoever is importing is not taking the dollar. And Dangote is a private company. It's not carrying his dollar and giving it to Nigeria. Even if anything, maybe he purchases stuff. So what is the link between Dangote and Nigerian? If you say the Nigeria, that means you're saying that. If you say Dangote, that means you're saying the influence of Dangote is lowering importation. But at the same time, even up to this week, they are still crying that, oh, they're importing. You can't have it both ways now. And this is the problem. They make everything about Dangote to be. So you listen to them like this, you say, who the heck is this Dangote? And then go sit down now. Who cares? You can't say, they are also the ones pushing until Dangote himself got into it about, everybody needs to stop importing. They say, PIA say you must stop importing. Okay, PIA is not going to stop anybody from importing. Okay, you can take that PIA. The PIA, this is the one also another problem going in Nigeria. A lot of people are too fussy. I don't know. Everybody is looking for definitions, The PIA is a bunch of definitions. It doesn't speak. The PIA cannot tell. These are like executive functions. You understand? If there's no definition of what you say, if there is sufficient, okay, what is the meaning of sufficient? Okay, you will never be able to define it. There's no meaning for sufficient. How do you measure sufficient? And these are not something that today, these are things that they store around. So how do you measure sufficient? Even if Dangote say I'm producing so okay, but because you are producing today doesn't mean I need to store for the next 1 year. Maybe that is the definition of sufficiency. Maybe I need to store for the next 90 days. Maybe I need to use a shift in calculation. So the PIA cannot stop anybody from importing because it doesn't have a definition for what is sufficient. So you can't rely on the PIA to say somebody should stop importing. There's no definition of the local, there's enough, a local manufacturer is producing enough. Every day will just be this conversation in circle. You will have this conversation for the next 10 years. You will not be able to talk anything serious. Look and see what actually is the problem or what it actually is going on. Every day you open television, it's the same thing every day. Oh, okay. Look, we can discuss it for the next 10 years. They can even go to court. But how is the court going to decide what is sufficient? The court cannot decide for the government what is sufficient. The legislator cannot decide for the government what is sufficient. What is sufficient also is shifting every day. When there is something, the consumers are consuming high. Maybe what is sufficient today is 20 million. Maybe next month is 30 million. And then another 1 week, maybe something happened, there's a crisis, and it's 10 million. So what do you determine sufficiency? So that is the problem the PV has there. But Dangote doesn't need an NPC. This is the real problem. I don't know why every day, 2 years now, they consume his time. Also, he's buying it to eat. Okay, he just do business, you understand? And was Onyema not the businessman? Was Onyema running to the UK government to stop them from coming to Nigeria or to the Nigerian government? No. All he asked for is, me too, I want to go to England though. If they are coming here every time, me too, I want to go there every time. He flood the market. Not them by themselves, not them. Not them run kita. Say, hey, this is where the boy. This is where the black say, we will kick him out of the market too. You don't need government people. You don't need to say government. You don't need government. You leave an NPC. NPC is government money. You can't. The petrol industry, there are many people with too much money there. It's not like a cement industry that you can hold some people, 3-4 people, you hold them for block calls, you run it. Yeah, these are trillionaires. These are crazily rich people. I don't know. That is a wild goose chase, But anyway, I wish them all good luck. Don't need to talk into people's business. Everybody they hustle now. So I hope they find I don't know. I just wanted to. Actually, it was this lady that made me because I missed her name so badly. I was feeling ashamed. Like, oh my gosh, she's not there. Why did I even say her nickname now? She's Kayla Maguire. I think she's a good presenter.
On which channel is that?
Yeah.
On which channel?
Channels. She was a good combination with Maokwe. That
it's quite a thing actually for going on 20 years now. That Maokwe, she still remains unmatched. In terms of sitting at the top of the pyramid in the there is nobody that even comes close to her in that industry in Nigeria.
Well, she has a calm persona, calm.
She has a good grasp of language. She has a depth of knowledge of the landscape. She has an affable character, and then she knows how to handle people. Nobody comes. The only person that could have come close is maybe Ruben Abati, but he plays around a bit too much. But outside of those two, the rest of them, they're just useless.
He's not a television. It's more of a newspaper things now. Ruben Abati is more of a newspaper thing, and he's a theater. He studied theater and art now, not so much. I mean, okay, there's no particular prerequisite for going to journalism. Like this Magua, I think she studied literature, English literature. So she's more mainstream English literature than but Abati has I think she got a PhD, so maybe you could claim that. But Magua is more mainstream literature than Abati.
Sorry, I think Prince wanted to come in. Prince.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask if Fatai answered the question, or if you know one man, why the Naira is appreciating. I didn't think I heard his response.
Yeah, I hope it made sense to you. Fatai always loses us in the science of it. You just talking down at us from his PhD pedestal.
No, I didn't really give. Actually, Prince Daddy, I didn't really say anything straight things, because I said, like, I mean, so discussion about currency, is the economical framework, theoretical framework of it. That would be very, because that's really how you operationalize it. But I only spoke to the physical operation that they are going on now. So I talked about the something Bloomberg they are doing. What did I talk about? I just mentioned a few things that could account for some sort of stability, if not total coming down, but at least, because if the market is more transparent, if every participant is simultaneously aware of what is going on, that's kind of like a principle around blockchain principle. So that maybe that gives a little bit of confidence to the market, understand? So we don't know how they are buying there, we don't know how they are buying here. So everybody kind of have a good gauge of what is going on the average in the market. So I think that could play a good part in the stability of it, Then what did I don't even remember. I just mentioned like 2 or 3 things that I said about it, But I said that I didn't want to get into the theoretical conversation, because the time they were talking about arbitrage, from that time I decided I wasn't interested in talking about theoretical things, because I don't know, I don't want to get into that.
All right, we've hit the 4-hour mark, so I think we may want to start to wrap it up here. The after hours host, none of them are available, so nobody to hand over to. Yeah.
What did I do? How you doing now?
Hey, Fatai, how you doing?
Wait till the job.
But I want to report one man to you. He don't yab you.
He yab me?
No, I won't fight. You can't tell me, say no. Say I don't know. Say no. I say no. I don't do like that to one man. I don't report you.
We called you and we were and you did answer. So we were asking. Fatai was asking me if we have lost you to the brandy again.
No,
Wamba, this is wicked now. Why?
He was asking, have we lost him to the brandy again?
I'm not a fan of brandy anyway. I drink whiskey.
You see?
Yes.
Madam, this is what I said though. He's the one that said that one. No, you see, I am right. Woman, you see, I'm not right. I know Madam Vita more
I could
than
have
you.
sworn you were talking about Remy Martins and
No.
I've been trying whiskey. The whiskey that Warp sent me from Japan 2 years ago. It's not to my liking. It's knocking me out. Just one sip of it will knock me out.
So you don't drink now. That's what it means.
I do drink, but not whiskey. It's too. The thing is, I stopped drinking beer because it makes me fat. And then I started drinking this sort of Nigerian something, which is just it's too strong. And then I went to brandy. I think brandy is probably my poison. I like red wine, but for the same reason for beer, it just balloons me up. So I can't drink red wine. So I think brandy will be my poison now.
Woman. Woman.
Yes.
Woman, I want to take it.
Why are you always so quick?
I want to take
it.
The
Once you
platform.
call on your regular contributors and they are not in the studio, you're always quick to close shop and go. Do you know that some people, some of the listeners, they like to listen to your analysis, even if it's just you alone. But don't be too quick to be, rushing.
Let me tell you, Dewale, I don't like to do more than 4 hours. And then after 4 hours, I'd like somebody there to hand over to. So when the clock is hitting that 4 hours, I'm looking around. I'm even texting people that, are you free? Are you free? Because I'm just ready to bail, but Thomas is here now. So I think Thomas will shut it down. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin ní Thomas fi fàṣẹ ní Australia. Every single Australian dollar is after it. Every single Australian dollar.
You're gonna make a cocoa. You
know that is somebody's name. There's a chief over the cocoa, that.
But the moment Thomas went to Nigeria, I knew he's going to disappear for like 2 months after when he came back.
Replenish.
Yes, now every lot of Nigeria now. He almost single-handedly sponsored his mother's 60th birthday. So well, that's a heavy hit on the wallet. All right, guys. Let me bail out. Hand over to Thomas. After I keep him company, Dewale is here as well. I think we have Zita back now, and I'm sure your crew will start to come in as I leave. I won't call. They just don't like me. As soon as I leave, they come in. So let me leave and let them come in. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. The super chat of the day. Kulata. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
How are you? How are you, people? My people, my people. Adewale, how do you know? You really you search through my heart.
Nigeria is expensive, so if you go like that to Nigeria for that kind of occasion, I know you would disappear one way or the other. Bury yourself also making that money. Yeah.
I know. I went for a party, my mom's 70th birthday.
You said that.
I can't even told you how much I spent. Just 10 days. 10 days. That's it. Oh my God, Nigeria. No. If you don't have money, don't just go. Or maybe if you go, don't just hide yourself somewhere. Don't let people know you are around.
You know, Thomas. Today, my old school association, we were having a meeting, and somebody said, "Look, there's always this conversation among those who are in Nigeria that whenever we're having an annual meeting or so, and they will make an inquiry and to find out if social people will be coming home. If they tell them that, oh, they are not coming, guess what they will do? They too will not show up because they know if they show up, more back to their real destination." That person just mistakenly said that. I was like, so this is what these people have been doing. So they will always show up whenever the people in diaspora, came back home. I said, okay, that's good to know now. So next time, nobody's gonna announce to anybody. We just show up or we won't show up at all. That is expensive.
No, it's just it's a joyful something to help people, but no, it's too much. It's some people. Do you know how many account number being sent to my Nigerian number? Oh my God, I don't know. It's too much. It's too much. You spend millions just
Ọlọ́run máa
doing
pèsè okun àtagbára.
Pata, it's not easy, my brother. In
Yeah,
cold, in winter, in summer, you make the money. Then some people are just there, open their mouths like kalo. It's not easy.
Ọ̀rọ̀ ayé náà ṣe kíní díẹ̀. Ọlọ́run máa pèsè ìgbóni tó ṣe kókó nìyẹn.
Yeah, but
Ọlọ́run máa
God,
pèsè okun àtagbára.
God has been great. It's only if you are trying to buy. God has been great. Yeah. God has been great to I think everyone. God has been great in living in diaspora. It's not easy, but hey, Fatai, your money is not only for you. 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 You have to help. You have to help people. People. Fatai, the last time I went home, you will see hunger in people's face. They don't need to tell you that this person is hungry. You will see it's just obvious. You will know that this person, if you go to Hitri, people will start saluting you. You know that there's nothing else when you are leaving just to drop something. I buy things, I don't take change. Because even if you want to take change, they will now say, Mama Fatai, Mama Shukura, do you have change there? They are telling you automatically, you look good, my brother. Leave the change. I just walk away. I don't get change. I just walk away. Just walk away. Brother, we've seen change. I said, don't worry. You need to buy things for my child, the kids here. Just walk away. God will redeem that country. It's just yeah. What is the talk? What are we talking about? It's been long, more weeks, even months I've been here.
Have you people discussed what happened in the White House?
That's very crazy, my sister. My sister. They said Zelensky is very rude to Trump, to everyone. I think they cut off the meeting.
Let me tell you something. That was one of the reasons.
Hey, Victor, before you go on, let me greet my man. No, I came here because of him. Thomas, how far now?
Simba, how are you, my brother?
Good.
Lafia, we thank God. How's family?
We are good. Long time now.
It's been long. I'm listening, but work schedule. I just got a new job.
I thought of you, and I know that you have to go and do and replenish whatever you have spent in Nigeria.
Exactly. Then when I came back, there's a job appointment that's been waiting for me. Now they changed my shift to morning shift. So my shift is always morning. But that same morning is the time I'm supposed to get handover from one man. So I always listen in the background, but I couldn't join. It's only because of work.
Morning shift is the best. That's the normal time for any human being to work.
Yeah. It depends on your skill, your type of job. My type of job is morning shift, afternoon shift, and night shift. So you pick the one that really suits you.
I do morning, permanent morning. That's what I do.
So you don't do night shift?
Yes, the junior ones that do. It's the junior ones that do the night.
The night shift. Oh, yeah. I like more of night shift because when I go for night shift, then during the day I can take care of my own personal business. So I'll go for night shift, come back in the morning, rest.
Anybody that does shift job is a very delicate job because definitely it's going to affect your biological rhythm.
Exactly.
Your sleep pattern is yeah.
It's gone.
As you are adjusting to one, they will change it to another one. As you are adjusting to it, you will change it again.
That
So,
means you cannot live here now. Seems like you like money shit. So Mariah Mamugo later, huh?
Simba. Simba.
Don't mind precise. Since the day I call him a terrorist, he be calling me a mugbo.
Money keeping the best.
You people
Yeah.
are doing
Let's go to
morning
Zelensky.
Everybody get beef with Simba now.
morning
Me
shift
too,
and night
I still
shift.
get beef with Simba.
I know Fatah. The day I talk about our law, since that day, Fatah has been beefing me now.
And now, you say you don't get leadership quality now. I say.
We see Fatah. I still mention your name 2 days ago. We still talk about it 2 days ago. Now I mentioned your name. I said Fatah is listed. If Fatah will come and bash me.
Now them Papa be that one now. Ikene is next to my town actually. And
Simba, if you are
my
doing
first secondary
morning,
school was
if you are doing morning
United
shift
High
and night shift, what of if you live here where sometimes 68 days you won't see night? So what will you do?
No. It's not about. If you have a constant shift, you'll be able to plan, and then you at least you have a time you go to work, a time you do other things, and time you rest. But if you are now changing it, like the way the nurses do their own, like they can do 5 days of morning, then the next thing they can shift them to night. I say we could go and do 6 days of night. When they finish that one, they can give them 1 day or 2 days rest. They will shift to evening again. All those things.
That
I
thing can
don't like
affect
it.
somebody's mental health.
Exactly. A lot of them are suffering and they can't complain. And I don't know what they want to achieve by doing that. They can even be making it like a monthly things that that of maybe every day year you can have 3 months night, 3 month morning, 3 month evening, so that you know that that 3 months constantly you'll be able to plan and have
But
your.
Simba, you are health practitioner now. It doesn't work like that.
Okay,
You know
back
it
to
doesn't
the
work like
topic.
that. Yeah, back to Zelensky. So what do you think, Madam Sira?
Zita, you were not listening yesterday. That was yesterday. It took almost 3-4 hours that they discussed this matter now.
I wasn't here.
Okay.
Yeah, give us your thoughts. Yeah.
So what did you people discuss?
The people that we side Salensi, they were on his side. The people that Trump daddy was there now. He was one of them
Trump
yesterday.
is going to support his daddy too.
I even said something about it this morning.
Let me say
He has
this.
said something about it this morning again.
See, let me say this. In the first place, that thing that happened in the Oval Office is not unusual. The unusual thing about it is that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance decided to do that thing in the Oval Office in front of the camera. Let me tell you people how it works. You see all those presidents that go to visit their fellow president, they have what they call closed door meeting. That's where they have this kind of argument. They argue, they disagree, they argue. Sometimes they even hit hands on the table. By the time they finish that, they come to a conclusion. That's when they come out to do their press conference. But for some reason, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump decided to demean a president of another country by bringing that argument in the
But Madam Sita, you are going very far. Don't you think as they did it in public, people will know what they really talk about?
No.
Because this matter is very delicate. It's a delicate issue.
Hold on.
Go on.
Thomas.
Yeah.
Those things do happen. But it's not on camera.
It's closed door, I know. Of course. Closed
When
door, yeah.
a president comes to visit another president, they go in. they quarrel, they argue, they debate.
They can even hit the table,
Yes,
talk
when
to
they
themselves. Yeah, of course, yeah.
finish, they strike off one thing that is in their speech, another one that they come to a common ground. Then they will come out to the camera. That camera joint conference is for the world to see and for the press to see and for us to see, not the argument. So, in as much as some people will think I didn't see anything good about it, it's just argument. In as much as some people will see he came to their Oval Office and argued with their president, he was rude, he wasn't grateful. But I will still insist that that argument is not supposed to be on camera. That part of the visitation never was done on
But if
camera.
you have a Nollywood actor as the president, that's what you get now.
No. They set the guy up.
Your
No, they set the
president
guy
is a
up
Nollywood actor
because
now.
I heard somebody saying is because whenever he has the meeting or phone call with Zelensky, people tap it and make it. I said that's not true. You see, let me say this. You know, I'm a very objective person. That's why people don't like me. You see, when November election came, if I am one policy voter, I wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump. Because I have a lot of Ukrainians here. A lot. Just as Mexicans invade the United States, so Ukrainians invade Norway. Not because of the war. Most of them has been there for years. In fact, that is their own America. Here is their own United States. So I know what is going on in that war. I don't want to say my husband is there, but I don't want to talk about that war. So I know what is going on. First of all, you people should understand that this same country was cajoled into wheeling out their nuclear heads in the name of protection from this United States, from Russia, and from the European Union. They promised to protect them if they will give you their nuclear weapon. That same country, again, you are telling them to sign off their mineral resources with yet another strong argument. Oh, come on, man. What is
Madam
all
Sita,
this
don't
now?
forget you are US citizen. Oh.
Come on, man. What is all this now? People are dying. First of all, your president said he is the aggressor. He is a dictator. When he was asked the second time, he said, did I say that? What is this? I remember when he was campaigning.
Zita, you used to support Trump now. So what are you saying this morning?
You see, listen to me. That's why when I come here to speak sometimes, some people get on my last nerves. Do you know why? Because people refuse to understand who I am and what I'm talking about, because they will tag me to a particular ideology. The first time I came to One Man Platform, I said something. I am for peace. I am for justice. I don't care who it is for or against. That
Okay,
has been my lifestyle.
this one now, you didn't support what he's doing.
You said what?
I said, at least for this one now, you are not in support of what Trump is doing to Ukraine.
Listen, that's what I'm saying. People should understand me that I am a very objective person. I'm very objective. You might not like me.
Don't judge yourself. Leave people to judge you. So don't say you are very objective.
No. You can't tell me I'm judging myself. It's only somebody who doesn't. These are things you people do to destroy human beings when they don't know who they are. I know who I am. So no matter what anybody says about me, because I know who I am, I don't care. It doesn't make me, it doesn't mark me, it doesn't get me angry. It can only irritate me. that I've been with you for a long time, you don't know me. It can only irritate me, but it doesn't anger me. I'm a very objective person.
Madam Sita, God bless you.
I am for peace and justice. I don't
Madam
care
Sita,
who it is
but
for.
let me ask you.
Listen.
But somebody was there yesterday castigating Biden. Say so. He said
Hold on.
Biden.
We are not talking about Biden now. Biden is gone.
No, that so you must talk about Biden. Trump that is here, and so
we are not talking about Biden. Biden is gone. First of all, there is something people has to understand. That thing that happened in the camera yesterday or day before yesterday was not unusual. Please. There are presidents that have hid their hand on the table for Donald Trump, but it was inside the room, behind closed doors. That's how it works. So the question now is, why did J.D. Vance and Donald Trump bring this man, a democratically elected president, on camera? What do they seem to achieve? I don't get
Madam
that.
Sita, Madam Sita,
If
the
that
views.
is a tactics, hold on, let me finish before I lose my thought. If
Yeah,
that
go
is
on.
a tactics to get Putin to stop the war, I hope it works. Honestly,
Thomas,
sincerely speaking.
báwo mo kí ẹ o.
Ẹ kálẹ́ sà.
Káàbọ̀, ilé ń kọ́ ń bẹ̀.
Ṣàlàáfíà ni o, ẹ kálẹ́ sà.
Àdúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run. Kí bàbá mi.
Thomas mi ò kí ẹ.
Kí ló dé? Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Wọ́n máa
Gbogbo ògì ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ kangaroo.
I'm sorry, I'm back now. It's busy schedule. Australia, they wire me. You know, shift everywhere. Yes.
You see, when some people say some certain things, it becomes very ridiculous and offensive. If a human being should open his mouth or type on the keyboard and say it was Zelensky's decision. So what the person is saying is that Zelensky fly all the way from Ukraine to decide for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance how a meeting is supposed to be held. Man, come on, man. You people should stop doing this thing. You people make me look so smart. I beg. Make me type this kind of a thing. You people make me look so smart. Which I'm not. I'm not smarter than you guys. But when you start typing things like this, you make me look so smart. But when he said that this thing in future you people are going to feel it, then you tell him that you don't have right to tell us how we are going to feel. Oh, really? I don't really like what happened on Friday, but my Ukrainian, that's the same thing that is happening in North Korea now. North Koreans rather die of hunger than let go of nuclear whatever, because they don't want to be treated like Ukraine.
Madam Zita, actually, I agree with you. I think that, but the point there where Zelensky said you are going to feel it, I think I would also a little bit kind of agree with Trump, because it's a bit of a threat. You know, maybe it's the delivery. Maybe he didn't present it. He didn't. I mean, where he was in the moment. He was in the moment.
Let me tell you. First of all, there are two things. I forgot to say the second one. That meeting is not supposed to be done on camera. Neither is it supposed to be done in the Oval Office. That is one. Secondly, you should understand that Zelensky, English is not his first language.
Yeah, that's also a factor.
Somebody who do not know what regrettably is, you can imagine how he's struggling to communicate.
Yeah. There was a lot of
By the way, I don't even know why Donald Trump and J.D. Vance did not bring an interpreter so that he can speak freely in his language. You see, let me tell you this thing. When people play cards with human hairs, it begin to let me understand that humans don't have value for humans.
But Zita, the same pattern they use for Starmer, they use for Macron, right inside the Oval Office.
No, Baba, the one thing that was different, the one thing that was different, Madam Zita.
No,
Madam Zita. To Baba's point, the one thing that was different is that they brought to the thing that didn't need to be on the outside was the real point, the real cocoa of that thing that they were talking about, which is the Trump this ceasefire thing. So this is really the issue. So,
well, Macron fact-checked him right in front of the press. Have you forgotten? Tapping his shoulder and calming him down.
Baba,
yes,
what I mean,
Baba, can you calm down, please? Baba, please calm down and listen, please.
Yeah.
That meeting, let me finish.
Okay.
When a president of a country comes to visit another president, they come for a reason. First of all, that reason, they must have been going to and fro on it, on phone, sending people to talk to this person and this person talk to, they are not agreeing. At a point, they will say, okay, let's meet Bombo to Bombo. When the person lands, it is inside. When they finish it, they now come for what is called press conference. Joint press conference, where the press will ask them questions. This one will speak, this one will speak, this one will shake hands with this one. Those ones are drama. If for the show, for the optics, the decision has already, whatever they're doing there is drama and for the optics, because the thing has already been settled behind closed doors.
Yeah.
They fight, they argue, they abuse themselves, they call
Madam
themselves
Zita, but
names.
this is a unique matter now.
No,
it's not like
no.
Trump has to pass the message to the Russian
not.
side. There's a reason why he does it. It's not like he has to go against. This is a unique matter. So he's trying to pass message to the Russian side. Like, look, I'm different. I'm away from these people. This is my administration. It's not Biden's administration. I don't align with this. Whatever the Ukraine and the EU were doing with you, I'm neutral. That's the message he wants to pass to Putin. So that's why he
can I weigh, please?
You can still pass the message.
Can I weigh? Can I have a minute to weigh in there, please?
Let's Madam Sita, let comrade come in. Yeah, come in here.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Greet on the panelists and our esteemed audience across the group. Somebody said Trump wanted to show that he was neutral. Trump is not neutral. Trump is in bed with Putin. Let nobody fool you. I read a book about this.
Sorry. Before going on, hold on, please. Is the meeting they scheduled for Trump and Putin in Saudi Arabia is it still on, or is it being cancelled? Because I
think they met already. They're already in agreement. Even what you saw yesterday was a deliberate attempt. It was well orchestrated, well calculated attempt to humiliate Zelensky. America has to be very careful. They're dealing with.
Sorry to come in. I never had respect for Zelensky, but after Friday, I think I respect him.
It was a deliberate attempt to bring him to public odium and contempt, to humiliate him publicly.
Even when he had a meeting with Brett Day, he refused to apologize. And I was
do you know the greatest shock? Two presidents of great nations were talking. You saw that idiot sitting down beside them was interjecting.
Great nation. Are you calling Ukraine great nation?
No. I think they are a sovereign nation. Let me use the right word.
Come on now.
A sovereign nation. A sovereign nation. Okay. Let me use the right word. Let me use the right word. Two presidents were having a conversation. Two presidents were sitting there having a conversation.
No. What kind of president are you talking about? Ukraine president. Come on. He came to beg and you calling me what? Come on. You don't compare both of them.
Hold on. Everybody, please hold on.
Can I just have a chance to make my submission?
Hold on. Hold on. I think this what we are discussing is very important, but let's not talk over each other so that we can. Yes, let Omorua land. Then you can tackle him. Yeah, Omorua land it, please.
Okay, please. This is the second time American is about to make another mistake. You saw the humiliation, the show of shame they had somewhere was in Afghanistan where they were rushing to pull people out after plunging people into a dangerous situation. Now, going into this war wasn't they didn't just wake up one day to say they wanted to fight a war. America was, fully involved in what happened in the war between Ukraine and Russia. You cannot, take them at the end of the day. You start shifting the goalpost at the middle of the game. I know it was not the.
It's not Trump administration.
Hold on. But you have to separate Biden from Trump.
There is what we call governance. See, this is what I said. There's something you guys are missing.
It doesn't work that way, Thomas.
This is governance. Governance is a continuum.
Hold on.
Can I just land my point?
Okay, land your
Why did you say it doesn't work like way?
Can I just land my point, please?
Yeah, land it then. Madam Sita will come
These
here.
people are still. You hear what the vice president was telling him. You came to Pennsylvania to campaign for the opposition. They are still in their campaign mood. They don't know the difference between campaign, electoral campaign, and governance. This is governance. You have to, you have to deal with every situation, the good, the bad, and the ugly. They are still in their campaign mood. The vice president was there sitting there telling Zelensky, you came to Pennsylvania. This is a vengeance mission. This is they are out for revenge. These are clowns. These are bunch of bullies. These are animals in the White House. This is a bully in the palace. If you guys are not getting the message, by the time this guy is done with America in 4 years, you guys will. I don't know where you guys are getting this support from. If Trump contests election in Nigeria today, he will almost win. They are not here. They support. You talking about American first. He's not talking about America first. He's talking about his selfish interests and personal aggrandizement. All what Trump is fighting is all what he knows is his cronies and his billionaires and friends. There was a book I read about Trump. He has been in bed with Putin, since a very long time ago. They are not just starting.
Let us somebody take
universal healthcare.
Have you
let me just run this one.
Comrade, do you want to keep spending billions of American money on a war they can't win? Is that what you're saying?
Let me tell you, the strength of America does not lie in the number of troops they have. It lies on their ability, their dealings with their allies across the globe. That is why when America sneezes, the world catches cold. You don't know what is responsible for that? They have to use money. You saw this guy.
Omorua, thank you. Yeah, Madam Sita, you are trying to say something earlier. Then Fatai will come in.
First of all, let me say something before I clear you on that one. If we can be careful to discuss this situation that happened on Friday without hate and love, we will have a very healthy conversation and people will learn from it. Now, back to clearing.
Madam Sita, I was asking a question earlier on. I said, don't forget that because
okay. When somebody is contesting for a position, 60% of the shenanigans in the position, he knows about it. Actually, that is what propelled him to contest. Now, when you take that position, you are taking that position with the wahala that comes with it. Whatever poo-poo the other man that sat there has left, you got to clean it up. Otherwise, it will hurt you. You cannot say, it is not me. I know some politicians in Nigeria used to do a blame game. But on real situation...
First of all, it's not US Wala, it's Ukraine Wala. If it's US wahala, then you have an argument saying you should
The
take
peace of
US
the
if
world
it's
gives the
Ukraine
peace of
wahala.
America. America cannot be saved when the world is not safe. Yeah, let's get the point right.
So the world is not so because of Ukraine, the world is
Can
not safe. So
can I
the one that's going on
finish?
in Sudan is the world not safe.
The September 11 attack, where was it organized? It was organized somewhere. I mean, let's be careful. The way we are going.
What does you wait? Hold on, bro, comrade. What does Ukraine? How does Ukraine losing the war? How does that affect America?
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm coming to that.
What does taking their mineral, somebody that has been in war, you assure somebody that you are going to, you lure somebody into a war he knew from the beginning, had an issue, he could not finish.
It
You
was
lure
not.
him to the war.
It
Now
was
in
not Trump that
between,
did it.
you want to take his
Trump
mineral,
did not
the
launch a
army.
war.
I thought you said it was a negotiation. They were in a negotiation table. You wanted him to take everything from Donald Trump, hook, line, and sinker, because he's a Donald Trump.
Thomas.
Yeah, we
as I
can't
said
talk on each
before,
other. Yeah, let Madam Sita land it. Yeah, I think Fatai want to say something. Madam Sita land it in 2 minutes. Then we hear from Fatai. Go on. Yeah.
we should be discussing these things, removing hate and love. That way we see clear. If it's not an American war, I wonder why you should be giving a country free 120 billion when it is not your war. You see, I don't really like discussing things in that direction.
It is an American war indirectly.
Let's face the situation.
They are vested interest. They have interest in that region.
Let's face the situation Ukraine has faced themselves. If what Putin was claiming that it was NATO trying to go to NATO, that's why he went to war, which people like me know that's a typical lie anyway, because Norway here, they NATO, with the Waka enter Russia, Waka come out. Poland did then NATO. I don't know what he meant by that, but when they discuss those shenanigans, some people buy it. If it is true, America and NATO would have told Ukraine, hey, calm down. They would have beaten him to the game. Because if they told Zelensky to shut his mouth, he would have shut his mouth. So I don't understand this idea. It is not American war. It has nothing to do with it. It's Ukraine war. And then you are giving free 120 billion. I mean, come on, man. Anyway, I don't land them. I will come in again. We'll not continue since it's a shouting match.
No. Fatai, you want to say something here?
Yeah, I wanted to say something towards what Madam Zita was saying. So actually, this thing is not really. It's a very messy stuff. It's not one line. There's no one
Fatai,
line.
before you go on, do you think Zelensky was humiliated? I thought he was humiliated. He was even shaking sometimes. It was because they put him in between. It was. I don't. Yes, it was. I don't like it. Go on.
I think there was an element of surprise there. She didn't expect. I don't think he expected the level of the confrontation.
The question he has shouldn't have arisen to confrontation. Number one, his English language is not good. The man said they want to use what do they call? What is his name? J.D. Vance said they want to use diplomacy. And the guy said, we've been using diplomacy for God knows how long. And our country is going. How would you tell me that you trust Putin not to encroach after this? What kind of diplomacy are you talking about?
Madam
What is wrong in saying that kind of a thing?
Yeah, Madam Zita, the way he came, that beginning there is the way he came in. He also shocked J.D. Vance because he came in. It was the attitude. He was like, "You little boy, you don't know what you're talking about. What do you know about what is it? Diplomacy?" It was like saying, "What do you know about diplomacy?" Okay, I think that was sparked that situation there. You know, I agree with you. English is not his first language. He was struggling with the English.
Fatai, I didn't even know that he can speak small English that he spoke. I didn't even know that he can.
Yeah. So I think there was communication problem there. But is the way he entered with that one. It's like it was like saying to him, "What do you know about?" But a lot of people also make a very good argument that maybe JD Vance shouldn't have got into the conversation. He's like president to president. He is a vice president. You understand?
Kind of thing.
So
JD Vance need to be there, but he's supposed to be behind closed door. I keep saying that.
no, they behind
Let me say
closed.
this. Let me say this. You see, come
I'm not saying it shouldn't
November
be
next
there.
year.
Like,
You see, come November next year, Trump and JD Vance will have to explain why they brought that in camera. Trust me. You know, I sabi talk nonsense. So,
no, Madam Zita,
I sabi talk
Madam
nonsense.
Zita, the one thing they didn't need to bring on camera, was the agreement. Okay, so these things can happen because the agreement itself doesn't have a solid foundation. Okay, so and that is the problem.
Fatai, sorry for stopping you. Manasvita and Fatai, are you telling me that Zelensky and Trump didn't have any closed door meeting? Are we concluding that?
No.
I think
are we sure? Are we really sure? I'm sorry, I'm just asking. No, I'm not an American.
They wanted to humiliate the guy. It was well orchestrated. They wanted to humiliate him to bring him down. It was a total humiliation, public disgrace.
No, I think the pre-planning there, I don't think they don't have anything to gain to humiliate Zelensky. Okay, there was a lot of element of surprise in that conversation.
Okay, first of all, a reporter attacked him for his dressing.
His dressing. Why are you not wearing suits? I wanted to mention that before.
Okay,
that is very humiliating.
Why didn't hold on? Hold on.
This is right wing.
Can
this
I
is
finish?
right wing.
Why didn't Elon Musk wear suit to the Oval Office? So he's the richest man in the world. He can do whatever he wants, right?
Yeah, that was a troll. Let
me ask this question. A man, almost 1 million of his citizens, which includes his hardcore soldiers and experts, have died in the line of duty. What is important to him? This is a man that they took to Man of the Year. Him and his wife came on Vogue. The world said, people haters say all manner of things about him, that he's busy taking photographs. That same man today, you want his problem to be
dressing suit.
And hold on, let me finish. You know, when people talk, I don't know whether they know history. That thing he's wearing. Look at the sign on the side. It's solidarity to his soldiers. Now, let me bring you people back to history, because when I want to discuss issues like this, I'm very passionate about it, because I have 13 of them in my office. My best friend here lost his brother in front late last year in that war. So I know what I'm talking about. Let me bring you people back to history. I know you people know a man called Churchill and Charles de Gaulle. When they were running through this kind of war in those days, they were wearing khaki all through. President visit them, president don't visit them. Go and watch the documentary or ask questions. They were not wearing suits. Other presidents come to see them on suit. They go to discuss with people under khaki. It is a sign of solidarity for somebody to stand up. And what is important to them is, why did you not come to the Oval Office? I mean, I don't know what the world is turning into, but that's okay.
I think that's the question. We just want to make fun of it. They're just poking the guy, man.
Let me finish.
Madam,
Ukraine has already made the mistake by allowing them to cajole them to release the nuclear haze in their country. That is the mistake they made. And they are suffering the consequences of that mistake, because I know that if those haze were in Ukraine, Putin won't dare
Well, Madam Zita, the
But that
nuclear bomb
mistake
in
has
Ukraine
been
belongs to
done.
Russia now.
And
So
they are.
when Russia was leaving, they took it along with them. So
Is that what?
the nuclear bomb in the Soviet, in all the Soviet countries, they all belong to Russia now. So when the
No,
Russians were leaving, they
You
took
see,
everything with them.
Mike, please, when we want to discuss this kind of a thing, it's good when I say things like this, go back and do your research.
Hold on now. The Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union. So during the Soviet era, they had their nuclear bombs all over
Mike, listen
they
to
even had some
me.
in Georgia. In fact,
Listen to me. Ukraine was asked to release and repeat the nuclear aids in his country. It was a treaty signed for protection. Listen carefully, from Russia, from United States, and from NATO. Go and read the treaty.
For protection.
Yes.
Protection from who? NATO?
Yes, they will protect them.
NATO will protect them.
Those nuclear heads.
Hold on now. You tell me there's an agreement. I say NATO will protect.
There is an agreement, written agreement.
There's maybe an agreement that Russia will protect them, but not NATO.
Listen to me, when I talk. Listen, that's why when people say Zelensky is rude, I laugh. That's why I say he is demanding for his rights. He's not being rude. Go back and read it. Go and search for it. There was an agreement because they have a lot of them in his country. In fact, most of them were manufactured in Ukraine. They still have the expertise.
Why didn't they make it after that then? Because to me, the people in charge of the Soviet, the Russians were the one in charge of the Soviet Union. The capital was in Moscow. Moscow was always in charge of the entire Soviet Union. So even when sometimes they picked up a president from other Soviet countries, for example, even what's his name, Churchill. No, not Churchill. Sorry, Stalin. Stalin is from Georgia now. But the capital of he was ruling in Moscow. He was ruling from Moscow. So
Mike, please. This is a global platform. When somebody is saying something you don't have idea of, go and find out. Don't make a joke of it and don't run it all over the place. People are listening.
I know what you are saying, trust me. But the fact of the matter is, everything Soviet was all Russia.
Where did you get that one from?
Yeah, it's kind of like saying hold on, wait. You have NATO today, right? Do you know that US, NATO, all this alliance, right? Do you know that they have the NATO nuclear bombs? Some of them are stationed in places like Poland and all these places, right? So maybe let's say the dismantle of NATO. They will have to move those bombs from NATO now, move it to the United States. Move it back to they will move the bomb from Poland out of the Poland.
So Russia is Soviet Union.
Soviet was the real Soviet is
okay,
the real Soviet Union is Russia. Trust me. When people talk about Soviet Union today, they talk about Russia. Trust me, it's just an extension of Russia. That's all.
Thomas, back to the.
If the Ukrainians know how to manufacture nuclear bomb, they would have done it by now.
Back to the discussion.
In 3 years, they would have built another one.
So you see, Thomas, as I was saying, you see, they have already made that mistake, and they are paying for the consequences.
Madam Zita, can you allow me 30 seconds if you don't mind?
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to see, Mike. You know quite well that they convinced Ukraine to give up the nuclear weapon for security assurance. So that you are saying Ukraine don't know how to do this thing. I
never do them.
No, the thing is this: you convince someone to give something up, and you later betray him. You are not.
Bro, they didn't convince anybody to give anything up. Listen, the negotiator. Hold on. When they're negotiating with the breaking of Soviet Union, all those things, right? The deal is, in fact, stationing bombs in different locations of the world. Even during the negotiation, even the Soviets told America that they must move their bomb from certain part of Europe. Even when they were discussing Cuban Missile Crisis, when they were telling the Soviet to move their bomb from Cuba, right? And so we have to tell America that, okay, you need to move your own bomb from this part of Europe, from Turkey or somewhere in Europe, move it from there. And then when they have bombing in Ukraine is about to be independent countries. Of course, they will say, come, why do you have to have nuclear bomb in Ukraine, another nuclear power? So all those negotiations, why the Russia, because it was in Russia's interest back then. They didn't want, hold on
This
now, it
guy
was in
doesn't
Russia's
even know
interest to
that
have their
the
nuclear
80.
bombs in all those.
This guy doesn't even know that the
do you
60%
know what they
of the
Do you
call
know
nuclear
they
bomb.
had nuclear
Budapest?
bombs even in Belarus before? They took it
Mike,
all out.
This
wait
guy,
now.
this guy doesn't even know that
It's part of the negotiation with the
60% of
West,
the
with
nuclear
America and
bombs
all of
were
them, that
built
you can't have too
in.
many nuclear powers.
Mike,
You
do
don't
you
even
know
know that those
about
nuclear
do you
bombs
know
were
about
built in
Budapest
Ukraine.
Memorandum
I'm sure you don't
1994?
know. That's why you are
Mike,
talking like this.
Mike, have you read the Budapest Memorandum 1994? That's what I will remind you. I refer you
Bro,
to. Go and read
here's the
it
deal.
before you.
The bomb that was in Ukraine,
Go
it
and
was made
read
by
the
Russia. It
Budapest
wasn't made by
Thomas,
Ukrainians.
please,
Memorandum.
can we leave this nuclear thing and go
Let's
back
go
to the
ahead there, Madam
discussion?
Sita.
I
Go and
beg.
read Budapest Memorandum, then we can
Forget
discuss.
all that. The bomb that was in Ukraine was manufactured by Russia.
Let's move forward.
That's the whole point.
Okay, let's move forward. Madam
If
Sita, thank you.
somebody doesn't know that 60% of the nuclear weapons are being built in Ukraine, then why are we discussing?
Now in Ukraine never built one today since war don't start.
Anyway,
They never built another one.
Thomas, as I was saying,
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
you see, the guy might sound rude, okay, but I think it's based on the agreement. And if they don't help him, let me say something. You know, I talk rubbish. Putin will continue. If they let him destroy Ukraine, he will destroy Poland. And nobody will stop him. The only thing they can do to Putin is this thing they are developing now. Melt all those warheads with laser, and that's it. All those nukes from the space. Pinpoint all those deposits, melt all of them.
Madam Sita, sorry for cutting you. I could say almost every war that has happened in this life, at the end of the day, both sides, they always come on the round table and make a decision to stop the war. So when is Putin and this guy going to come in the round table and stop the war?
Because
it's lingering too much.
No, hold on. Let me tell you what is happening. This guy has a lot of nuclear weapons in his country, and he's threatening the whole world with it. And for those who do not understand what nuclear weapons are, believe him. Okay? He's threatening, I will use my nuclear weapons. US get you nuclear weapons. Other countries has nuclear weapons. So actually, if they believe him, if I have to believe Putin that he's going to nuke, that means I will say that Putin wants to commit suicide with his country. That's the only way I will believe him. If Putin come today and tell me that if anybody throw bomb in his country, he's going to nuke, I will say, okay, so you are telling me you want to commit suicide with your country. Simple. So he's threatening the whole world with nuke. So he's busy bombing another country, and I cannot be bombed because he said that if they bomb him, he's going to nuke. Now, because he has a lot of warhead, he's losing, he's too on the losing side, because if you are fighting a war, you started the war with your own homegrown soldiers, and at a point, you are looking for help from other countries to come and fight for you. That means you lost. Go and ask any military man. You run out of soldiers. So he too is not in a better position. But the situation now is the situation of booga booga. Do you understand? He's boogering because he has piles of nuclear heads in his country. So he's boogering, threatening the whole of Europe that if you dare me, I bomb you. So everybody is like, okay, what do we do now? He doesn't even have enough soldiers to fight this war as I speak to you. Because North Korea has withdrawn their own. They die. They will come out, them go back to North Korea. So what the heck are we even talking about? It's the nuclear dump in his
Madam
country
Sita, let me interject real quick.
causing all this trouble.
You know the hypocrisy of this war there. When in the 90s, when after the collapse of the Soviet Union, when the West, NATO was trying to force Yugoslavia to be part of NATO, right? Yugoslavia saying no, they are aligning with Russia. What happened? Did they invade Yugoslavia? The kind of atrocity to committed in Yugoslavia. You guys go and read it now. In Bosnia, all those places. To force that country to be part of NATO. Even when the West, what about Libya? The invasion, Libya was Russian allies. These Western countries did the same thing. But I don't know why you are just demonizing Russia as if they are the only one doing something. The West themselves, if you don't align with them, they will bomb you. They invade when Iraq don't want to align with them. They invade Iraq. They will invade you. You don't align with them. If you are a weak country, if you don't align with the big ones, you are going against their interest. They will invade you. So this idea of Russia is only threatening the whole world. No, they all do it. All the superpower do it.
Listen to me, Mike. I don't give a hook who Putin is. And I don't care what he think. And I, for one, will never believe he's a smart guy. He's not. So let me say this. In as much as he wants to invade anywhere and anywhere, the only problem I have with his invasion is that the timing was very wrong. We just came out of COVID-19. The whole country in the world, all the countries in the world were shut down.
There's no good timing for any invasion. The invasion is wrong. The point I'm making to you is they all do the same thing.
Who invades. I don't listen to me. I don't care who he invades or who he's not invading. Half of his country is even frozen up. I don't give a hook. So I don't care who he's invading or who he's not invading. I don't give a hook about who Putin is. But let me tell you this. The only problem I have in that war is the lies he was saying and the timing. Countries were struggling to come out, and he knows that 60% of the grain and everything passed through that area, and he started that war, making most countries in the world today to crawl. That's the only problem I have. I don't care who he's. I don't give a hook what he wants to do, and I don't care. And I don't see anybody who calls himself a superhero to invade his brother. Because you don't know them. If you know them, you know that Ukrainians marry, they are like a family. Their language, they understand each other. This war they are fighting, some people are Ukrainian mother, some people are Russian fathers. Some people are Russian mothers, some people are... So I don't care if they decide to wipe them away. But I don't care. But what I want to tell you is the timing and the lies he's putting down on the table. And the booga booga. That's what I have problem with. That's all.
Ukraine and their wahala.
The point I'm just trying to make is that this West.
Mike, let me tell it to you here. I would like this war to end in 1 year.
Oh,
if some can do it.
Listen to me, and let me say this, and I will double down on it any day you people call me. I have said this, and I will say it again. If I were Zelensky, and I will never be Zelensky, you see that mineral deal, I will never sign it. Not in my government. Any other Ukrainian can sign it. They've taken my power. They want to take my food. That's not going to happen. So they can only take it by wiping out the whole of Ukraine. Then let the world watch them drill their rare earth. It's as simple as ABC. I don't even know why people are still discussing it. Donald Trump has walked away in with J.D. Vance. So what is Putin waiting for? Where is his nuke? He should nuke Ukraine now. Nonsense.
Here's the deal.
Mike, coming, Mike.
Here's the deal. You see this thing that's going on in Ukraine. Everybody have their interest. Like my interest, and for where me I stand.
Mike, you have interest.
Yes, my interest. No. Let me tell you what my interest is. My interest is you have when you have people hand next to nuclear button, right? Well, we know that when those nuclear bombs start flying, it's the whole world that will suffer it. You understand?
Okay, and him will be
wait,
free.
wait, now, wait.
Hold on.
Wait, let me land now.
I
Let me
don't
land.
understand this nuclear drama that Donald Trump is presenting.
We are not. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for Donald Trump. Me, I'm saying that
nuclear.
wait now.
Russia is not going to be out of the nuke.
And I said that you've been talking for a while. Allow her to say something.
Nuke all about.
Yes, don't fear nuke. Now go where they shoot one entire way. They go know how far. You go and look what happened in Hiroshima. You go know what a nuclear bomb is. If you don't know what a nuclear bomb is, this is what I see. This is my position. I don't think Ukraine is worth nuclear bomb being fired. Nuclear to me, it's not even a relevant country. If there's a reason why there has to be a kind of nuclear bomb being exploded,
now you are talking like somebody.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be over Ukraine.
Talking like some.
My brother, everybody is relevant. Everybody is important.
Hold on. Okay, if everybody is so important, how come you guys are not here talking about people dying in Sudan? The one going on in Sudan, they're just dying with hunger, everything. No one is even giving the civilian their money to feed or anything. People are dying of hunger in Sudan. What is going on in Sudan? We don't care. Why is it Ukraine that's so important to you guys?
Because of what they got.
What is going on everywhere?
Because of what they got.
This is the topic of
Ukraine is nothing. It's because
hold on. The reason why me I'd rather have Ukraine war hand than Sudan war hand is not because I prefer Ukrainian to Sudanese to die over Ukrainian. Because I don't care about the two. If I have to care about one, I'll care about Sudan and Sudanese people than Ukrainian people because Sudanese are my black brothers and sisters. But me, I'd rather have the Ukraine war hand because I don't want nuclear accidents. When they start firing nuclear bomb at each other, now all of us go suffer. Me, I don't want that. So I don't want nuclear war. You can say it's not going to happen. That's a possibility. If you are shooting, Russia has a law that the only time their law say the only time they will use their bomb is if their country is being. Hold on, wait. They say, allow people to talk now. Allow me. The Russian law, in fact, America they don't even cross the red line. Russia, everybody have their law. America also have their law. The only time we use our bomb is when this and this happens. And Russia has their rule that when their country is being attacked, meaning someone fires missile enter their country, is when their law permit them to shoot nuclear bomb somewhere. Now Ukraine wait. Ukraine has fired not only American weapon, British weapon into Russia.
So what is he waiting for?
Now what is he waiting for? You want him to shoot now? They are nice enough not to shoot back. And you have so the thing is, we are seeing a possibility of a nuclear war. And me, I'm saying for my own interest, I don't care about Ukraine. The war should end. And you are telling us because the war should continue because you love Ukraine. What's what kind of argument is that? If you want to love people, go and love Sudanese
like
now.
normal people to you.
Yeah?
Do Donald Trump and Putin look like normal human being to you?
Exactly. That's why I don't. That's why I rather want the war end because you are helping my argument. You say agree that they are both crazy men. So you are crazy men in charge of nuclear bombs, and you wanted to keep fighting.
Hold on. You see.
I'm not interested in the fight, but I don't like the way they're going about it. If you want to be an umpire, if you want diplomacy, if you want a resolution, the word is for peace. I would like peace. World peace is for, it's good for everybody. But when the referee is wearing one jersey against the other one, when you try to bully a sovereign president, that's supposed to be.
Comrade.
If you are talking about bullying,
hold on now.
It wasn't asking for peace. That's not how to go about peace.
Let me tell you guys something. Hold on. Let me say, Thomas, Thomas, there's no people, countries being bullied in this world more than African countries. Even in the United Nations, the way they laugh at us, we are Africa. In fact, the Ukraine wants to join EU. Do you know which resources EU we used to make Ukraine function? The entire Europe they depend on African natural resources. The reason why Ukraine wants to join EU, I don't want Russia, because EU and America, they control the world global resources. They control it and they use it to make themselves rich.
Are you talking about EU or UN?
No, EU, not UN. EU, the European Union and United States, they control most of the wealth in the world. That's why they are so rich. Europe is a poor continent. They really don't have much. So the reason why they are all doing all this scrambling, fighting among each other is to control. It's because of our wealth, African wealth. So now, if you're talking about bullying, There's no places no people they are bullying more than black countries. We don't even have voice in the United Nations. We don't have a single country in the Security Council. So when you're talking about country being bullied, Africans are being bullied the most. And you guys are here telling me you are telling me that Ukraine.
This is another dimension to the discussion. We're talking about what is happening
if the argument you are presenting is that they are bullying Ukraine, what are you kidding me? So
I'm talking specifically about what happened yesterday.
Yeah, we agree now, but Manasita is telling us that we should be caring about the war not ending in Ukraine. Me, I want the war to end. That's all.
Mike, let me ask you this question, and I want you to see it from the perspective of Madam Sita. Let me learn before you answer. Do you think, in your heart of hearts, Putin will put any nuclear weapon on anybody? He's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. Because it's going to affect him as well.
That guy is a madman. That guy can even commit suicide. That guy can commit suicide.
Let me land. You answer. What Madam Sita is telling you now is that Putin cannot live in isolation. You remember when Trump was talking to Zelensky, he was accusing Zelensky of starting Third World War. Do you remember? So I don't think Putin will do that. What do you think?
You ready? Okay. Do you want me to answer? If you want me to answer, you have to let people mute, man.
Russia will go. He can't.
Okay. First of all, this one angle you guys are not looking at things. There's something they call nuclear accident. There's a reason why America and Russia has to constantly communicate. In fact, they have nuclear doctrine whereby, and even whenever they want to test weapons, they have doctrine among themselves to prevent nuclear accident, because both countries are waiting that when one launch, the other will start launching. You understand? They know that. So because of that, they've been meeting since the era of the nuclear proliferation. That look, how can we prevent nuclear accident? How can we know when you launch? Because if you launch, we'll launch right back. So now they say, how do we know when you launch something? Is it nuclear bomb? Is it whatever? So now they agree that okay, we're gonna have our people in your place. Whenever you want to launch, you call us and we have our people to confirm that what you are launching is not nuclear bomb towards Russia and what I'm launching. So they have that agreement. Now, all this agreement they've had, all this nuclear. Wait. Can you allow me, please? This agreement about how to manage the launching of all these things to prevent nuclear accidents, they are pulling out, because now the two countries have become, they're pulling out of this agreement daily on a daily basis, where you're creating a situation where you can where a nuclear accident can happen. You guys are saying Russia will launch. It may not be that Russia is launching. It may be that launcher may be doing something different, where someone will mistake it as, oh, it's launching at us. Or Russia may be launching, because this missiles sometimes they can mistake can happen where they may be launching at Ukraine and they miss it and they look like go somewhere else and go and land in the middle of France or something. The accident can happen. So you guys are not seeing that the accident of it can happen. It's not only this nuclear war can only start because of someone deliberately want to start. It can start by mistake. Accident. Hold on now. It can start by mistake. Russia, hold on. Do you know why what do you call that missile that Russia launched, that supersonic weapon, Orishnik, whatever, to Ukraine? The reason why Russia never wanted to use that weapon is because they know that when they launch it, mistake can happen when that weapon is so fast that it can lose. The computer error can hold on now. Wait now. Where computer error can just misdirect that weapon, we can go somewhere else. And once that thing is not going somewhere else, they can't pull it back. And once if the computer mistakenly calculated the trajectory where the thing now launched towards United States, a supersonic weapon coming from Russia, that United States will be like, oh, are you launching nuclear weapon at me? They might launch back. So I'm talking about possibility of accident happening. So that war should end. That's my argument. But you guys are sitting here telling me.
You know the only way Russia can use nuclear weapon, I repeat, on a suicide mission.
But did you hear everything I just said?
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. You finish your own. On a suicide mission. Do you know why he would do that? If they bat his country, you know what it means? Bat it with bomb. He go say, make we die finish. Because at that point, he will know that his country is not going to survive. And that is the only time he will use that nuclear, trust me. But nobody is doing that to him. So all this what he's doing is threat. me with my little head here, I know saying a threat when they threaten.
I think as well. I don't think Russia will do that.
Because the only reason Russia will use that thing is when he know that this place is bombing from here, bombing
So
from here.
make all of us just die together.
Let us die together. But telling me that all this throwing where Ukraine they throw inside the country, he go throw nuclear bomb. Where? Exactly. He will release a nuke. He will nuke where exactly? I'm trying to get that into my brain. Nuke where now? Is he going to nuke Ukraine or is he going to nuke United States?
Zita.
Nuke where?
Madam
Because
Zita,
if he nuke Ukraine, it's going to affect his country. So where is he going to nuke?
Madam Zita,
Yeah,
I
Ola,
think
yes,
I
let's hear
tend
from Ola.
toward Mike. I tend toward what Mike is saying more than what you're saying. You see, one thing is this: when people start their madness, it gets to a point that the ego will not let them see whether they
Where
can
will he
do
nuke?
it.
Please answer the
Whether
question. Where is he going to nuke?
Madam Sita, allow you to land.
No,
Let him at this.
before
You don't
you
allow people to
explain
even get
what
across
Mike
their
said,
points. You let him get his
give
point
me
across.
whether you
example
believe,
of where Russia will
wait
nuke.
now, whether you believe they can do it or they cannot do it is immaterial.
I'm not saying I don't believe
threat is a
anything.
threat.
Just tell me because of his madness, he will nuke this place. That's what I want to hear.
You are projecting your own
I do
thinking
out
on
of
other
mention.
people. You think everybody think like you.
I do out of mention. A threat is a threat. You understand? A threat is a threat. And when you least expect it, that some people will not go into madness, they can do because we are not inside their head.
I have given you a scenario where that
I don't know why Nigerians have this mentality of saying, you know, go drum, you know, go drum. How do you know what someone will do?
I said I have given you a scenario where he will do that.
What if he doesn't care and he does it? You don't care. What if we have this mentality of saying, what they could do until they do it?
Madam AI,
where
some people led the global community into First and Second World War. You understand?
Putin can do anything. Putin can even commit suicide. Putin can do anything for what he wants.
Please,
Putin
let
can
me say this. When I speak, I like people to understand me. You people have not given me a scenario where Putin will nuke. I just gave you
I gave you a long scenario. You still say we didn't give you a scenario.
I have given you a scenario that will push him to nuking. Nobody is bombing his country. Nobody.
What do you mean nobody is bombing his country? The weapon Ukraine is launching into Moscow. Is that not bombing?
Excuse me. And because of that, you nuke?
You know, you just said nobody is bombing his country, and I just
asking. And because of that, you nuke.
Well, maybe, you don't know him. The thing is, Manasita, here's your problem. You are thinking because if you are in his position, you will not do something. Now means automatically you will not do it.
Okay, so
nobody knows anybody.
What is keeping him from nuking?
Well, maybe, they see that mentality too. You know, so many Nigerians have that mentality where, okay, you don't go try anything. See, they don't slap him last week. That means say, he don't slap the person back. This man will go slap him again. That kind of mentality is not good. We're thinking someone will not do something. You don't know somebody. You can't say someone will not do something.
Hold on.
Even the scenario painted is even a possibility.
Putin
can commit suicide.
I've been around violent people before. Like, I've seen a guy. Wait, let me tell you one guy. One of my friends, I got shot in America.
One voice.
Let me. Thank you. Let me tell you. Thomas, there was one guy. He's a Judah. I can't remember one Niger guy like that. We did public park for America, and the guy, one crazy Spanish boy. The boy get gone, right? And this Niger guy, they talk, say, wait, you go shoot person for everybody, in front of everybody. You go shoot everybody. So you gonna go start fight with the guy. The guy shoot him in front of everybody. The guy, you know, believe that the guy go do that kind of thing in front of everybody. You say, and with the guy they talk and say, what you go do? We say, that guy get what you go do? You go shoot me in front of everybody, in front of you won't go jail, you won't go prison. There are some people you can't predict them because you will not do it. Doesn't mean hold on.
Listen,
because wait. The guy is thinking that if he was in that guy's position, he would never try something like that. Shoot someone in front of everybody.
Have you finished?
But he doesn't know that there are some people where they are crazy.
Have you finished? Let me tell you.
Okay, go ahead. You know,
the scenario you presented is stupid. Let me tell you why it's stupid. Any human being that sees somebody with a gun and go and stand in front of him and say, "What can you do? You are dumb."
That's a stupid person.
That's one. The scenario we
Exactly.
are talking about is a total different scenario.
The same thing with nuclear weapons. They're not different, madam.
No,
It's
let
not
me
different.
finish. Let me tell you
Sometimes
why
you think
it is
somebody cannot do something, but they will do is the point I'm trying to make.
You
let
even
me
better the
speak
scenario.
now.
Your scenario is even a possibility. Well, he's put it too big for suicide.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Can you calm
Let
down?
her land. Yeah, Madam Sita land it here.
The scenario with Putin is different. Why? Whatever he claimed he is doing, he has said it severally to protect the land. So why would you do something that you will lose the land?
Because he's crazy.
Hold on. Madman get friend though. And you had his friend in the White House yesterday on Friday. Donald Trump opened his mouth in the Oval Office on Friday and said, they did Russia, that Putin took all that because of him. That guy can talk. Oh. I won't be surprised if November the Republicans lose their seats. They will start another hoax. How could you say such a thing in Oval Office? That they were impeaching you, that he took all those things because of you. What? Anyway, if you ask him tomorrow, he will tell you he never said that. So, if you claim you are a madman girlfriend, though. The girlfriend, you people saw his own on Friday. So, if somebody says he wants to protect, and you people are just confirming what I said. You said he's mad. So, he's going to go on suicide mission. Simple now. That's what you people are saying.
There's no possibility. It's not possible.
Hold on. What you people are saying is that he is so crazy, unpredictable, in the sense that he can look without caring the consequences.
But what happened to Hitler? What happened to Adolf Hitler?
That is exactly what I am saying.
It's a possibility.
You are talking as if you know the person. Like you,
no.
Do you always predict human being like that? I mean,
Mike, I am using your words.
What makes you think you can predict somebody? I don't even understand this argument. Someone will not do something. How do you know someone will not do something? Do you know the person?
Hold on. You said
you don't follow and live for the same house before.
You said we don't know him.
None of us know him.
And then they are mad. They can do anything.
They can be mad, is what we are saying. I'm not saying you're necessarily mad.
So, and I am telling you that when somebody is mad and wants to do anything, at that mad situation, you are doing it without considering the consequences. Is that not so?
Yes, and I gave you an example of human being that didn't care about the consequence, that didn't even literally ignore consequence. I gave you an example.
With you now.
When you are put to the wall, you can do anything.
Madam Zita, I gave you an example of somebody. Wait,
you
now.
Said they are mad.
You don't even have to be mad. They can.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm quoting you people now, and therefore you cannot know what he can do because he can go crazy and do it. And I am telling you people, I've said this severally, even before you said this, that it's only on that scenario that he can do it, under that madness. Because when you do such a thing under madness, you do it damning the consequences.
Okay. So can he be mad? Can he go mad?
He can only look under.
He's already mad. He's already mad.
That's what I said here. I said he can only look under suicide mission because he's not.
Okay, fine. So you don't think there's a possibility to that?
The fact that you are accepting that they can do it under mad condition, if it becomes mad, is showing that the possibility here is not even low. Now,
I didn't say so. You people said so that he's crazy. He can do it because he's crazy.
Trump,
he can do it, and I said yes.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, madam.
Situation, the person can only act damning
if a crazy man like Trump if a crazy man like Trump believe he cannot do it, Trump will not be negotiating the way he's negotiating. You think Trump doesn't know what he's doing? He's
I
not
beg,
stupid.
forget that
Trump
negotiation.
has been around so many mad people. The guy's from New York City, so the guy
Forget that
knows.
negotiation. Trump is a businessman.
So
Screw that your
Trump can see a
negotiation. I
mad
beg.
man. You see, if a cold madman can see a cold man, another madman. So
They know each other now.
so this
You
thing
guys
is,
are not understanding me. You people said
I don't want see.
We
I don't
understand
want
you.
to
We
understand
understand
you
there's no
people. I
possibility
don't
of
want to
Trump
understand.
Putin using nuclear bomb. And we are telling you that there's a possibility.
no. You
The
said
possibility is there. The argument is whether there's possibility or not. And we are telling you that the possibility is there.
I gave you a situation where he can do it.
And now,
And
so you
you
agree with
people
us then that there's a
refuted-
possibility.
Wait, hold on. And you people refuted it and said the same thing I said in a different way.
Okay.
Which means we have concord.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
You said the same thing. I said he can only do that on a suicide mission.
Okay,
and you
fine.
people
So
say,
we agree.
I don't
So what
know
makes you
him.
think he can be
He's a
suicidal?
madman. He can get angry and do it. And I said, for you to be in that stage, to do such a thing, you will damn the consequences. And that's
Okay.
exactly what I said.
Okay, so
And I gave you an example of Hitler, which is a possibility. Can still happen today.
That is what I am saying now. But
We have agreed. There's no point for argument.
I think we are saying the same. You guys are
That's it,
saying
that we are
the
saying
same
the
thing.
same thing. We are
Hold
agreed
on.
that there's a possibility of it being used. The guy can
Listen,
be
let me
mad.
tell you. Let me repeat this, and I will make it categorically clear to anybody. If Putin nukes, the world will remain, but there will no longer be Russia. Mark my word. I repeat myself again. Let me repeat myself again.
Let her finish. Then Ola will
Let
come
me
in.
finish. Quote me. You know, when I talk, I say, mother will act. At the end of the day, don't come back here and call me a witch. If Putin nuke anywhere on earth, some part of the world will remain alive, but there will be nothing like Russia again on the surface of this planet. I end my case.
Madam, see, this does not go to those if or those, it's easier to say. Waiting Yoruba proverb say, whenever you see two elephants, they fight. Now the grass goes survive. The thing you just mentioned like this, if that guy released just a fraction of the earth he has there, Europe can even become a history.
You can't hash it.
Entirely. History. That place they will be saying.
I don't understand what you think I said.
Madam Zita, the kind of bomb Russia made these days, they say it's 100 times bigger than the one they drop in Hiroshima. Are you telling me?
I said, if Putin nuke anywhere in the world, listen to me carefully. Some part of the earth will still remain.
Of
but
course,
there
you are right.
There will only be small parts will still remain.
Russia. That's what I said.
Maybe Jamaica will be the only country left,
You know, you guys
anywhere.
You are quick to
People
forget
will
it.
survive, but there will no
You know,
longer be Russia. Nonsense.
I'm so glad Madam Sita and I are on the same page. I've been listening to everybody. You know, your argument is quite apt in a way, but you guys forgotten that in 2015 there was an incident that happened between Trump and Zelensky, where he was asking Zelensky to help him probe into Biden's escapade in Ukraine, and the whistleblower ratted him out, and of course he got impeached on that. So, and Zelensky was a little bit reluctant to get into the domestic affair of the United States. I think that was where everything started going wrong between Trump and that guy. But you see, America has always been in support of Ukraine since the collapse of Soviet Union. Somebody said earlier that, Ukraine doesn't have what it takes to develop bomb and all that. In the old Soviet Union, the most technological advanced part of USSR then was Ukraine. But you see,
That's not true.
okay, well, that's your opinion. However,
Fact.
here is a country that its big brother, which is Russia, is already harnessing part of the country. And till today, American intelligence says it's still a dream for Putin to have the old Soviet Union back into the same fold under his leadership. And it will stop at nothing. Now, the previous administration of the United States, despite both Obama, Trump, and this Trump again, and Biden, they'll be able to speak in one voice, supply Ukraine with weapons, and also stood in gap for Russia to be deterred from attacking Ukraine. But you see, when the country is down and they rely and depend on you, and you are still kicking him while still on the floor. Listen, I know in these days and age, the war that is happening between Ukraine and Russia cannot go beyond what it is right now. The issue or the idea of somebody is going to nuke one and another. Look, no country is island. What Ukraine needed from the United States is number one, to protect them. First and foremost, you've prevented them from joining NATO, which is because of the matter between them. Now, going by what happened in the Oval Office yesterday, first and foremost, it's something that was planned, because why would the Vice President and the Secretary of State be present at not even at the press conference? Typically it was like a state house protocol, and for the Vice President to be on the seat while this Department of Secretary of State quiet throughout the whole back and forth, it speaks volume. Okay, typically issue must have been discussed or about to start discussion. But you see, when the President of the United States, who to his credit his demeanor at first was calm, typical of presidents, they will host their visitor and they will talk, but their closed talk meeting typically follow and signing. In fact, there was a arena that's been set up for signing of the agreement. But what Zelensky was insisting on is, look, I know you have a different relationship with Trump, but we've seen it in the past. This man reneged on his promise and he wanted assurance. But you see, when you have the vice president decided, I'm going to be a rabble rouser, he broke all the relationship protocol, number one. And look, no matter what the difference Trump had with that guy, Ukraine has always been enjoyed a bipartisan support from both parties in the United States. But you see, yesterday was a complete departure.
Hold on. When you say Ukraine has always been enjoying support from, are you saying from since you mentioned earlier that since the end of the Soviet era? Sorry, you say Ukraine has always been the ally of the United States, or the United States has always been in support of Ukraine since the end of the Soviet era. That's not true. It was after the coup, the overthrowing of pro-Russian leadership, that America became the supporter of Ukraine. Because all the regime has always been in power since the end of the Soviet Union until Viktor Yanukovych in 2014. They've always been pro-Russian regime, just like Belarus. So the two countries have always been Russian best friend, has been Ukraine and Belarus. It was after that coup in 2014 that the new regimes started going with
the United States best friend.
Yeah.
They've been big with the United States best friend, or what are you talking about?
No. I mean, so Russia's best friend. Ukraine and Belarus have always been.
They have always been pro Putin.
Exactly. It was until that coup, and which they accusing CIA that they were the one that overthrew that government.
What I'm trying to emphasize on is that every little penny sent to Ukraine has always been an agreement in the United States. It's not about one president is saying, well, this is what I wanted. But here you are. They don't even care about them, giving them their resources. It's about give and take, one. But you see, there's no assurance because this guy has been known to have broken promises in the past. And you cannot just base it on because of a personal relationship. It has gone beyond that. And look, no matter the difference, what they did yesterday was a complete breakaway from what United States is being known for. A regime will come, another administration will come. When you have an administration that decided to jettison board to openly oppose and berate a president. First and foremost, he had called him a dictator a few days back, who was trying to deny that he didn't call him. And American foreign policy has always been about, look, in as much as Russia is trying to upstage in the public across the globe, we can't wait and see them doing this to a small nation like this. But here you are, there's no assurance from you, and yet you want them to sign. And you first of all trying to lecture him by saying, "Oh, he has to say thank you." There's never a time this guy stepped into an American soil, on American soil, that I never say thank you to the United States. It's not to the president. We don't have a king in America. We have a president. And look,
even today, even after the humiliation, you still tweeted thanking them.
And when you have a vice president in the presence of the Secretary of State saying, "Well, here's about the history. Have you said thank you to this man? He's trying to help you." Right there and then, what are you? Give me a break. That was exactly what he said. He said, "Have you ever said thank you to the president, to the United States?" And he said, "Look, every time that they get a chance to address the prince, has always been thankful for helping Ukraine." Thanking the president.
At the end of the day, the argument was not about thank you. The Russia,
But look,
the fact is that
the fact is that there was no assurance that Putin would not attack Ukraine. There was never an assurance. So when you are signing your resources away, and yet there's nothing to show that this guy would not break away from his promise.
Let me say this again. No come back on come we show. Because of Ukraine, that guy was impeached. He missed it. You see that Ukraine, if he doesn't take his time, he throw him out of the seat. No come back on me we show.
Let me come in real quick. I don't think you guys have been following United States over the years. United States is a country, even though they will tell you that United States does not have a permanent friend or permanent enemy, that they have permanent interests. United States screw countries over and over. They will screw you over. They don't care. They just go for their interest, and when they don't, their interest, they screw you. They don't need you to dump you. They've done it to many countries. This fact that you guys are shocked now that they are doing it to Ukraine, I'm just baffled. And they've done it to African countries over and over. They'll do it to countries in South America. They'll do it to anybody. They don't care about you. They'll come in, they don't need you anymore, they'll dump you. They will dump you in the middle of the road.
That is not true.
So what do you mean it's not true?
That is not true that American kick their allies when they were at their lowest. It's not true. It's not true. There are some American ally that tomorrow America would never turn against them. Except maybe somebody with a position.
Hold on. Listen, bros. When America needs you, right? They ally with you. When they don't need you anymore, they dump you. That's just a fact. They'll dump you like a bad habit. It's just a fact. The allies you are talking about, maybe all those key allies, like some country, like I would say, like South Korea, for example, South Korea, Japan, and maybe those EU countries, those NATO countries. Yeah, of course, they still have strong interests. You understand? Together. But the moment maybe America is no longer, they don't see them as relevant to their interests anymore, they will dump you like bad habits. They don't care what happened to you. They will leave you on the table.
American has never dumped United Kingdom.
They've never done that.
Yeah. Maybe you lecture me in history where they helped them with the Second World War. So tell me when
you see one of those people that still believe.
No, I want you to lecture me when they've turned their back against European country like United Kingdom. Tell me.
You have never, except under Trump.
Yeah, tell
Even
me,
Trump is trying to do it
Mike.
right now. He's telling them right now, like, come on, you know,
Why do you think Trump is
bro.
threatening to leave NATO? A
You
script,
can't
a
say
script
because
was
they haven't
written.
done it to somebody.
A script was written in Russia and played out in Washington yesterday. You know why you
You
weaken
can't be
NATO?
saying, hold on. I'm telling you that America will dump countries and they've done it before. You are telling me that when have they done the UK? I'm not saying so because they haven't done it in UK doesn't mean they haven't done it to others.
Because they are stronger. Look,
Yeah,
listen.
you are doing strong man argument. My argument is not that they have done it to
Every
UK. That's not my
every American
I'm telling you that Ukraine is
country
not
that
that
they have
it's
relationship
not
with.
their key ally. Maybe some countries even they will use it themselves. They say some countries are key allies. Key allies means these countries they are key ally. Mean they are very like Israel, UK, all those ones, those Western European countries or countries like Japan and South Korea. Because that one, if that South Korea is like a key ally because if they dump South Korea is gone. China and Russia will overrun that shit. Or a country like Taiwan, is it Taiwan? Taiwan that and they call them key allies because they are very vital. You understand? But if you're talking about regular countries like Ukraine or all those South American countries, African countries, they come deal with you, to work with you for whatever they're getting. Once they don't get whatever they come, they dump you.
Diplomacy
They leave you
doesn't
right there.
work like that, Mike. And
That's where America
today,
do their business.
no, diplomacy doesn't work that way. For you to
What
have
all this
for an
diplomacy?
ally,
You people are discussing in the
for ally to have turned enemy. You know, it depends on relationship with America. I'm not saying there was a time Egypt was an ally of America. There was a time that you have some African country, but you see, depends on the relationship that they have with the United States. Here we have a country that have enjoyed robust support with committed resources over the years. And
What do
an
you mean over the year?
administration
Which
come and
country? Are you talking
said
about Ukraine? Are you talking about Ukraine?
everything, yes, everything has
Are
to
you
go
talking
down the
about
drain
Ukraine?
simply because of one individual's relationship. It doesn't work that way.
Hold on. You are saying wrong statement. Are you talking about Ukraine?
Yeah.
Or Ukraine? Are you saying over the years? Which over the years? It means in 2014 or before that?
Since the beginning of this war, I mean, this war that they are, fighting
Okay.
against, I mean, with Russia.
3 years ago, they're giving a shot to see whether they can get somewhere, and they realize that we ain't getting nowhere with you. They're dumping you. They did it in Vietnam and the South Vietnam. You know the war.
It's not. It's not even.
Let me give you.
It's not even surprised that
Hold on. Let me
Trump
give
is
you.
acting this way. It's not surprising. You know why I'm not surprised? I'm not one of those people that are
Let me give you
surprised.
one history. Let me give you one history. You know the Vietnam War, right? You know that the US was with the South Vietnam, right? They were even there. Even US, they have troops on ground, everything against the North Vietnam. The North Vietnam, was the Soviet that was back in North Vietnam. When they get to a point where America realized that this war, is not worth it anymore, they abandoned the South Vietnamese, man. They just pull out, leave them to die. They've done it before. Are you kidding me? Even Afghanistan, they just did now. They just have they abandoned Afghanistan for Taliban to just walk through.
Let's correct
The
something
Taliban
here.
is slaughter their people.
The Vietnamese work you just mentioned, even domestically, that word was not having any much support. At the beginning, the war, alongside they realized that this was a war that shouldn't have been committed, and then they went into a recession. Before you know it, they realized that why are we committing resources to fight a war that we know we are not going to benefit?
Ukraine right now? Is it not the same?
No. We don't put boots on the ground.
In fact, the Vietnam one was even more necessary for them to keep fighting because America actually lost thousands of soldiers in Vietnam.
Yeah, because it was a stupid war that they shouldn't have been gotten into in the first place.
So is it not what Trump is telling that Ukraine is a stupid war that shouldn't have been started?
We are not. Look, we are.
And you are telling me they will not abandon Ukraine?
No. If America had wanted to be in the forefront of this war, they would have committed more than just resources and weapons. They would have put this current Ukraine war. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But all they did was, well, I've heard it so many times in the public,
so why are you not telling me that they won't dump them? They can't dump them.
This is a pro because this is just one regime that decided to change everything. Look, American foreign policy has not changed. It's just one individual. It's one individual interest that is, colliding with American interests. Okay, even when Trump was there in his first term, he supported. But when things went south, because number one is an ally of Trump and is acting Trump script. out. That was exactly what played out yesterday. Look, America is not going to commit its resources, personnel, time, everything simply because,
Well,
this
I think
is not going to
the
work.
original argument you having with me is that America they cannot abandon their allies. That's the
Because, look, for them to have abandoned the ally, that means that ally is already turning against the interests of the United States. But when America is
No.
committing its
The
resources,
Vietnamese, hold on now. Let's stick
no,
to the
that,
argument.
the era of
Let's
what
not dance
we're
around.
talking about in the 70s, I mean,
Hold
60s,
on.
the era of
Why is
Vietnamese
it? No,
war.
hold on. The argument is that America cannot turn against their allies. And I'm telling you that they do it over and over. And he asked you to give you an example, and I give you several examples.
You know, when America says we are their ally, that means we are dependable economically, and they also see the world they can benefit mutually from each other. Now, when you begin to align with those who they consider an enemy, and you are actually, like you are showing it off into their face, just like the way things are in the United States and South Africa right now. You can consider that an allied turn, not an enemy per se, but it's gradually degenerating to that level. But the point I'm trying to make is that when you're an ally, that means you have a shared value. You have, you've been committed to one another over the
There's
years,
no shared value.
mutually.
America
So,
is not any. They don't. Do
I
you
haven't
even know that?
seen
Hold on. Wait.
since America, I mean, since Nigeria has
Wale,
been
do
in
you know at the
existence.
beginning of World War II, America was
Have
more
you
on the
seen
side of
America
they were more
turn
on the side
against
of
Nigeria?
the Germans. You know that, right? In the beginning.
Listen, since Nigeria has been in existence, have you seen America turn against Nigeria?
See this guy, man. This guy they asked me.
I'm
So when
asking you a question,
hold
yes
on.
or no?
Well, yes. Are you
Give me an
kidding me?
example. Give me an example.
When Obama turned against Jonathan, what do you call that?
That was
To
an
the point where they even
administration.
giving
No. That is an administration. It's not about the country. It's an
what the hell is
administration.
this guy talking about,
If they
man?
are not, because I'm telling you what is the fact. Because if they are turned against Nigeria, and they won't want to have any interest to do
Wale, what
anything
the
to
hell
do
are
with
you
us.
talking about? You say
It's
that
about
I give you an
the
example of when
person.
they turned against
Listen,
Nigeria. You're telling me it's an administration.
no. Because they are not in favor of the person in charge of the affair of the country doesn't mean the turned enemy of that country. No. If they wanted a regime change,
Bro. I'm telling you that America, bro. I'm telling you that America will tell you they have no permanent friend or permanent enemy. They have permanent interest, and they will turn against you anytime they feel like you are not their interest is no longer with you. And you
they
ask me
had
now,
issue.
hold on now.
They
You
had
ask a
issue with.
they will
They
every
had
question,
issue with
every
Jonathan.
the problem
Mike,
with you ask the question, I give
you
you
are
answer.
missing. You
You
are
start
missing
shifting
so
the
many.
goalpost.
Listen,
Calm
you are
down.
missing so many things together.
No, you are the one mixing
Because
things, man. I've debunked every point you make, and you start shifting goalposts. You say when
I'm
have you
not
ever turned
shaking
against
post.
Nigeria, and I
You are
gave
the
you
one that are
examples.
arguing blindly,
And you
and
are
I've
still
told you
you say
that
when has America turned against Nigeria? I give you example. You say it's a
because
regime.
America and Jonathan they are not on the same page doesn't mean they are not an ally of Nigeria. That's why they are interested
What
in
the
the affair of the
hell are you
country
talking about?
for their own interest. They were not.
Who
So
told you America is an
Adewale,
ally
what
of
are you
Nigeria, by
saying
the
is
way?
individual is different from nation to nation.
What do you mean?
It happens sometimes.
Who makes policy of nation? Is it not individual?
Sometimes the country wants they work with the nationals of the country to have a regime change because they are not in favor of that particular head of state. Sometimes they even help for coup d'etat and all that, but that doesn't mean they are
So if they're your ally, why are they
turning
turning to your
against them.
country?
Look, when you're talking about completely against the country, that means it's not just about the individual now. Economically, you are turning against them. What do you call it?
Bro, America they do deal with every country
Some
in the world, bros. They do deal,
every
they
aspect
do
of
business. They
relationship
do
is going
business
to be.
with China. They do business with Russia. They do business with everybody. The moment you go against their interests, they will turn on you one way or the other. Either they sanction you or they do something to you. They don't care there's no ally. There's no such thing as ally. Except if you want to talk about the key ally, they will call them key ally because they know that these ones are very, very important.
What you fail to understand is that regime changes, regime comes, regime goes. Okay, simply because they have issue with one administration doesn't mean they are still an enemy of that country. That's what I'm trying to let you know.
Bros, America does not owe permanent enemy or permanent friend. I made that clear to you. Why you keep saying the same thing? Yeah, what the hell are you arguing against, man? Whether it's a regime
So
reason
in
or
relation,
If not,
to this
if Russia,
Zelensky of a thing.
hold on. If Russia, okay, you agree with me that Russia is enemy of America, right? Or at least China, right? Okay.
Yeah.
If Russia tomorrow, maybe new president coming and begin to submit to America, because said to be subservient to America, guess what? America become friends of allied Russia or China.
That is that is possible. But you see,
Exactly. So they're not picking you. They're not saying you are my enemy because they don't like your face.
when you
It's
have
because
a
your
country,
policy does not favor their interest.
when
That's
you
why they
have a
make you
country
enemy.
that signed treaty with America, number one, it's not about the individual. That's what I'm trying to let you understand. It is not about the individual. Look, in every country, forget about these, patriarchy countries that you're mentioning, either China or whatever. We're talking about a country that have an established foreign relationship with United States, established.
Everybody
Where
have established foreign relations with the United States. That's why we are all part of the United Nations. Everybody, including Russia. In fact, Russia probably have more strong established relationship with the United States than even most countries. They have a space program established, many established relationship with Russia, with China, with everybody. Everybody got established relationship with each other. That's why we all have embassy in everybody's country. So this mentality of there's a permanent enemy. There's no permanent enemy. It's interest America is out there for. When they say you are they are talking bad about you, pointing gun at you, is the reason. Because you are working against their interest, you are threatening their interest. That's why they turn against you. And the moment you are no longer against their interest, they start hugging you. So that's what I'm telling you, man. This idea that they can't turn against anybody, some people, are you kidding me? They'll turn on you, man. Bros, you guys don't understand this world we live in, man. It's only we African that be thinking. I remember some Nigeria, America is the policeman of the world. They come and save us. Hell no. America will tell their ally of Congo. Congo has been in a mess, and they are sending their what do you call it? People there to go and be looting their sponsor rebels to be taking out the resources. Even Liberia, that was their ally for over 100 years, key ally in West Africa. The moment Liberia became a country that they don't even need anymore, the country abandoned them. The country became poor. The civil war, they even sponsor. I mean, come on, man. We know what we are talking about, man. Forget this Nigeria that we have America as our ally. It's a lie, man. The way Nigeria will turn against their interest, they could sponsor. They will start sponsoring IPOs to go and shoot us a rock. People that use their own mouth tell you 2 weeks ago, say that they sponsor Boko Haram. Now they come here, they tell me, say, we your allies.
Okay, that cannot be true. That was another attempt to give a dog a bad name in order to hang it. If you feel the Boko Haram aspect of USA it was bad, do you throw away the baby with the bathwater? Why not modify it? Why not rechannel? Why not redesign the program? This guy is a bully. I don't know who they deal with. But the time this guy is done with you guys, you will know that Hitler was a better person. Thank you.
To me, see, and when people they talk about Hitler, see all of them we fight that war. They're all the same, man. They were all the same, fighting for the same reason. They want to rule the world.
Trump is not a better person. He's a racist. He's a bully. He's a narcissist. He's a madman.
There's no Igbo will not be racist. I'm not gonna lie to you. All of them. Some of them we just no smile for your face, show you. But all of them are all racist, man. Even Biden, all of them, yeah. Although, racist, Trump, I just a guy from New York. That's New Yorkers. They get bad attitude. That's their nature.
Mike,
Trump he don't insult everybody for
America Secretary of State. What do you think his duty is? Now, what do you think?
Whatever Trump telling him to go and do now, you go and do.
So primarily, his job is the mouthpiece of the administration, correct?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. And
nobody president appointer. You tell him to go and talk like this. You talk the way you ask him to talk.
Okay. So typically, they're called Secretary of State, the third president of the country, because they see them as like a president. The authority when it comes to making the country's position on the foreign issues, their stand on issues, apart from their permanent representative at the United Nations. And here's the thing: before Americans get to the point where deals agreement has been concluded, the Secretary of State must have done tremendous job to get ball rolling. And typically, when it comes to foreign government coming to the White House for photo ops or signing and stuff like that, it must have gone beyond saying, "Oh, we're just arguing about something." Typically, they must have ironed out their differences and everything way before you get to that point. Now, what we see happening yesterday was a dereliction of duty of the Secretary of State. As a matter of fact, maybe you've not seen it. This guy was being roasted on social media today so bad
Who?
that Marco Rubio
For what?
for not doing his due diligence, for not doing his job.
What should they have done?
Okay, excellent. You see, all these differences that between Zelensky and Trump, whereby to the point that they got to this disagreement in the public, the office of Marco Rubio should have done excellent job in hiring all this thing out by bringing those parties together. Remember, Trump administration.
Hold on. Before you go for that, you say Marco Rubio should have been the one to meet with Putin and
his office is
office, okay.
the duty of his office to have put all this together. Remember when Trump administration and Putin delegate met? Zelensky's delegation was not there. They were not invited when they were hiring it. So it was the afterthought agreement that was now presented to Zelensky, and Zelensky's group said, look, they should have involved them in talking about this.
It was Rubio's decision. Hold on. Do you think it was Rubio's decision not to involve Zelensky?
See, hold on. See, this is why I know that American has entered one chance. Okay, what American is going through now, it's going to get worse than this. I mean, if you saw,
it's not going to end well, bro.
If you saw the video of this guy, of the Secretary of State, the way it was squeamish. It was, you could tell that somebody was like, oh my goodness, what is happening right in front of us? Look, typically, America has a stand when it comes to foreign relationship with any country in the world, regardless of who is in charge of the affair of that country. If they want your resources, they will put it on the table. Okay, this is what we want. It's give and take in every relationship.
Anyway. Some of it they just take.
Well, you can say that, but mostly the other party will want something too in outcome of whatever they're trying to get themselves into.
Iraq, for example, did they?
Now,
now,
at the end of the day, they will talk. Now, after talk, they will now say, okay. But you see, the one where a foreign government will come to the White House and they will have a seat in front of camera and they will have a photo up. Typically, it's more or less like, I appreciate you, you appreciate me. Within 2 seconds, they work out all the press and they now go to the proper,
they
final.
They do that before they come to the press.
Exactly. But before they even get to that, they must have the nitty-gritty of that.
The press is joint press conference. Then press will ask them questions.
And they give press what they want press to know, not to
by that time, the nitty-gritty of every agreement has already been put in place.
Yes.
So it's easier for them to walk away from their sign agreement and then go meet the press. As a matter of fact, there's another place being set up for press conference whereby both of them will stand behind the flag of each country and then they will talk about what they need.
You are talking about when they come to discuss matters as long as.
No, I'm telling you that the Secretary of State.
I know what you are saying when they come to discuss matters, deals, or those things they meet. But you are talking about something that's in front of the whole world. You talk about war.
We have it.
Bros, there's no way that thing will not spill into public. They're talking about the war.
No. See,
give me a second. Give me a second.
Okay, go ahead. Ahead.
You are comparing when countries come to discuss issues as long as really wide open and very complicated, and no, I won't even say complicated. Where you are talking about issue where a country is taking a U-turn all of a sudden. You are telling me that they will iron that out in one single meeting.
Man, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not about diplomacy.
Hold on now.
Whether war or no war, whether economy, political insecurity or whatever.
I get that.
Protocol was breached yesterday. It was a show of shame. It was absurd. It was disgusting.
Hold on, bros. We are talking about issue that's in front of the whole world, right? This is a public open matter, the Ukraine-Russian war, where the U.S. Trump administration is coming in to take a complete U-turn from Biden, and the whole world see it, and they're like, "Wow, it's already in public that he's taking a U-turn." Now he's saying he's meeting, he's trying to end
Oh
it.
no,
Now
no,
you
no.
think,
Wait, Mike.
hold on now, hold on. You think Trump will not want to give his body language to everybody? Like, come on, I just meet this guy for room, and within first of all, they didn't even get to an agreement in the room, and that is what Trump now bring out. Like, okay, you don't want to assess this fire, this and that and that and that. He's letting American people. Even Trump himself said to his vice president when the vice president say, "Oh, this is something you should send argue about in the room." Trump himself said, "Well, I want everyone to hear it. That's why I prefer to be arguing from the American people and everything." Because Trump seems as a president that's only answering to the American people and not any other politicians or anybody
Mike,
else.
it's like you didn't follow what happened.
He's just trying to spin another narrative to suit their own position. To suit their own position. You guys, you Trump supporters, you guys are out of this world, man. You behave as if
hello, it's good for you to follow what happened. I think I've tried to explain it severally this evening. Nobody is listening. When a president arrives, the other president will go to welcome him. They go straight into the room for dialogue. That doesn't mean they are friends at that point. They will argue, quarrel, debate, knock their hands on the table. You kill me, I kill you, who cares? At the end of the day, they will come to agreement. They always do.
Did they come to agreement this time?
Wait now, let me finish. They always do. And when they do, they come out. That is the joint conference. When they do that joint conference, this person go read out his own, this one go read out his own. Then in front of the press, they will start signing their propaganda. And then the press will ask them questions, and then they will dismiss from there. Now, Zelensky came. That inner door did not happen. That inner door was what
You saying they didn't meet inside? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
They met inside first now.
They did it. How else will I tell you this before you hear it?
So they came in and just in front of press.
They
didn't meet inside first.
Listen, when I finish, go and argue.
Okay.
That inner door did not happen. That is what you saw. And that was what is supposed to happen inside. Then they come out to do the conference, joint conference. And because they did it in public, it turned out to be flare up, catastrophic. He cancelled the joint conference, which is supposed to follow after that, and then cancelled the launch. I repeat myself. You know, I like repeating myself. How does it work? When he walks in, you greet him, you welcome him, introduce him to your staff. If he's the one that doesn't know your staff, has not met your staff, that is for the first time. Then you and your maybe the issue that he came for, you pick your cabinet members who are working on the issue, or your cabinet who handles that issues. They will come with you to the table inside the room, not in the Oval Office.
Madam Zita, you know that everybody Trump ever had problem with, always make it public. You know that, right?
No.
Everybody Trump has problem with. The first thing is come to tell everybody like, "Oh,
I am."
He should have been a better comedian, not the president of a nation like America.
But
It's actually a comedian. He's a television guy. So what he did was actually fit into that profile. He did it to Pelosi and Schumer. So I'm not surprised.
Do you know what brought Trump? Do you know why American people started going for Trump? There was a time where American people started realizing that government have been lying to them too much. lying, like
They
hiding so
lie
many things.
because
Hold on now,
they don't want
hold
a
on.
female in the government. That's it.
When Trump came in the scene, what he did was
So they
give the
mentioned
people.
that you're female.
That's
Oh, we
why he
want
came up with
female
the
in
term fake
government,
news.
but
You know, it was Trump that came up with the term fake news. All those things.
not Kamala Harris and Clayton. Those are the two horrible people. If
They
you
don't
people
want
are ready
female in
to bring
government.
a
Simple as that.
female, go and get a good female. Even me, I will campaign for her.
There will
But
never
if
be
it
any
is
good
Kamala
female. It's
Harris,
just the way it is.
that Kamala Harris is dumb. Man, I know they mentioned that lady. Self. Are you who on his same mind will want that woman to handle America? I mean, I don't get it. Come on, man.
So the baby boy in the White House now is the best for the country,
He's
right?
not lazy.
If it was Kamala that won that election, by now the nuclear bomb would don't fly enter Nigeria, self, you know. Because this one, you know, they're not even
Mike,
thinking.
why would I be like this? Waiting to give you a job.
Let me tell you people something. There are
Waiting
things
to give you a
people.
job.
Let
I
me
think we should all
finish.
focus
Can I
on the
say
war
something
ending
before
rather
I
than.
leave? Can I say, Thomas? Can I say something before I leave? You see, there are a lot of things that people say about Trump that is quite irritating. When you throw your argument or you talk about somebody like that, it means you just refuse to see. Trump has his own personalities that might be irritating. I agree. But for somebody to look at Trump, call him idiot, moron, fool, I begin to see that person as somebody who actually doesn't want to listen or doesn't want to see anything, just want to insult his way and walk away. Because a man like Trump is not an idiot. Neither is he a moron. He's smart. You might
He's
not
not
take
mad. He's criminally smart. What are you trying to do?
Let me finish.
Does he have respect for anybody?
Let me finish. I
Somebody that called your nation with a shit hole.
what.
I bet throw away that idiot.
Can I finish? And a smart person is a smart person. Smart is the word. Whatever he does with his smartness is a different thing. You cannot have criminal smart and
Somebody that was convicted of
sense smart.
37 felonies.
Whatever he does with it is a different thing. He might decide to be good with it. He might decide to be bad with it. But for the most
Why do you dare blame Tinubu? Why do people blame Tinubu?
You see, I don't discuss like that. Anyway, let me finish what I'm saying. For people to call him those names means that person doesn't want to listen or doesn't want to discuss or doesn't want to think. He has his own problems. Every human, we are humans, we have our own problem. He's a showman. And sometimes he takes it off script to the extent that, like now, the one he did on Friday is, I'm getting so irritated about it. That thing is not necessary. It's not necessary. It would have been that the guy came, refused to sign the thing, and you walk him away instead of all these showbiz.
I agree with that. Even me going, if you saw me on the show yesterday, I say I almost cried for Zelensky because I feel like it just wasn't too necessary. It wasn't that necessary. But me, my main point is I just want the war to end. The only thing I support about Trump is that he wants to end the war.
Madam, you want everybody to be talk the way you talk or reason the way you reason. Somebody is dancing naked in the marketplace. You say we should not call him a madman. I don't understand. I don't know. You cannot decide for me the word I want to use for him. Based on his character.
Can I come in here, please? Good morning, everyone. I've been listening for a while, but I think America have made their choice, and they have to live by it. Everybody know that this is a drama king, and we'll continue with his drama. But in terms of so in terms of protocol, in terms of state function, is all-time low for America as they set the standard. Everybody know what he has been doing. It's not the way that country is being made. It clearly shows that your institution that you rely on, they are no more working. Because this guy, with his co-president, they are dismantling everything. Everything is upside down in that country now, if truth must be told.
What do you mean upside down? In what sense?
Give
Don't
me chance.
understand what you mean by
Give me
upside down.
give me chance to conclude. If you are firing people that have served your nation in this federal civil service for years, there must be a process. It's not just fire on the pages of newspaper, or you just say, "Oh, if you don't reply to some email, you are fired." The way they are going about everything
And
is
when
not.
Clinton did it,
Let
it was a protocol.
me say my piece. Then you have
I
been
mean, they
talking.
all fire people. You have to correct
Yeah,
your.
let me
factual
quickly.
statement.
I will conclude so that you guys can continue. That is not the process. That is not the standard America is known for.
But that's what they've been doing now.
Where did you get that one from?
Okay, let me conclude. If I conclude, then you can come in and say.
He has fired people. You're not aware, and replaced them with his own KKK members. Man.
So that is not the standard expected from a country like America. If truth must be told, what this guy has been
Expected by you.
Expected by you.
Why are you breaking into my line of thought? Why don't you let me just finish in 1 or 2 minutes and then you can now come in? At least you have been talking for more than hours. I don't know when you started. What I'm just trying to say in a nutshell is this: the example or that other countries should follow. Now, all other countries will know that, oh, this country will follow. They are not giving good example. This is not a country.
So why are you following somebody self?
No.
Nigerian, with this, we have to follow America.
I will tell
That's
you.
why we are lost. We are just follow. I don't speak about that
reason.
thing. Stop, Mr. Follow. Stop following.
I will tell you the simple reason why. Because you call yourself the leader of democracy.
They never said that, man. I don't know when they tell you.
Oh, let us talk now. Don't what
you
you
need
doing
to make factual statement now. We can't just listen to a bunch of.
What do you mean? That's what you like to do. You like to interject unnecessarily. And when people do like that to you, you'll be telling us, hold on, please. You'll be angry too. So why don't you just keep quiet and let me just make my contribution?
Those that support Trump, they are just like Trump. They are not different from Trump. Only little difference. One will be black, the other one will be white. That's the only difference. In terms of character, they are the same.
You don't like it, and you'll be doing it to others. It's unfair. Okay, you can go ahead. I just pressed my case. You can go ahead and say whatever you want.
See, the only difference
when it comes to the federal workers that are firing, is the way they run their country. They've been doing it.
What about the lawyers that tried him and the judges that start over his case?
That's the yes, the judges.
Was he guilty or not?
Hold on now. If you ask questions, you listen. In America, no matter what, judges must chop money. Lawyer must come in. That's the way the country is created.
So Trump did not commit those crimes. He didn't commit those offenses, right?
Let me say that they will still go. Okay, because it is bestowed on him as the president of the United States to hire and fire federal workers. Okay. Clinton, he never even started self. Clinton was, I will keep saying it. You see the way you people are feeling now. That was the way I felt when Clinton did his own. I said, how dare him? 400,000? That's a lot. It was Clinton that I had the word from. Big pocket government. That was the first time I had that word before. We were in high school. I said, what does that mean? They started explaining to me. I said, no. He said, no more. He cut everything. And he didn't do it by himself. He hired somebody too who did it. So I don't understand this one. You people are saying it's not the way they do it or not the way. You might not like it.
The country is upside down. I'm like, the country upside down.
Like
because they fire
okay.
some people.
That's okay. If you don't like it,
it's too vindictive.
If another person, if you affect your family member, that's okay. But the thing is that there was a time they did it in Shell. You overhire, you reduce. When you reduce, well, it can't pay you. You need them. You hire again. That's how it works. You hire
I mean,
too much.
they
People are
discover
no longer doing anything,
they
but they're
discover
collecting
fraud
money.
in the
You
system
reduce.
where they are
So,
paying ghost workers. And that was the main reason why, I mean, this whole thing started in the first place.
apart from that, even if there is no ghost workers, if you can shrink your workforce, they do it everywhere. It was
Those
after
workers
Clinton.
in federal government workforce.
Yes. After
So
Clinton.
you haven't been following.
After
Well, there are
That's
some people
BS, man.
that
That's a
Why
total
do you
bullshit.
people believe politicians like this? What do you believe? What
Bullshit.
do you take every word of politician who
not
might have
talking
said
about
they
that?
discover that there are workers, there are people getting,
That's
there
a
are people
total
that
BS. Propaganda.
No,
There
I'm
are
not
some
talking about
The federal workforce.
workers you leave because if they out of employment, what you will pay to keep them will be more than what you pay them ordinarily.
it doesn't
So there are things you just create. Look at what Obama did one time when the auto industry was done. You know, he was blamed by Republicans. At the end of the day, that's the result. Just to revive them, he gave them a bailout reform. There are things you do as a government just to keep some people and some sectors going.
It doesn't matter.
This man is a bully. He's a bully in the palace.
Doesn't matter.
What is no matter about it?
See,
What is no
is not
matter?
a bully. Shell is not a bully.
Who's not a bully?
Shell do it. Shell, this thing they're doing in the United, Shell does it every 2
But that's
years.
the private sector now. We should.
Wait, no,
Madam Zita, in a public
hold
sector.
on. Let me
No,
finish
let me
now. I'm
let me
telling
chip
you
in.
people.
Let me chip in. I will not hold on for you because you also did the same thing to me. According to public service structure, if you want to fire something, there's a process. You cannot just wake one day and just fire someone that have put in
Who told
20
you?
30 years
Excuse me.
in service.
I don't understand what you mean by process.
I mean,
Is it your own process?
What I'm trying to tell you in
I mean, in America, there's no process, so they'll fire you, man. Maybe in Australia and Europe, they do all that process.
You guys are not the only one in America. Adewale is also
In America, they fire you, man. Ask Adewale now. The last
Why
job.
do they call it hire and fire?
Mike, you can't
Adewale, when they fire
fire
you
people
for
just
your
like
job,
that.
did you go through any process?
Wait,
I never get
I
fired.
don't know what you guys are
They just
saying.
say to clock out.
Firing is brutal here. You know, you go home today, you return the following morning.
Not the public office. Public office just not like that.
Okay, I don't know of the public office, but
Let
at
me
least
tell
for the
you.
private,
Let me
it's
tell you.
brutal.
In the United
There's supposed to be a due process.
Let me tell you. If it is in somebody's power to resume office and hire as many as seats, go and look at their constitution. As he deemed fit to work with, is still in his
Those
power.
are not political position now. Those are regular vacancies.
Oh, hold on. Those people that are firing are people who are federal workers employed by the federal government of the United States. They are not political appointees. They were high. Is the president that we say we need so positions in the federal. They go for interview, they hire them.
Madam Sita, if you have ever worked for the federal government, there's a position that is for political appointee that
No. These
not
people
political
are
appointee, but
career civil servants. I'm talking about career civil servants. Those are the people that are firing. They have the right to fire them.
and I'm telling you, there are some position that is open to political appointment.
I agree
However,
with you, but the
you
people
have to.
that are firing are federal workers.
When you want to fire in any federal or state level, if you want to fire, there's the only saving grace for this administration is the fact that they've dangled a carrot in their front before by saying, look, we want to reduce the workforce. However, this is the incentive we can give you.
Severance now. It's called severance.
That is the only saving grace. But that is still subject to litigation in court.
It's called severance. If your workforce is too much, you severe them. It's called severance. I don't know.
I wonder what is the excuse going to be in court. In arbitration
anyway, that for you, American. I think your eyes won't see, you don't see. You know Trump before you went ahead to vote for him now.
Because they are scared of women now, so they don't want women to be in charge of their life.
Their eye go clear now.
And now they have a baby boy.
You honestly believe Kamala was someone that should be president? He qualified to be president.
Somebody still believe
what's wrong about
that woman
our female? She's capable. Unlike the Nikon poop that is in the White House, they were like the one berating a foreign president. Okay, I mean,
Kamala probably doesn't know, can't point at a foreign country on the map. Yeah.
look,
doesn't know
there's nobody who doesn't make mistake. But to think that woman,
it's not by mistake. She's not educated. And she's not smart
it,
enough.
it's not educated. It's not smart enough.
We're not talking about degree. We are talking about actually knowing,
knowing what she's doing.
But the one that is smart, that is a bully in your house now, it's dismantling all his.
They said this woman is not educated enough. She's not politically savvy enough. But here is a woman who has been tested, who has been in government, a senator, and she distinguished herself when she was in Senate. But you know the funny thing, no matter how good she is, she will never be able to articulate that in the public, especially for those who have made up their mind that this person is never going to be anything to them.
I think she was a former judge too.
No, she has never been a judge. She was a prosecutor. A real practicing lawyer.
To position of
judge. America does not want a female president.
Simple as that.
Simple as ABC. Hillary Clinton was qualified too. At least they just pick.
It's going to take a long time for a female to become American president, whether a Republican Party or Democrat.
America are beyond that gender discrimination stuff.
See, the movement you are seeing today, Mike, the movement you are seeing today where everything is now changed as, Trump is being elected, is because, number one, America made the mistake of electing a Negro, first and foremost. That is just a mistake.
Remy, let me even correct you. Do you know that Hillary had more popular vote than Trump? You know that, right?
I know now. I know.
So what is your argument? America does not. In fact, if it was anybody else that ran against Hillary, she would have won the election.
Every political have their own calculation.
For don't want female president.
Apart from gender bias, what else do you have against Kamala? Apart from the gender bias, apart from the fact that you feel
let me tell you the main reason why I went against Kamala. Kamala would have gone in and just do like Obama in the sense that Obama was being used by there's some white racist people in the government where they hate Africa. They have hatred for Africa, but when they're in power, they don't want to. There's some things they want to do that they wouldn't do because people might accuse them of being racist and things like that. But when the black president said they use that black president to do it, do you even know what thing they use Obama to do for Africa? Hey, yeah. That guy was the worst.
The drama was left.
Hold on now.
It's a record that Obama
let me tell you what would have happened. If Kamala would have entered, America would have invaded. It's sort of Sahel country. Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, they are flexing beating their chest against Oyinbo man. They would have used Kamala to the EU, all those countries, they would have called Kamala to go and invade them. France, hold on now. France would have used Kamala to lead the invasion of those.
What makes you think this one will not do it? The problem was to take over Canada.
They use Obama to lead. Hold on now. They use Obama to lead the invasion of Libya. Because he's a black man.
What makes you think this smart man will not do same?
It will be difficult for him to do it because it's a puppet.
Trump is not interested in. He might made it clear. He says stopping all wars. Okay, let me tell you.
How does he take over Canada without a troop? How does he take over Panama and Gaza without a troop?
Comrade. When Obama refused to sell, hold on now. You guys, I don't know why you Nigerians hate Trump. When
I don't hate him, but what did he do? Tell you.
No, when Obama refused to sell Nigeria weapons, it was Trump that later sold the weapons to us. He said, man, if you have money, bring it. I don't care about your,
everything in governance is not transaction. It's a transactional character. Everything in governance. You see, let me tell you one thing. You do that, let me tell you what Obama did. There were certain things Obama supported, not because he was happy about it. See, when I was in New York, you could see people beheading people, in a broad daylight because of the class they claim to belong to. A responsible government does not behave like that. Not because you love them. You don't need to love them. It's not a Romeo and Juliet affair. Because you are in charge, you need to protect every interest, good, bad, and ugly. Man, what are we talking about here? Somebody is here and behaving like a madman.
In addition to that, they knew that if Jonathan would have rigged that election, there would be a big crisis in Nigeria. Because Jonathan has spent 6 years. And if he had won that election, in total, we spent 10 years. That means the North would have been churching. There would be a big crisis, and crisis.
So that's why America went against him.
It's part of the reason.
You know, far ahead of 2015, the president that Nigeria was going to break in 2015, 10 years before 2015, right? You remember?
It's unfair to
He's telling me that the reason America went against Jonathan is because of the interest of Nigerian people. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm telling you, this is not about interest of Nigerian people. They look at the.
So that's what you really implied now.
Look at the political arrangement of Nigeria at that particular moment, not South.
So because the North, because America feel like the North not be happy.
Jonathan wouldn't have been president of Nigeria if not because of the demise of Yaradua. And in totality, he has spent more than 6.5 years. When you put his own regime and the remainder of Yaradua that they swore him as the
even among Nigeria, besides, the Jonathan government was not even popular, was becoming very, very corrupt and unpopular among Nigerians.
No, comrade, he's telling us that the reason America was against Jonathan is because
we are not even talking about America now. And
no, I ask you, I say, is that the reason why America was against? You say yes.
I'm telling you, apart from that, they have other factors, another reason.
But that one is not part of it.
More than 60% of Nigeria at that particular time, they're already tired of Jonathan. They just want him to go away. So anybody will bring and become a good
almost everybody saw Buhari as a messiah that was coming to rescue everybody from that insecurity. If not for economy, at least for that insecurity, we thought he was going to nip it at the board or reduce it to the barest minimum.
So security was all-time low. Economy was bad. People were just chopping money left and right, top and not. Everything was down, upside down in that country. It's just a simple trigger. If he had said, I'm not going, what do you think would have happened that time? Do you think the Northerners would fold their hand? Maybe that was the time Nigeria would just break to that pieces. Maybe sometimes God loved that country. So because God loved that country, sometimes things just happen miraculously.
God is a Nigerian, according to Obasanjo.
During the time of Abacha, Abacha was ruling Nigeria with everything.
God is a Nigerian, he's a black Nigerian.
We are
about to just say that makes sense, to be honest.
Omokri, we are suffering left and right. We just wake up one day and say Abacha died. And before we can turn our eyes around that, we are jubilating that at the end of the day, they will release Abiola and Abiola will be president. And before we can even say Abiola, they buy him also. And everything just simmer down. Everything just simmer down like that. Because what can you do? They already buy him.
You know, to be honest with you guys, if Nigeria didn't have that first civil war, I mean, that war wasn't so bloody, Nigeria would have had other civil wars. Because of that war, that first war, because of that war, no one wants to see another war like that. That's why things has happened in Nigeria since then.
I don't really agree with you on that.
I'm telling you, hold on. Just wait now. Just go and look things that led to war in other African countries. I'm telling you, it reached a fraction of the kind of things you don't have for Nigeria. That we didn't fight war over.
Waiting with the beer, nobody the beer for the whole world. Nobody the beer.
No, even Africa.
So you know what, Omokri, if to say there is no coup in Nigeria at all, that country would have prospered very well at the end of the day.
And the first coup and the first war was too early. It was too close to independence.
They are doing that time.
So we learned our lesson from the first war early. That's why we didn't have war in the 1990s.
Also for the center would have been limited because the regions were developing. The northern part of the country, they have their textile and their granite pyramid. The eastern part have their rubber and the palm oil. The west have their cocoa. And
what they did with those stuff is even better than what we are doing with oil today.
Everybody was developing at their own pace. Nobody was complaining. Nobody was saying going to Abuja or Lagos, go and collect some money. But if look at that, look at what it did to
Remy. Yes. Remy, if you look at the average age of those coup plotters, how old were they?
20s.
Majority of them were just newly commissioned. Mm-hmm. They were young as a
majority of them. The coup, man. Forget that thing. Now, general, I send them in. They go do the action.
No. No. As a matter of fact, majority of those who were in the there were not that many in general group now. There are not that many. Aguyi Rosie was the number 2.
I'm telling you, the way coup works, just go and study coups. The junior officers, the field commanders, they are the ones that go and do the shooting. But the actual coup plotter now the senior officer.
But
Hold on. Let me even break this thing. Let me break it down to you. A senior officer, when he wants to do a coup, he will call the guy that command the shooters, the few commanders, like the battalion commanders, all those things, which are junior officers. He will call them and give them instructions to go and give them the hit list. You understand? They'll be the one to go and do the shootings. And then when the show is clear, then they will now take over. You understand? That's the way they do coup. Because first of all, a junior
Mr. Mike,
officer,
can I add to that? Can I add to that?
let me just say this last part. A junior officer, it's almost impossible for them to go and do coup, say they want to take over a country, because first, the way military work is command. You have to kill all your seniors for you to take over a country. Because you can't say you want to go and keep politicians and take over a country when you have commanders that are ahead of you in the military. They will not be saluting you.
Can I quickly add to that?
Mike, before Amaru, just 1 second. If you say that is the generals, okay. In this one that happens in Nigeria in 67, the one that involved the Gowons and co. Gowon was a lieutenant colonel. And at that time, there was a particular Yoruba man that was the most senior in Nigerian army at that time. But because the northern military officers wanted to, like, you know what? Because they killed their people, they too want to revenge, and they were still restless. At the end of the day, Gowon emerged as the head of state.
Okay, let me explain it to you. Those junior officers or the north that did that coup, after they did the coup, they know they can't take over because they have seniors. So now, when that happened, which really strengthened my argument earlier, they know that they can't take over because they are junior, they have seniors. So now they now told the seniors, like, this thing we did, we want the most senior person that's not from the south to the most senior officer that's not from the south to take over, because now the military have to have a meeting. Like, okay, we have a mutiny here. They have killed the commander in chief. The most senior officer in the military have to take over. So now, the most senior person that could have claimed, which was Ogundigbe, all those Yoruba guys, because they've shot all of the Igbo seniors as well. You understand? You really killed them. So now the only seniors that were really higher than Gowon were Yorubas. And then Gowon is also the first to remember they killed all the senior northern officers. So Gowon is now the only senior northern officer left. That's what
not the middle belt to balance the equation.
That's
the
not
middle
true.
belt, exactly. They say middle belt.
Yeah, if they start another reform again, there will be another coup.
Higher rank than Gowon, they were still left in the military. The first two, they already killed the top, all the senior northern officers now. Gowon became the highest ranking northern officer left.
No, Gowon, Muritala Mohammed, they were both lieutenant colonel at that time.
If they were both, Gowon is still senior in terms of.
They were both in the same rank.
If they were the same rank, well, still is most senior then. But there was no one not from the north higher than him. But I would say it won't make sense to give it to Gowon because they wanted to balance, because Gowon is a Christian also from the middle belt. So you make sense.
Exactly. Because of the first group or the counter group.
Yeah, to keep the peace, all those kind of stuff. Because those ones just wanted revenge, really. So they know their revenge and they needed somebody. So when they had the meeting, first of all, they say the person that will take over, it won't make sense to be like a Satana, like he calls Satana, like Yoruba or Igbo, like that. So Gowon being a Christian from the middle belt, it was like the best person to put in that position.
To balance the equation.
To balance it, exactly.
I was reading IBB's book, and I realized the kind of impact Muritala, the part that he took in that coup, in that December coup. It was like one of the ringleader. I'm talking about Muritala. I never knew that guy was so brutal like that.
Are you talking about the first coup or the other one?
The second coup.
The counter coup?
The retaliatory coup. He was quite, in fact, as a matter of fact, there was IBB was short of naming him as one of those people that buy one particular. It was one of those people that went to the north, to the southeast. That went to the prison and shot the coup plotter of the first one in prison. I never knew Muritala was that deeply involved in it. It was, as a matter of fact, the way IBB put it, it was one of those restless northern officer that
Bro,
were
do
very.
you still, bro, do you still rely on the word of IBB as a person?
No. He was narrating.
Comrade, didn't that sound like a lie? Like you say, went to the east to kill the coup plotters. When those coup plotters were alive.
No, but I don't know. See, can I even ask you a question, bro? Can I ask you one question tonight? Is there anybody that will be able to answer me? Why do you think Babangida is coming
No,
now?
he did command.
No, I'm not arguing with you.
Okay, they were which coup plotter from the.
What do you think are the aims and objective of Babangida coming at this time to come up with multiple lies? I mean, he came to lie. He came to double or triple his lies this time around. What do you think are his aims and objectives? What can you deduce?
Has anybody read his book? Has anybody read his book?
I'm not going to read it. I don't want to poison my mind.
Okay, I think it's better you read it before you make a general. I'm not saying that.
You are telling us that you say he went to the east to kill the.
It's a skewed narrative, bro.
He was talking about after the first coup. They said they were the northern, because there were not that many in the military that much. They said they were being taunted, especially those people from the north, that there are
you
people.
were saying something about how you went to the prison in the east to kill the.
Yeah, he said it was one of those people that went to the north during the those people that were.
Initially, you said the east. You said
no. I'm missing two things together. I think it was during the Civil War. Sorry, I'm missing two things together. But he was deeply involved in the December coup.
You mean July? You are confused. You mean July coup?
Not the July coup. The one that happens in December. The July one was the first one now.
No. January is the first one.
Sorry, January. I'm missing it together now. I'm missing the story together now.
So you're saying the July one, the revenge coup? You say he was part of it, right?
And yes, he was involved in it.
You now went to kill somebody coup plotter the first coup, right?
No, it was the one of 67 that he went to the coup plotter in the east where Juna and co were by in the prison in the course of going over there to deal with those people that committed the first.
Comrade, you see where he's saying? It looked like there's an incorrect something there. Let's understand.
Yeah. Those guys coordinated in the war.
Hold on. Let's see what Diwali is trying to say. Are you saying Babangida said he went to the prison and buy Ifajuna?
No, like it was one of them.
Oh, so he was one of them. They went to buy Ifajuna and
the rest.
They went to
the
Comrade, wait. Let's hear first. Let's see. Me and you know. Well, okay, go ahead. You say so. You say they went there, and who did they buy in the east?
That some of those coup plotters that were in the prison at that time when they went there. You mentioned a couple of names of those people. And I believe
Ufajuna was. What are the names of the people?
I believe Ufajuna was one of them, but I might be mistaken.
No, bro. Ojuku released them for the war. Ojuku did release them from prison. He actually used some of them to prosecute the war. It was Ojuku that killed Ufajuna, not even Mohammed.
That's what I was telling you.
Yeah, I'm missing the story. I'm missing the story up now. But he did mention that he played a very big part in that second coup.
If he actually said that, then that would be the biggest lie in that book, and I'm sure the Nigerian will turn a blind eye on it. Like, oh, hey, we didn't see
nobody should read that book. It's a waste of time for the waste of money.
You are right. Ifajuna and Banjo and Co were killed by Ojuku in the east. But even that story when it was narrated, and he said the lack of Banjo.
Amaru, it's good to read that book so that you can correct people.
It's good. Actually, I'm in the chapter. What chapter? Chapter 4. He said they were already make advancement to I think Ore or so, but the likes of Banjo and Co were making a deal with the federal government. And you could find out that they were making.
There was a compromise. In fact, there was a compromise between Benin and Ore. If there was no compromise, they would have gone as far as Ogun, even Lagos, if not for the delay along the line.
But the story back to
Well, it looks like the story of Angela is telling us is the story I heard from people. Because he's
I
going
don't
to
believe him. That guy a liar. That guy a
see,
liar. A
the guy
liar.
cannot even tell us the source of the
Believe
information.
see, you see my greatest pain. If he was telling us about what happened to
Remember,
Dilly
he was the youngest member of the Supreme Military Council then.
Yeah, bros, 1 minute, sir. If he was telling us about what happened to Dilly Jewel, though we already knew what happened, I mean, it would have been a great revelation. If he had told us about what the controversies are surrounding the killing of, the buying of Mama Valsa, it would have been, you would have made some sense, not to even to the people, to some of us that suffered brutality under him and Abacha. We should have taken something from what he was saying. Even June 12, he denied. He pushed June 12 annulment on Abacha because Abacha is no more. That June 12 annulment was well orchestrated by him and his cohort. He left Abacha behind for a purpose to protect Abacha. Everybody wasn't ready for transition, happening issue. You remember the series of disbandment, the forming of political party, disbanding of a new old brigade, bringing of new brigade, the series of things he did, wasting our time, wasting our money. If he had wanted to resign genuinely, he would have resigned, he would have retired Abacha before stepping aside. He left Abacha behind to protect, to create a way to make the environment conducive for his coming back. But as soon as he left, Abacha dealt with his voice. He never had the chance of coming back. That is the bitterness he has for Abacha. He's a
If you
liar.
ever
That is a
listen
public
to
liar.
General Ishola's interview, that man left Nigerian army because of what Abacha was trying to do.
Pressure in the country too. Tension.
No. He said at that time he was almost about to be retired. It wasn't actually General Abacha because he said General Abacha was nice to him, but he said that IBB cannot say that, oh, every decision that Abacha took, that he took it single-handedly. That they all knew what they were about to happen, that he knew the coup is about to happen, and he decided, I'm not going to be part of this. And that was when he decided to leave. You are right.
Diwali, what's the name of his book? What's the name of that new book?
What is it called? Something of... Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
On a lie, that book is full of lies. Nobody should take anything from that book who clan Asika. Filter it very well so that you don't continue to reason like IBB and Abacha and Mustafa of this world. Those people were
Somebody sent me a soft copy of it, and I was like, did they make it available or it was leaked? I don't even know.
Those people were smart. They're criminally smart. They use it for the wrong, for the negative reasons.
I don't think they want to make money out of it, because if not, the soft copy shouldn't have even readily available like this.
It's only coming for 40,000, 50,000. It's very
Back at wrote the books. It was someone else that helped him write it. Like,
well, before Uncle. But IBB's story can easily be put together. Even all this interview they has been granting all this while, but it's just that it's the only thing that changes in this story now is because he tried to make it personal, that this is his own collective account. Other than that, and at the same time, try to exonerate himself for everything that's been accused of. But
1 minute, bro. He couldn't say anything about the one he was directly involved in. He went and started casting aspersion on the coup that took place when he was Farfar Junior officer. The one he didn't participate in. It wasn't an Igbo coup. It wasn't this. It wasn't that. The one he did. He wasn't courageous enough to own up. And apologize to Nigerians, so that we can look for a way for forgiveness, or it should be.
I haven't gotten to that
of history.
So 1993 era. I haven't gotten to that section yet. But the tone and the language that he used throughout the one that I've read, he painted it in a way that is sacrificing, like somebody who has sacrificed, even though came from a privilege, because he considered himself privileged to have been picked for the Nigerian military trainers at that time. And 4 years after NDA was established. But in the way he tried to make it look, nobody write autobiography and I say, look, I'm an Hitler, I'm an evil incarnate. So this is why I want you to know. Everybody wants to portray themselves as the last born of Jesus. That's the way autobiography is written. But sometimes we use it as a cross reading so that we can cross check history and a way of documenting it so that the history can be established in a way. I mean, nobody will listen to his book and read his book and say, "Oh, this is actually the way." It's from his own prison, his own way. So anybody that sees it different, luckily, Abu Salami Abubakar, is alive. They are all classmates from primary. He joined military before Abubakar, and then they ended up becoming together in the Nigerian military as well. So Abubakar has always also been involved in the government, right from day one too. But he too will see it in a different perspective. But the only thing that is that he allowed years to pass. 3 decades is enough to push something out, but it's like an open wound that never heals. So no matter what, whether IBB write it on his deathbed, it's still going to be a wound that people will be trying to, heal, for forever and ever. And maybe except that man died, then Nigeria will now decide, okay, it's not a person of history now. So, but as far as Nigeria is concerned, IBB is, how do they say it, non grata? What do they call it? No matter what you say now, personal non grata, because it's only within the political circle that is popular among Nigerians now. Maybe few Gen Z now will not actually know who he was, but maybe. And he purposely written this book because of the Gen Z, so that he can change their mindset.
A kind of image laundry instead of the opportunity of reconciliation and healing. He tried to screw it to make it look like image to launder his own image.
Yes, exactly.
Comrade, see what all of them are trying to do. Even though some of these Biafran warlord, all of them, they want to twist the Nigerian history. So to make themselves look the way they
Actually, those of them that call themselves the owners of Nigeria.
I don't blame them. They don't document history and they don't teach history. So everybody, all the criminals in the past, they want to paint themselves as the good ones. They want to.
Very soon. Don't be surprised. Very soon.
Babangida said in 1967 coup, the one of January was the one that affected even the civil war. Up to the civil war, that Ojukwu did not agree that Gowon should become the head of state because they are of the same rank, and because of what had happened to the Easterner in the during the second retaliatory coup, that the federal government cannot guarantee that these people will be secured or safe. So they went to Aburi, they make agreement, but that agreement, federal government reneged because they cannot trust federal government. At the end of the day, you could declare Biafra for his people. And then what started? How old was Gowon at that time? How old was Ojukwu?
29. Gowon was 29.
So, and after that time, he got married during the Civil War, when the war was even ongoing at 32. So I have to tell you the mindset of a young man of 29, 28. So they were young, fresh. As a matter of fact, none of them has ever got involved in civil war. In war before. So that was their test, as a military person. So they believe that since there's an intervention in Togo and the rest of other West Africa, well, we cannot have that intervention in our country and make ourselves an hero. And they were not guided, because at the end of the day, they think they work out the way it's supposed to. And the country was plummeted into a crisis that we found ourselves in today. So, yeah, I know it was a manifestation of differences of who we are as a nation. But unfortunately, the killing was just too much, and the havoc that it wreaked on the country was till today. The country, it's just stupid. It's just stupid.
Can I add something to what you just said? You see what happened, right? The meeting, the Aburi Accord, right, was killed. Ghana was one of the countries that recognized recognized Biafra as a nation. Look at what happened. The military, about the same time we had a coup in Nigeria, there was another junta in Ghana. What happened was that they were sympathetic to the Biafran cause.
Biafra, yeah, that's true.
Jukutu was a very brilliant chap. He was far ahead of Gowon academically, financially, socially, and otherwise. So he never wanted to take instructions from command. He never had respect for Gowon, number one. You could see the way he was smoking gun and blowing it on the face of Gowon publicly. Did you have that video? If you don't have the video, I can send it to you. So he was very, very arrogant, the son of billionaire too.
Sorry, comrade.
Look at what
But
happened in Ghana.
if the erosion has never unified the country, it will be a lot easier. Do you
Yeah, but let
understand?
me tell you what happened in Ghana. There was a time. There was a time. Let me just finish this one, Mr. Mike. Just a minute. There was that thing was skewed. That meeting was skewed against the Gowon. Those that followed Gowon were very brilliant chap, knowing the magnitude of the meeting, the sensitivity, the nature of sensitivity of the meeting in Ghana. You know what they did. So they had the general section. They now took them again for another section where people, the brilliant people that follow Gowon were not allowed to enter the room. It was between Ojukwu and Gowon. Ojukwu now said, "Will you not agree on the issue of confederation?" Gowon, being a very young officer and less of academic background, he don't understand the implication of confederation. He said yes, because he never actually wanted the war. He felt very inferior before Ojukwu. Now, when he came out of that inner caucus meeting, the likes of the Prince of Benin, before calls coming from Britain and co, to tell you the implication of what he just signed, that confederation means a very strong region and a very weak center. It was almost too late. So right from there, Ojukwu almost left them in Ghana. Every other thing they had was on Aburiako we stand. To tell you how young and naive Gowon was, he didn't understand the meaning of the true meaning of confederation.
No, sorry, comrade. First on that point, no, what Ojukwu did, that part, he put it in a document, but he didn't talk about it. You know how people treat people in contract, right? In a contract, like let's say you want to do business now. I will tell you what we need, what I want you to understand, but then what I type in the document, there's some part where I won't talk to it, I won't talk to you about it, but it's in the document. So now you have to read the whole document to make sure that there's some things I discuss with you that is in that document. To make sure that there's some things in that document.
Clauses,
there's nothing in that document.
vital clauses.
So that's kind of what he did. Like he put that part in the document, but he didn't discuss where it go on.
The confederation issue.
Yeah, so Gowon signed it, but then it was when Gowon came out, they started reading it and realized that, okay, there were some things this guy kind of put there. We didn't talk about, but it's in the document. You understand? So that's kind of how he got it. But Gowon was not there for. He didn't expect that we were doing documents. All he went there was that, okay, since let's just go and discuss our issues and come back. But he wasn't anticipating that, okay, we are going to sign deals or anything. It's just like, hey, let's go and discuss how we can move forward, and that's it. That was the main objective. In fact,
Gowon actually wanted peace. That was
let me even say this. Let me even say this. This notion, as you said earlier, Diwali, that Gowon is young. The reason why we went to war is because those guys were young. All of them were young. First of all, Gowon was involving elders in the issue.
Yes,
he was meeting with seniors, even king.
He never wanted that war. That was why he took
the elders
the
Exactly. He was involving everybody, talking to elders, talking to older people to get their contribution, even educated with scholars. The problem was Ojukwu in the East, their culture, they really don't care about elders. The Ojukwu elders, they were even trying to talk to him. It was locking them up in prison. He was the one that wasn't willing to listen to elders. You know how kind of now the Kano is now, where the elders in the East try to talk to the guy, he go insult them. The guy was insulting our next day, insulting. So Ojukwu wasn't. He was just trying to, in their culture, it really don't. Elders is not really.
No, apart from their culture, Ojukwu was personally arrogant, extraordinarily arrogant.
That's what I'm saying now. So his guy's not far different from the kind of person where you just want things your way. So arrogant and you're angry. You want things just you made up your mind, so no one can talk to you. The guy was you go and listening to even Benoit, Base, all of them, they said it now. So Ojukwu wouldn't listen to them, was putting people in prison. Anyone that tried to talk to him, like the older ones now, the people that know, even his father gone before the war, trying to plead to him. They said the guy was not listening. He already had his gang, all those guys, those soldiers, Biafrans, other Biafran officers, they all angered, and they saw that oil in his house. They already planned that, okay, we must take it. So they already had their mind made up. So it wasn't really that because all of them were young. It was just on the side of the Ojukwu that the problem was.
Mr. Mike, I think that guy actually wanted power by all means, because if he wanted secession, The first thing you ought to have done was to blow up that Niger bridge. Why crossing Edo? Why crossing Ore? Why heading for Lagos, the capital city of another man's territory? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it looks like to me he wanted two things. He wanted
It was another overthrow,
revenge.
another power struggle.
Ironsi meant a lot to Ojukwu. The guy was like his father figure in the army. You understand? They were very close. You know, it was like that depth of Ironsi really pained the guy. Even if you go and look at his speech during the war and towards the end of the war, when he accused Gowon, he not only he was talking about Gowon, he has committed genocide against people, and then he also emphasized that Gowon killed his supreme commander. He accused Gowon of killing Ironsi. So I realized, why are you still talking about Ironsi? So the guy never stopped talking about Ironsi because the death of Ironsi really pained the guy. So he wanted that revenge for Ironsi's death.
And they said Gowon wasn't even part of that coup, actually, directly.
He won't trust him now. The guy
that guy was arrogant. He was another power, drunk human being, man. He want people to start to talk against, talk down the other side as if every fault, every error came from one side.
The other side, on everybody
you will be amazed, you will be surprised with the utterances you hear, as if the other people have no reason to complain. You went through Edo. Our women were raped. Our people were killed. We never prepared for that. What about the Calabars that were not prepared for war? You brought the war to them. You imposed the war on them. A lot of people were carried. Everybody lost something. If an Hausa man is writing his own version about that coup, you go feel for them too. Why how a king? The Sultan of Sokoto was reverend like the way Benin people reverend their Oba. You kill that one in the midst of his wife and children. Hey, another version of people had it that an innocent woman, a wife of the traditional ruler, was killed, was murdered. So some people said she was even pregnant. So when they tell you their own story, you have cause to say, no, this was the brutality against humanity. The other one want you everybody to come and beg them because of the thing. It was only. I mean, you caused. I don't want to go into.
They will tell you that they will say the whole Nigeria needs to come and apologize to them. I'm like, eh? And some they want to remember when Shegun showed me himself, sure, whatever his name is, came here. Even I remember this guy too. Family Kayode too, when they did that handshake across Nigeria. He say, "Oh, we are Nigeria, all of us. We have to apologize to the Igbos." I'm like, why do you guys keep talking like Mumu like this? Dude, are you kidding me? If there's gotta be apology, then everybody got. In fact, they have to be the one to apologize first to people because you put everybody through pain and you created a disaster, and you are telling people, the whole Nigeria, to come apologize, including tribes that have no business in that thing, to come apologize to them. Like when they talk about the story, it's almost like they are the only they were the victim. Like everybody was just, and their parents will teach them, Nigeria did this to you, Nigerians, everybody did something to you. Are you kidding me? You created a problem from you didn't manage it. In fact, if there was any, the ball was in your court to prevent a war, or whether we go to war or not. You can't tell me that any Yoruba man had any power to stop that war, or any Benin man or any other tribe had any power to stop that war. There's no Yoruba man in this world that would have wanted to stop that war that could have stopped it. But we all know for a fact that you could have stopped it.
But Mr. Mike, the one I refuse to buy there. Originally, I'll continue to say that. Originally, that coup the first coup wasn't an Igbo idea. Originally, but there was something other people didn't know. There was an agenda. There was an agenda, a hidden agenda. It's an agenda, that made the resultant affair look, very, very suspicious. Originally, if you look at the composition of that coup, Yorubas were there. Some Edo people were there. Niger Delta were there.
How many of them were the senior officers?
Yeah, it doesn't even matter by composition. It
does. It does. As at the time, that you know what I deduce is that when IBB joined military in '62, the entire Nigerian military then was more or less majorly Igbos and Yorubas.
That's not true.
The northern people didn't have much officers.
No. The most officers were southeastern, followed by the northern.
Oh, the most senior.
The Yoruba had the fewest officers.
The most senior officer at that time.
They had the fewest officer. The southwest, the Yoruba had the fewest officers. The most officers were Igbos, followed by the north. But if you combine the Yoruba and the Igbo officers together and the whole Southern officer, then you say we have more than the North. But if you want to talk about, say North, they had a lot of officers. In fact, most of the officers were killed during the first coup. So it wasn't that. And now the coup plotters, comrade, you have to understand that the people they are assigned to do the trigger pulling, to pull the triggers, to do the killing, they were all Igbos, man. But the other one that they involved, like the Yorubas and all the other tribes, they were not assigned to do the actual killing. They were just involved in the meeting that, okay, we're going to do a coup, come on, you understand, come on, be part of it. But they were not allowed, they were not given the mission to go and kill. Maybe
and they leaked the school, they leaked the information to certain people that made them to either run away or refuse to come back to the country where they were supposed to.
So those are the reasons why people call it Igbo coup, because all the other people they involved, they didn't give them guns to shoot. It was on, if you look at all the people that were killed, the people that put the triggers were Southeasterners. You understand? The killing of Kaduna, the killing of the Southwest leader, the killing of Kotebo, the killing of all the Northern officers. Yeah, the trigger, the people that pull up, they carry out the trigger, the killings. Yeah. So they will trick us like, this guy was involved. We'll go ask, okay, what's in the rule? We didn't kill. But those are not allowed to do the killings, you know. So, and then the outcome and everything. So it just make it, but to me, I won't call it Igbo coup because I don't believe that an entire ethnic group is responsible for action of some few people, you understand? And I won't call it, and to me, the plotting, whatever, wasn't there. So if people are arguing that, when they planned it wasn't meant to be this, I'm not saying it's a Southeast coup because of what their intention was, because I would never know what their intention was. I wasn't in the room. But the outcome of it is why I would say, that's just very
highly suspicious.
Yeah, it's very ethnic, very, very ethnic. And then after the coup, the behavior and the action was everything they were doing after the coup.
The way the plotters were handled, no trial, nothing.
To favor their people now. And then there are people who are even mocking other people. So they themselves made it Igbo coup. If it wasn't meant to be Igbo coup, they're the one that made it that way. So it's very, and they just didn't accept it, man. That was
the Bangladesh said at the barrack. The tension was so much that you could feel it in the hair, that there's so much tension that it's about something about to pop up.
What's even funny? What people told me, even my grandpa told me a story. He said, man, like after that coup, it's almost like everybody could see the tension, the thing coming.
Even in some barracks, they were fighting. They were fighting some barracks, man. They were fighting physical combat.
Comrade, the only people that didn't see it coming were like Southeasterners. Literally, my mostly told me our grandfather, our dad, is it our dad or our dad told her, because our dad was living in North that time. He literally said our dad was literally telling one of his Igbo friends, like, guy, you need to leave this place. Like, because he could see he could feel it, but the man dismissed it. Like, it's almost like they were the only one that didn't see that thing coming. The program and the counter-attack. Even in Ronsigon, it's almost like the guy didn't see it coming because
you know what they told me about
the people he had around him defending him.
Mr. Mike, I was asking a question. I say, why should that guy even allow to head that coup, considering the tension in the land? They said the guy was Aniboma told me the guy was very arrogant. He thought nothing could penetrate him. They said he was very hard. Said he was very stubborn. He said he never listened to advice. Because ordinarily, if you look at the nature of that coup and the resultant casualties that followed, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't expect, your people were already accused of.
Akpabio Rosie was a passive human person. Now, what he embarked upon is, remember the coup that took virtually all was going around the country, more like a reconciliatory journey. Akpabio Rosie.
From region to region.
Yes. So, and it happens that when he was in the Western region, the officers in the battalions, they too were like, okay. So they found out it was around here. So okay, this is where we are going to do it, and they decided to carry. In fact, they abducted him. They didn't take him out immediately, but he was so passive that he could not even. This is a man that went to a party in the midst of what was going on in the country. Who would?
They said he was very stubborn. They said somebody told me he was a jazz man. They never believed anything could happen to him, anything could penetrate him. That was what Aniboma told me.
You know what?
He was very stubborn.
comrade, you know what I almost said earlier where Madam Zita was there telling us that Russia would never fight Russia. I was going to tell her that there's something common about people where they just always believe something cannot happen, you know, like
they say he was very stubborn. He was very, very adamant, very stubborn.
You know, like they always believe that something cannot happen. I'm like, God, this thing is possible, you know. Like that.
How can you keep coup plotters? How can you keep coup plotters without trial for 6 months? How? Who does that?
Yeah, what's his name? They were like my grandpa was saying like that is in the north. I think it was in Kaduna. He said, "How is he go for?" He said he was telling the guys, "They come, you need to leave this place," you know. But the guy refused. Like he didn't think something can happen. Like that program, like this, somebody didn't expect. They didn't see it coming. But it's like everybody else could see it because the anger with the northerners.
You said he went to a party. Who go to a party when the house is on fire? Who does that?
There was tension in the land. There was suspicion. There was mute. There was acrimony. There was bitterness among the ethnic nationalities. And yet somebody was so arrogant to feel those people were not supposed to put on trial. I mean, what kind of risk is that? If I were him, I would not even accept the post. I would sponsor somebody.
He himself benefited from the coup carried out by his own people.
He became the head of state, the head of the government.
Forget about him being the most senior in the military. His people carried out a mutiny and a coup, and who else is going to benefit from it? He never prosecuted, never do anything to those guys. They were, in fact, Ezugo was walking around in the north after he by the Tafaba. I mean, Amadou Bello set his house on fire. So at the end of the day, what do you think is going to happen? People especially among those officers.
If you listen to Benin people, no matter what the Oba does, they don't see anything wrong in the Oba. The typical Benin people, right? Yeah, whatever they see the Oba as a semi-god, as a god, they are god on earth. So that was the same way the Northerners regarded the Asadana of Sokoto. So how will you do that and you don't think a reprisal attack was going to happen? Who thinks that way? Man.
Then even Ujugu was surprised. They were shocked that it happened. And the guy was angry. I'm like, guy, come on, man, you guys should see that coming now. You got to see it coming. And then when it happened, you're supposed to just accept it. Like, okay, I understand. But they took it, when that counter coup, they took it so personal.
They said there were tensions everywhere, even in the barracks. People were embarking on physical combat before the actual coup. They were pursuing each other. They could not agree. They could not live together. Yeah. They were disobedient to the army. They were not taking command from their superiors. I mean, you could not read the handwriting of the word.
Right. And that was why Ademule sent Gowon to the northern officers to go and pacify them in Lagos, in the cantonment in Lagos. And when he sent Gowon, because Gowon was his chief of staff as at that time. So when they sent Gowon to them, they said one of the most coconut head among them was Muritala Mohammed, Lieutenant Colonel Muritala Mohammed. He was the most coconut head among them that said, no, something must happen, something must give. And eventually they said the ambassador, United States ambassador, United Kingdom ambassador, one particular politician, Babangida named like few of them. The Attorney General of the Federation. I
know they believe Babangida. When they talk your story, just not mention Babangida.
It was a corroborated story. It's not.
You can narrate your story without mentioning IBB, please. It makes it more
IBB version of the story, man. Just give.
Cannot be human being, man. You cannot tell what you did. You are telling us the story of what other people did. Oh, I mean, what kind of human being is that? You don't have the courage to tell us what you did, so that we can be talking of reconciliation and true healing.
Danjuma that killed Tafaba, Agreeing Rosie. He never admitted to it today. You never hear Danjuma say, "I find this man."
You know that like we said earlier, before the coup in the beginning. If you combine all the officers and the soldiers in the Nigerian army from the south together, from the southwest, southeast, were way more than the north. But that single event, that decision, that coup, and then the counter coup, since then, just gave the north power over the country.
Yeah.
Mr. Mike,
since then,
Mr. Mike.
the north never let that power go.
Mr. Mike.
That's why when I look my Igbo brother, when they turn the point finger, they blame Yoruba, they blame South. That thing, they vex me. Like, now you sell
Mr.
us
Mike.
out now. You sold the
Mr.
South
Mike.
out for forever, and you are blaming us for your mistake.
That was where the enmity started from.
Mr. Mike, you know the aspect that interests me the most that people don't want to listen. People are not writing books about. People are not donating money for. The role played by the then administrator of Western Region, who was the host of CNC. They were not ready to kill that guy. You know what he did? He offered himself. He sacrificed his life for an Igbo brother. You know, that's kind of a book launch I want to hear. That's kind of unity I want to hear. Nobody talks about the Yoruba man that laid down his life for his CNC. It's not loud anywhere.
Meanwhile, Ojukwu led his people to war and ran away.
He preferred to die. They said, no, we are not for you. They told him point blank, you're not for you. Go back to the house. He said no.
The man did not. The man just went on a very brief vacation. That's all. He went on vacation.
Who the host?
No, it's not about Ojukwu.
Ojukwu went on vacation. He did not run away.
But do you hear of that the officer that the then you know he was arrested in the house of a Yoruba officer, the then administrator of Western Region, right? That guy, they were not ready to kill that guy. He offered himself. He decided to follow.
He pleaded with them that look, whatever is their grievance, that he thought it was just like a regular disagreement, not obeying senior officers, and we have eventually found out, well, this is not like a regular mutiny. This is beyond grievance. So they are going to take this man away. Okay, wherever you are taking him, I want to follow. Eventually, he was found sitting upright. So whether it was, there are a lot of conflicting story about whether he was shot or he said he was asthmatic in the first place. So we're not sure.
But he died in the course of trying to defend his CNC. That's my point.
Is there a book about that? I'm sure there's a book about that. Right?
Yeah, they will not let that one will not be loud. Nobody will donate money for such a sacrifice.
Nigeria will never talk story of the people that did good things. They only tell us story. They will try to tell us story of those ones that did bad things and paint them as people that did good things.
Even the leaders too will not want that one to be loud because they know that one will unify the people. They don't want that such stories to be loud.
Nigeria is the only country where all our villains they turn them to heroes, and all our heroes they forget them. Even if you think about it, even the war, the commander on the Nigerian side, people like Benjamin Adekunle. When Benjamin Adekunle died, how many Nigerians knows the guy died? And the guy fought war where the guy even was running mad after the war. Trauma,
the Black Scorpion.
When the guy died,
that's they call him the Black Scorpion.
We fight war for like how many? When the guy died,
they say it was a hero.
Nigeria didn't even the way they bury Ojukwu, like when Ojukwu died, Ojukwu was giving he was buried as a Nigerian hero, right? But the people that actually fought on the Nigerian side, right, that died, they didn't bury them as Nigerian heroes. But
who was the president when he died? Was it not Jonathan that was the president then?
I don't even I was shocked when they were burying Ojukwu as a Nigerian hero. I'm like, excuse me? This guy that's responsible for so many Nigerian soldiers and Nigerians. I mean, I'm not saying you bury him, but you don't need to come and do his big celebration and bury as a Nigerian hero. He's not a Nigerian hero.
He's their hero. He's their hero in a way. He's their own hero. Kanu is a hero to somebody. One man's terrorist, another man's a hero.
No,
I mean, they should have been as a Biafran hero. We leave it like that. But don't say,
Mike, you wicked, dude. Mike, you don't be better person.
You guys listen.
Mike, you don't be better person. Now they make this argument long for social media where the people want to eat their head.
I go talk to somebody in Nigerian hero.
This guy, you get the way they put your own. You know they curry. You know they shout like God. You don't fish a man. They fight trouble everywhere.
Mike, it was pardon. It was pardon and his rank was restored. No, I mean that qualified him for the state barrier because his rank was restored. It wasn't just restored; it was actually promoted.
Bro, name all that general, any other Nigerian officer they bury like that. They parading coffee all over Nigeria. They are you kidding me?
They were listening to what Mike is saying. when you say you pardon someone like that and you now celebrate him as national hero, what were you saying? You were saying what he did was okay.
His burial was spearheaded by the northern states,
Forget
though.
which
So
whoever we like
Whatever,
blaming
that
one
should not
person.
have been. Pardon is okay, but why should you celebrate him as a
What do
national
you
hero?
celebrate as a national? Are you kidding me?
Mike, you wanna take a easy now? I beg, don't take a
You
easy.
just
I
said
don't
they
want
pardon
another
Hitler.
war.
You call it celebrate
Mr.
Hitler as a
Mike,
world hero.
Mr. Mike, I beg, I don't want another war. We never recover for the war when we fight. I beg.
No. Omoruyi,
We have to start
we are
saying the
even
truth
serious.
now.
Omoruyi, we are even serious. Person that's supposed to go to Hague. Person that was supposed to go to Hague. We are celebrating him as a national hero. Maybe not for Samuel. No.
Comrade, you to say they pardon Hitler now. When Hitler can't die, maybe they call it celebrate as a world hero.
or Samuel, no.
So are you trying to liken? Are you trying to liken Juku to Hitler?
No, I'm just saying he's the one that fought against the war. He fought against you, and you defeated
They
him,
both
and you are
committed.
celebrating,
They both
and he's
committed war
not
crime.
your hero.
They both committed war crime. They
He
both
You see, I will
against
never go
you.
anywhere. You see,
Ojukwu knew that the war
I will
wasn't.
fight with the last drop of my blood. Me to teach them a lesson. They will know they are
Ojukwu,
dealing with a bigger issue.
it was the ego. It was his ego. He knew that to prosecute that war, the region wasn't ready, and they don't have what it takes to prosecute the war.
He
He
has a
should have just
propaganda machine,
surrendered.
a huge propaganda machine.
He should have just, and these people followed him, blindly because they felt they are safe. They are good. It's going to protect them. I mean, at that time, they were. In fact, there was a book that I read where it was established that most of the Nigerian military men that were in the engineering corps that were good in those machineries and all that. Majority of them are from the southeast, and they've all gone to the to fight on the side of the Biafra. Eventually, the Nigerian army was short of staff. They had to quick hurry.
They were. I'm
Hurry.
surprised you agreed that the way Jugu was buried as Nigerian hero. You agree? I can't believe
No. I'm trying. No, look. As far as I'm concerned, I have a mixed feeling when it comes to Ojukwu as his ideology and all that. Simply because
No,
he
the way he
knew
was
right
buried,
from.
the way he was buried as a Nigerian hero.
I mean,
You
a
okay with
dead
that?
man is gone. It's just that the money put to
No. Being buried as a Nigerian hero.
They hold on. No, you say no.
We do everything backward in that country.
You have mixed feeling. Kilo mixed.
I don't even know.
What is the mixed feeling?
To be honest with
You
you,
like his wife? Fine.
no. Initially, when the whole thing was happening, and his disagreement with the federal government and what it was trying to establish at that, remember, we were practicing regionalism government. When they now make the central more powerful, and it was saying, "Look, it's not going to happen because this person you are imposing on me." We are both classmates in the ministry. I mean, as a matter of fact, I have more than everything, more than you in the first place.
Diwali, hold on, please. So how was he dealing with the smaller groups in his own region?
I mean, it was ruthless. That's why I say.
So what do you mean by you have mixed feelings?
His mixed feeling was the fact that when he should have. No, Mike, come on here. When he shouldn't have led his people blindly, knowing fully well that there was no end game to this madness, and eventually it was too long. 3 years was just too long to have wasted those innocent souls like that, knowing that the help wasn't coming from anywhere. Eventually, he ran out. He ran off. So what that tells me
asking
is
about
that
the mixed feeling now.
that was where my mixed feeling came
What
from.
would you have done if you were in Ojuku's shoes? What would you have done?
Initially, what he was fighting against the federal government was okay, but when he eventually decided,
How was it okay? What makes it okay?
Okay, in the sense that, look, number one, he felt that his people should have been protected. 1, 2, he disagreed that Gowon shouldn't have be the head of state. That there was other qualified officers, even in the southwest, that would have become, because there was still some
But they
senior.
went to Aburi now. They already ironed
No,
everything.
there was some
Why
senior
did they...
officer. There was some senior officer from the south. I mean, Alabi Sama was there. What's his
Alabi
name?
Sama was also senior officer. He was junior. He was even junior to Benjamin Adekunle. No. Dewale, Dewale, but that's not what the war was about. That issue, they already went to Aburi
was
and
the most
discussed
senior
that.
that time, but then the first coup gave some kind of ethnic undertone. So these guys were not ready to listen to anybody not coming from the north. So that is a problem.
What Dewale is talking about you're trying to say why you agree why he went to war, and you are using all these excuses. But this is not the reason why he went to war, though, because these reasons you are talking about, this senior officer thing, junior, they already ironed there in Aburi. They already moved past it in Aburi. When he came back, it was a whole different reason why he took his people to war. It was because they created states. They created the River State because that was the deal breaker. He said they can't divide the eastern region.
But he gave them the impression that because his people were being massacred in the north, that was the reason
not
he
why
gave.
he went to war now, because that whole issue. See, that's what I keep telling people. All this massacre that happened, the coup, all those things, they already moved past it in Aburi. They already discussed it. They already ironed it out. They already got past that.
Yeah, but he was still hammering on Aburi Accord or Withstand. He wasn't listening to any other.
Exactly. And that Aburi Accord Withstand, that's the reason why he went to war. And what is that Aburi Accord Withstand is about? What's that disagreement? Don't break.
Yeah, he wanted the confederation.
Yeah, but the federal government reneges on the agreement.
Okay. So if you want to say that's the reason for war, then you are making sense because
no. What I'm saying is that he was fighting for something that was just at the beginning.
Are you kidding me? And what was that?
Okay, if they agree that the state will not be created and the federal government decided to go ahead with the state.
But what hold on. Wait, really, please. The people from those regions, those man, were the one that went to go on to say we must give us states. And the South Rivers people, those minorities, were the one that went to, when they came out from Aburi, they were the one that went to Gowon to tell Gowon that you don't sell us to the Igbo. We don't want, we don't agree with this agreement. I can't, because they wanted to break away. They wanted, because the moment
it was the military administrator of the eastern region.
No, Adewale, you are missing everything, though, because the thing is this
guy
who crashed when Aguiyi Ironsi crashed the system, crashed the federation and made it unitary. Where was Ojukwu then? You understand?
He was the governor of Eastern region, the then Eastern region.
No, the funny thing was that the thing that Ojukwu went to, those confederation bullshit I was talking about, that's what we had before Ironsi came. Ironsi was the one that exactly. And so you didn't question Ironsi when he was there that this is what you want. Now, when someone else now came in, you now say no, you don't want something.
Suddenly you know the right thing.
You and Ironsi created, you don't want it again. It doesn't make sense. Something you created, you are not.
We have something you destroy.
You created a system,
and you say this is what you want.
You and Ironsi created a system because it's favoring you. Now someone else is now in power. You now say no, you don't want that system again.
So
you guys are saying this.
The whole point is that thing to expand his own territory has always been there. Kokofi won initially. Okay, so to the way he was dealing with the minority groups, the hope to expand even as far as the west, if he had succeeded, was there. So where is the mixed feeling? I'm trying to understand you.
I don't know.
It was good before and it became bad. No, it's always been bad from the beginning.
No, I have explained my take on this. The fact that he purposely led those people, knowing well that he can't prosecute that war successfully. That was my grievance against him.
Now, what is your distinction with him? Where you agree
where I agree with him in the fact that, look, when he decided to take the federal government, remember, if you put it in context, what was happening at that moment? It was apparent that every region is trying to take care of themselves. I mean, the federal government under Rosie decided to pick from each region and make their own people the administrator of each region. So now you have another officer of the same rank with you who is trying to dictate and change the way things were before. Of course, you are going to go against it. So
why would you go against it? Your commander. What are you talking about?
But he disagreed initially for him to be his commander.
First of all, let me even kill this argument. In the way country work, once someone is sworn in as the head of state,
Mike, you like to argue.
Hold on. Once someone has been sworn in as the head of state, whether you like that person or not, you don't question what they say, what they do, especially military.
The military was not, it wasn't set up in the command.
Hold on. Once you enter office, whether it's through coup or through election, who the hell is the one governor? That's the person is in charge. That's the fact. Once Ironsi took over, nobody questioned that. He was doing his own decision. Nobody can fight and say we'll go to war. When they disagree, they just plan another coup and took him out. So what Ojukwu should do if you don't agree, go on, wait for your own coup or counter another coup or something to get him out of power, because he's the head of state. Who the hell are you to be arguing with the head of state, to be telling you to agree? Who are you? He's the head of state. When you took over, your brother took over, nobody can question him. In fact, the people that question him, like people like Isaac Boro, you sentence him to death. If once you become the head of state, whether you like the person or not, he's the head of state. You are sworn in. The same way when other dictator enter office, everybody honor them. The only thing you don't like, and they'll figure out to overthrow him. That's it. But while he's in office, you can't be dictating to him. Gowon was nice enough to even be answering the guy self, just taking, okay, come and talk. And then when those people said they wanted, when they came out from Aburi, when those Rivers people, those people say they want to break away, Gowon, he was even nice enough to try to organize a meeting between Ojukwu and those people. In the meeting was supposed to hold in Benin City. Everybody showed up except Ojukwu, and he didn't even tell anybody. He said no, he's not showing up. In Aburi, I stand. In Aburi, you stand. Are you out of your mind? You're not the head of state. Don't dictate here. They go on say, well, if you don't agree, if you don't want to meet to discuss it, go on, give me a chance to discuss it with the PA.
Mike, please be nice. Mike, please be nice. Please. You're not troublemaker. You know that troublemaker.
I need to teach history, man, so everybody know what happened. No, all this propaganda people consume and think they know history. Can't read the actual document and things. Not like they say for one channel. This guy said them say. So many things Nigerian read is just
the history you are narrating. Were you there when it happens?
No, the document is there. I don't have, bros. The difference between my own version of story is that the actual document is what I go by, and the document of what happens is what I go by. I don't go by what my papa tell me or what this person's opinion is somewhere. I can't.
What document are you talking
they
about?
regurgitate and to you say, no, this is what happened. When this guy,
Every story that is there retold is going to be distorted
like
one
that.
way or the other. So every story that is being retold is going to be distorted one way or the other.
No. There's something you can't distort. There's some facts you can't distort. For example,
Mike,
hold on. It's 30 years from now. You can't distort the fact that June 12 was annoyed or something like that. Those kind of things you can't distort. Now, what people can be distorting is like, oh, it was this guy that told me to do it. That guy I wouldn't have done it. All those kind of lies. But the fact that I was annoyed, my grandchildren, I can't say, if my grandchildren cannot go and see the document and see the fact that I was annoyed, and someone started telling that you were not there now. No, there's some things that are just facts. The evidence is there. So those are the only thing I go by. I don't go by all these other speculation that, but when they met in the room, they hug each other. How can you prove that that's what happened in the room? I don't go by all those other ones,
Can I have a minute, please?
Yeah.
Please, my concern, right? Now that like I said the other day, we now discovered that there were mistakes on both sides. That one would have been avoided. Even the coup would have been avoided. It was too early. Now that we now realize that even those that participated were not fighting for us, right? What are we doing differently? What are we doing for genuine? Let's be sincere. When do we begin to have the People's Assembly for genuine reconciliation and genuine healing? So that we don't pass this kind of hatred and bitterness onto the next generation.
Comrade,
please, what do we do?
Comrade, when you hang around a normal Edo person, how many person get Biafran anger?
Normal Edo like Tony,
or when you hang around the Yoruba person, nobody they hold all this Biafra for mind. It's only the Southeasterners now. Now only them they bitter about the thing. Everybody else don't. I don't think about. I don't even talk to my children about Biafra. No, my papa don't even talk to me about Biafra.
You get one man here, mechanic. They use as
the Northerners don't. Nobody that 1966, that 1960s era. Almost every tribe in Nigeria don't think about that thing again. It's only Southeasterners now. Not only then they vex. There's something to them.
When Obi become president, their narrative will change.
They are the only one. They are still want some kind of revenge. They are so bitter. Their papa go they lie to them. They get around that people. They created bitterness. Even by 2014, I thought this whole thing was done. Like the history, 1960, everybody do Afrobeat that time. Now the whole Nigeria was dancing to Don Jazzy and the band, the Two Face. That's what we're all enjoying. All of a sudden, this guy just come from where create hip hop. They just go on internet, just to speak bigotry. Yeah, Yoruba people, yeah, Fulani Jaja, we division, hatred. And people start to they follow and they sing Biafra. I think they brought it, they are the one that is the Southeasterners. If you want to put this thing behind, it's the Southeasterners you have to deal with on that one, man. Because I don't think any other Nigerian they carry that kind of thing for mind. They are the
He
one
get one man. He get one man here, Mr. Michael. I not participate for that war. They never even bomb me for 1967, right? You know, I think when the war won't end, the war don't end before they burn people like us, right? Though we're not too young. But then the man here no one use I see me. You know his grievances against me. Say papa tell and say people we don't let go on agree on a body agreement. Say na one priest for Benin when follow and go. I'm like, a state was organized. A state that has the attorney general, that has every parliament, every officer, every sharp, academic, well-educated officer follow and go. How you go point Benin say that Benin make a Biafra not succeed? If they use them against me, that guy get poison, go poison me.
My brother, the one way you Benin they go through, it's not even you can't even compare to one way every Yoruba man they go through. I tell you, say my own personal story. I go play football with Igbo people. And somebody talks, say that guy na Yoruba, and this guy pushed me for head, say Yoruba idiot. And when I asked him, I say, I don't know from any. I say, guy, what thing happen? He say, no be Awolowo give us 20 pounds. No be Awolowo said betray us. No be Yoruba betray us.
And do you even know the funniest is that time they have been working with Eastern Fulani Hausa. They have been forming alliances with Hausa since 1964 recently. You know, political alliances, they have been working together.
I would wonder, say, guy, what he concern me and what Awolowo do now? They bomb me before when Awolowo die. I be small begin say, I can't play football with you now. They bitter with me about within Biafra. That's why my problem. Now then get problem. No be if you have to move forward, now then they need to talk to you.
Thank God I cannot kill you. If you see where you go corner you for kill you. You for kill.
That's why I didn't fear them, man. That day we got to go poison without the man even knows. Yeah, by the time they go to say no be Yoruba man, no be them betray us.
Before if I reach this workshop, I go buy suya, I will buy something. You know, when you didn't lonely for us or Western world, you just want to throw out. Even if I'm not really repair my car and where Nigerians in Ghana, we don't buy suya, everybody they eat. When they begin to show me my true color, they tell me where I for come. You know, I have to be very careful, my brother. You know, this is what they follow eat, like I said, they've seen them. Everywhere I see Nigeria, and they look at my brothers, they call every Nigeria. Anywhere I see them, anywhere outside Nigeria, now my brother, now my sister. You know, that's our style. That's what we they do. I don't care to know where you for come. This idea of using one brush to paint everybody. This idea of championing everybody. And they do them. Until they come let me know, say, one tell me say if you see snake, see person will come from my place. Say now my person when come my place, go kill before you kill snake. Come back. What? Where all this is they come from? Now this kind of people they follow eat suya. Now that day I advise myself. I think they go better and they careful, you know.
Comrade, the where the mistake came was when that war ended. The Mumu idea we go on and
reconstruction.
The Mumu idea be saying you want to reconcile. You're supposed to reconcile with the population, not with the people who lead them into war. Because what they did was they now brought back those Biafran generals and the people that actually led the war. That even Ojukwu, they brought him back. They now they now reconcile with those people. They now put those people in charge of their people. So now, when you now put them in charge of their people, what do you think? Because when they go back to their people, the people will ask them questions. Say, what happened? They will ask them now. Because the people don't really know how the war started. Most of them, they were illiterate now, or that in the 60s there was no television where everybody really knew. Now only radio, but so most of them don't know how war they start come to them. So when war ends, they're not looking to who to ask to explain what happened. So now the Nigerian government now took the same people that misled them, put them in charge. When Ojukwu came back, created something called he came back front for that's like took off. You guy was almost running the politics for Southeast. He now turned himself to the hero of their people. Him and they paint all the Biafran generals, they make them in charge. All those who are nazi, all those people that run the East, they are related to the people that led the war now. So now the people now started twisting everything to paint himself as the hero of their people and now turn other tribe as their enemies, and they are the people that caused their pain.
As the aggressors.
Yeah, as the aggressors, as the people that created their pain.
As if he was a victim.
The victim. And then the Nigerian state themselves don't even talk this, don't even teach the history. So now you put the people in a position where their warlords don't come brainwash them, flip them. Now we find ourselves in this position. Now you say hatred just did their mind. It's kind of like Germany now. Let's say after that war end, they can't settle with Hitler and his generals. They can't make Hitler and his general the people who go around Germany after the war. Those ones will just tell German and say, "Come on, wait till happen, no be wait till happen, no." They go through story now.
They can't put their propaganda machine. Can't they loud? So the genuine reconciliation, transcend to the grassroots.
You know exactly. You know that's why I keep saying we do everything backward in Nigeria, very backward. Even the Berin Ojukwu as a national hero, that one, yeah, okay. You might as well give him the victory. Tell us I ain't win the war then. So we do everything backward. That's why we have problems. Until we start doing things the right way, we will solve problems. Everything we do is backward, the wrong way. Now, when white man tell me that a long time ago, I was like, I called the man racist. Well, later I realized, the guy was honest. The guy said the problem with black people like doing things incorrectly. You do things backward. Everything you want to do, you do it because it feels right to do it that way, not because it's
instead of saying the truth and down the consequences.
Yeah, they want to do things the way it feels good to do it. But even though it's the wrong way to do it, but because that's the way it feels better to do it. Let's do it that way. The whole thing we are just discussed here. The reason the leaders did it that way is because that's where they felt that it felt good to do it that way. But they didn't realize that it's not the right way. It's not the right way. The people will lose war, don't bring them back, give them victory. Come on now.
Hello?
That's why this guy don't sleep. Come on,
yeah.
Come on with the host. Every time I don't go sleep.
Yeah, man, we'll go. You look at the Oputa panel that was where we had a lot of revelations. It was politicized. There was no genuine, aim and objectives to bring the people together. They didn't do anything with it. I don't know when we're serious on that country, bro. Have a good night, bro. Make a guess more sleep.
Okay. Yeah, you said we'll come on. All right.
Have a good night. Bye-bye. Yeah. Nice having you.
Yeah. Thomas, should I end the show or which one? I don't know. As long as not, yeah, going down. Now don't finish. BT before I end the show.
Yeah, well, I'm just checking. Well, yeah, you can.
I want to go sleep, Gary.
Okay, let me end the show.
Dewale with his mixed feelings.
Don't mind them. All this saying, he want panda to Choma. That's right. Now Choma, he want Choma like him.
Well, Choma would have Mike.
He want Choma say,
no,
but they will like the Igbos. I will date him. I will give him my number.
No. How about
no? Dewale, do you know the issue? People don't pay. When somebody starts telling you about yourself, like you got like a fire and say, "Oh, I thought you were Omoluabi. You're supposed to be behave."
They will say you're Omoluabi. You're supposed to be.
Not to be walked over.
What about the Yoruba that will come and say we need to apologize to the Igbos? I'm like, what's this politician like giving that night? What's that PDP guy? Is it should do me or something like that? Show me. He say we need to apologize to the Igbos. Guy, what are you talking about? What should we do? We're going to apologize. See, I feel very no. I get it.
I feel it's not a Yoruba. I want to Lord. Just forget
the pandering, and the funny thing is, say that's why all this pandering. you are the least respected person. People they won't call you coward. They just see as a foolish people. You know, they don't respect you. With that. The Southeastern of also they don't even respect anyone that appear weak. You understand? Once you get around there, you start acting soft. They don't like you. They don't want to see you. They don't like you. They see you as a coward. You know? They like strength, but only you are leaders, man. I don't know that what time bullet, don't you tie everything, I don't mean you tie we don't seem
Omano Umuna in his own place, he doesn't sell land, but you can sell your land because you are Omoluabi. Ombueni now. To him, you are one now. Everyone talent, what talent here, but yeah, you are the Ordenian now.
You get one time we woman doing Omoluabi, you will say you go give all the moderating power to some obedient like that. Some I bought people one time they come out everybody. Maybe the people me they come out people comment section.
I remember that. One ton of really. I don't really care about
one time I want to find out to them sometimes. I think I know it irritate me, man. One man invite when you go invite like what's his name? That man JJ guy. You know, you invite him here. That one like doing propaganda. You want when the people won't give him a real question. Someone like Benny won't give him a serious question. One man go to defend that. No. Because one point I say made a no see him as a tribalist, you know. I got right a panda now. When you go to their own platform, I just say whether they give you would they even allow you to speak a single propaganda or even anything we don't even align with their narrative. They go pursue you, man. They'll chase you out, man.
All right, guys.
I want to let me end the show, sir.